She saved my life that day, so absolutely having that network really saved lives.
Find your five. The idea is that, find trusted allies that can be there and can be responsive and will check in with you if a disaster were to happen.
So we recommend that you put people in your network that are down the street, that are maybe the next town over, that are outside the county, and maybe even outside the state.
The final tier of the Ready, Set, Go is that go piece, and it's simply that, it's go. Evacuation information comes in two types. The first type could be an evacuation warning. This is essentially information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
from the foothills of the Sierra Nevada.
I'm going to call this meeting to order of the Board of Supervisors. Today is the 8th month and the 9th day already of 2022. Isn't that crazy? So I'd like to start this morning out with the pledge. And Sue Horn, would you lead us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under Thank you so much. Julie, are there any corrections or additions to the agenda this morning?
Sorry, thank you, Chair. Yes, we did post an errata agenda, and it corrected dollar amounts in the name of the project, which is the pavement rehabilitation at the Nevada County Airport.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then I'm just gonna put a shout out. We're having a little power problem possibly today. It looks really good right now, but if we do and the live streaming goes down, anybody's welcome. You can tune into channel 17 in Western Nevada County, or channel 17 and 18 and 17 and 78 in Eastern County. And you can go to youtube.com/Nevada or County of Nevada, CA, and you can go there and watch it live as well. So, and if you're listening, you can call the 415-655-0001, and there's a meeting ID and password, and then of course you're all attending in person, so that works out great. Okay, so this morning, I always love starting out the morning with something special, and Heidi, I'm gonna turn this right over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone, and it's my great pleasure to be able to honor Steve Monahan and his team. Steve, why don't you come down here? With, look at that, you got applause before we even told you what it was for. So on July 21st to 24th, and this year I attended the National Association of Counties annual 2022 conference and exposition in Adams County, Colorado. As a representative of the county, I had the opportunity to attend the Digital Counties Survey Award Dinner on Thursday evening on behalf of Steve Monahan and his team, and accept the 2022 Digital Counties Survey First Place Award for counties up to $150,000. This organization, the Center for Digital Government, began in 2003, and with NACO began honoring county governments across the United States that exhibit best technology practices, including initiatives to streamline delivery of services, promote collaboration and integrate services, enhance cybersecurity, and contribute to disaster recovery efforts. So our award was, we were recognized, the county, for our work on wildfire preparedness. Specifically, the county is using a machine learning platform for evacuation planning, redundant internet feeds, redundant telecommunications, and cloud-to-cloud storage for backup and disaster recovery. We were also recognized and awarded for our work to expand broadband countywide, including our broadband strategy plan and CARES Act funding allocation to accelerate a local fiber to the home project. So I'd like to request the board to provide special appreciation to our CIO, Steve Monahan, for his continued leadership and innovative strategies, leveraging technology to address some of the most pressing issues in the county today. This is what the award looks like. It's a great honor to have this. It was a delicious dinner I ate on your behalf, Steve. Thank you. And why don't we see if you'd like to say anything about these efforts that we are rewarded for.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hook, honorable board members. Steve Monahan, your Chief Information Officer, and thank you very much for the kind words, Supervisor Hall. This is a program from the the Center for Digital Government and the National Association of Counties. We've participated for the 20 years that it's been in existence. We've been in the top 3 for 17 of those years. I think we've won first place 4 times. This is our 4th first place. So very proud of the organization. And I want to be very clear, this is not a Steve Monahan award. This is not a CIO award. This is a county government award for the whole organization. The survey is probably 20 pages long that we have to fill out. for this award program, and it dives into how we use technology to service our constituents, from online services to back-end processes to field workers to what's happening in our patrol cars to everything in between. So it's really an award for all county employees and for you, the Board of Supervisors, who make it all possible and support us and provide the leadership and the objectives that you want us to increase citizen services and raise that bar. So thank you very much. I appreciate it, and honored to have this presentation.
Great, yes. Thank you for commenting on that, how many times the county has won that award. That is a great honor. Does anyone else on the board want to make comments?
Yeah, you want to start anywhere? Hardy?
Congratulations, Steve, and staff and team. One team, one dream, as Jeffrey likes to say. Yeah, it's really cool. Cutting edge technology and use of that in service of others in our little rural county makes me really proud. And I've worked with you directly on so many of these different little initiatives trying to reach the final mile or the middle mile or whatever to get people connected. And then the other thing I'd like to mention is during COVID, we had to do this huge pivot where everything went digital with the remote workforce and still meet the needs of the county, which I think we did kind of with grace and kind of got through it and did it and provided. And it wasn't easy for everybody, but we definitely did it. And 4 wins out of 17 is a pretty darn good track record. So congrats on your leadership, and thanks again for everything you do.
Ed?
Well, we're kind of spoiled, Steve, because this is what we expect of you, right? But you've been doing a great job. You and your team have been doing a great job for so many years. And I do really think that often we really don't appreciate just how much ahead of so many other rural counties and even some of the suburban ones that we are because of your leadership and your team and the work that you do. So congratulations and thank you so much for what you do.
Dan?
Yeah, what we recognize here is you realize that the level of talent that we have here in this county is probably at a level that most counties would be jealous of. And I think that, you know, you say it's the county, you're driving the bus, Steve, okay? So you're setting the direction and you're doing it. So on behalf of the rest of the county, you know, congratulations to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, why don't we give you a big hand and then come on down and do a picture?
So first, Heidi, I have to have public comment.
Sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
No, you did great, but we do have to open up for public comment. And Julie, first I'd like to see, is there anybody that has any written comments that came in?
No written comments, and there's no one online.
Perfect, thank you. Does anybody from the audience want anything to say? Oh, Jim, come on up. Good morning.
Owner of a business and resident of Nevada County for over 20 years. And this morning I'd like to continue the comments I've been making on the Rise Gold Mine and the decision-making process.
We're doing this dedication, that'll be public comment that's coming up.
Did I jump the gun?
Yeah, we're not in general public comment.
Well,
You had a little bit longer.
Okay, don't take away those.
No,
seconds.
you're all good. We'll start over.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jim. Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to come back. Oh, okay. Okay, we're not on general. Okay, so this isn't general public comment. This is about the award that we're receiving. Okay, so this is about the reward we're receiving. Okay, great. Is there any other public comment on, this is the acceptance of the 2022 Digital County Survey. We received first place. Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to come back to the board. Allison, did you want to make any comments?
I think it was very well said from the chair and the board members, but again, sharing my appreciation to Steve Monahan and his team. And just a small example, at 6:30 this morning, we got indication that power was out in Nevada City. And as other jurisdictions were going dark and not opening for services, Steve has built continuity of government where without hesitation, power was on, we're able to conduct business to the public as well as our board meeting. And so that's just a small example of the many things that he puts in place to make sure that we provide the highest level of service to the community. So thank you, Steve.
Thank you. I know I just am always thankful for the county we all live and work in and the work that gets done here. It's very amazing that how creative, innovative, and like you said, one team, one dream is that Jeff's, and we do have that here. We're very fortunate. So I'd just like to have all in favor of accepting this wonderful award. I'm just gonna say, we just do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Great, that's perfect. So Steve, I'd like to invite you down and let's do a picture.
Get in. Some cough drops.
Okay, now it's my pleasure to bring item number 2. And it's always, I guess it's heartwarming and an honor to talk about people that come into our community and give of their self and make a commitment and to donate time. And so today what we're gonna be giving a certificate of recognition to James Delmon. He's a retired county assessor, Nevada County Assessor, Treasury Oversight Committee Chair, and Assessment Appeals Board member. So just for a little background, he just recently resigned after 58 years in service to various roles as public servant. He was elected official and a commission member to Northern California and Nevada County. In 1964, Jim, we called him Jim here, Delbon, began his career with the Marin County Assessor's Office, and in 1980, he was appointed to the Assistant Assessor position. Jim's successful run for the office and was elected as Marin County Assessor Recorder in November of 1986. He was re-elected for a second term in November of 1990 and retired from office in 1994 of December. Jim began spending time in Nevada County in 1989, which is such a wonderful benefit to Nevada County, and he became a permanent resident in 1995. He began right away working in this community, and in 1997 through 2001, Jim served as the chair on the Nevada County's Treasury Oversight Committee. Jim also appointed to the Nevada County Assessment Appeals Board in August of 1998 and served in that appointment until January of 2010. Then, in Nevada County, when the Nevada County Assessor position became vacant after Dale Flippin's resignation in December of 2009, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors appointed Jim to serve that role for the remainder of the term. Jim served as Nevada County Assessor for 13 months until Sue Horn assumed office in January of 2011. In addition to that longevity in his career of public service, Jim is also outstanding in his ability to lead through change and crisis. As Nevada County Assessor in 2010, Jim led the department in administrating the assessed value reductions of over 16,000 homes and properties in our county in direct response to the economic downfall of the Great Recession of 2008 and its negative impact to the local housing market. During his tenure, Jim also successfully implemented a restructure of the assessor's office's management level positions and served as a mentor to Nevada County Assessor Sue Horn, who's here today, and it's nice to see so many people from the assessor's office as well. Jim's continued dedication and depth of knowledge stands as testament to the values of responsibility and fiscal stewardship owed to taxpayers of Nevada County by providing an example of staff and senior executives in his exhibition of integrity and decisiveness and at every turn. His recent resignation from the Assessment Appeal Board serves as just an opportunity for us to recognize his long and distinguished career and public service in this community. And it's just with great gratitude that we want to show our appreciation. And we're so glad to have you here today. So we have some family, and I think I'm just going to open it up to you before we even start our comments, if you want. That would be great. And so this is Jason Ganache, and this is his daughter, Elaine. Is Elaine here? Is Elaine here too?
This is Elaine.
Yeah, is Elaine here? No?
Elaine's right here.
Elaine, okay. That's your wife.
Nope.
Jim's wife. Man, I got that. That's Jim's wife. I was headed in the right direction.
I'm Mrs. Galvin.
I know, Mrs. Galvin. I don't know where that went in my head, but we're just so thrilled. We're sorry Jim can't be with us today, but we know he's here with us in his spirit because he was dedicated to this community. He loved it, and he loved the work he did, and he inspired people in his office. And, you know, that's a rare thing sometimes when you have that person that can really give that inspiration and move forward, especially when he came into an office really in the beginning when it was a situation where somebody left, right? And then the work he did on the Assessment Appeals Board, that's always a tough one, but he was there and he worked with people through those issues as they came, and he made good decisions and led that. So we're just so fortunate to have had him come and be a part. We're glad you guys all moved here when you did, because that was very, very lucky for Nevada County.
Thank you, Chair Hook, and the Board of Supervisors for this opportunity for Elaine and I to accept this certificate of recognition on Jim's behalf. If it's all right, I would like to read a statement that Jim prepared for the board.
I would love that.
And
Thank
read that
you.
into the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
To the Honorable Chair and Board of Supervisors, I want to thank Chair Hook and Board of Supervisors for the invitation to receive this certificate of recognition, and sincerely wish I were able to appear and receive this in person. As a long-term resident of Nevada County, it was an honor and privilege to be appointed by the Board of Supervisors to serve the citizens of the county as Nevada County Assessor, Nevada County Treasury Oversight Committee member, and finally, as a member of the Assessment Appeals Board. I want to thank the Honorable Chair and Board of Supervisors, fellow Assessment Appeals Board members, Assessor Sue Horn and her staff, as well as the clerk of the Appeals Board and her staff for the integrity, professionalism, efficiency, and diligence in pursuit of serving the citizens of Nevada County. It is with great pride and humility, spending 58 years in public service, that I will treasure all of the new friends and colleagues I made along the way. Thank you very much, from James Dalbon.
Oh, thank you so much. And I know you're going to tell him how much love was for him today in this chambers. That was great.
It's a special day for us, and for Elaine and I to accept this.
So I'm so happy you could be here. So with that, though, I am going to open up public comment because I think there may be, Sue, would you like to come up and speak a few words?
Thank you, Chair. Push this, okay. Thank you, Chair Hook and board members. I just want to say on behalf of our team, our appraisers in our office, just what tremendous pleasure and honor it was to work with Jim. Jim's really decades of experience was just a real benefit for this county, and his wit and his humor was just wonderful to be the recipients of that. And for me personally, when I came on, Jim was absolutely a mentor to me, opened the doors and showed me everything that he could show me within that time frame. And we kept our friendship through all these years. And I just treasure him as an individual. So please give him our love.
Thank you, Sue. Anybody else like to speak? Okay, well, I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to go to, I'd just like to say, so even Julie in our department had the opportunity to work with James, and I think that was always an enjoyment when he popped into the office and you could have those conversations. So, I don't know, Julie, would you like to say something?
I don't know if I can. It's very dear to my heart, and pass that on. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Again, it shows you just what a impression and special person he was to this community. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to my board. Heidi, would you like to start?
Yeah, I just want to ask you to express our deepest appreciation. I have a special appreciation for people who bring their professional skills, work they've been paid for all their lives, and bring it to the public service, to the government, and provide that special professional knowledge to help the rest of the community. Very grateful for his service. Please let him know.
Mrs. Dalbon, what brought you to Nevada County?
From Marin, we thought this was like being in Marin. And the people that we heard, about the nice, easy way of living, and it afforded Jim the opportunity to have many, many old cars, and Elaine to have a lot of dogs. And when he got into the volunteering for the different committees and the people that he met, it just made our life very rich. It was just wonderful. So we appreciate it. And now my son-in-law and daughter are up here living with, in the county. So it's just been special for us here.
Well, thanks for making Nevada County your home. It's hard to get, someone out of Marin County that's, contributes a lot.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Did Jim go to Cal?
No. Jim went to USF.
Okay, good. Okay.
Ed?
Well, Elaine, if I could play on that a little bit, for 26 years I was CEO of the Nevada County Fairgrounds, opens tomorrow, by the way. And we competed with Marin all the time. And more often than not, Marin walked away with the top awards. Very frustrating. So it's really good to know that here is an instance where we won, and we got the Dalbons to Nevada County. And I just want to say, I was part of that board that appointed Jim. And I remember how stabilizing he was. It's a very important position, and how stabilizing it was, and to know how good it felt to have such a strong person that knew what he was doing. And the fact that he stayed within the organization, stayed and worked with Sue. And I haven't seen Jim in quite some time, but just tell him what a great respect that I had for him. And we're honored to have him serve for our county. So, Elaine, thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
Artie?
Yeah, thank you for taking the time to come and accept the award. I didn't know Jim, and I'm not familiar with his service, but it's obvious that anybody that contributes that tenure of contribution to both Marin County and Nevada County deserves an award. And please pass along my appreciation for his service here to Nevada County.
With that, and Elaine, I guess I'm going to say thank you too, because you came up here probably to retire, and then he went to work.
He loved it.
And he did.
Loved it.
I have only heard so many things about James Dalbon. Yeah. So, but thank you for supporting that. That's the other part it always takes too, doesn't it? So, and we're just so pleased that you could be here. So with that, though, we would love to do a presentation, and if you guys would come forward, we have a beautiful certificate and a challenge coin that we'd like you to take to Jim, and again, express our deep felt appreciation for all he did for Nevada County.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to move into our general public comment this morning. So members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter's jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. Please direct your comments to the board, not the audience. In the interest of civil disclosure, it's the responsibility of the chair to ensure public comments are conducted in such a manner that avoids disruptive activity, promotes mutual respect, and keeps comments focused on the issues. Okay, so with that, I'm going to open public comment. And Jim, welcome this morning.
Thank you, Jim Bear. And thanks for being so gracious. I appreciate it. Today, I've expanded my documentation review regarding the draft EIR for the Rise Gold Mine. I've looked at the county database of draft EIR comment letters up to April 5th and going into great detail on that. And I'm going to give you some copies that might help explain it. So basically, there are 10 categories in the DEIR comments database, which has about 2,800 files. While reviewing the contents of each of those 10 categories, I have found that many entries are questionable. I'll give you some examples. Many of the so-called comments are not comments at all. Many are form letters with the same exact content. The most common entry is a project support card that argues Nevada County is in tremendous need of new well-paying jobs, and Risegrass Valley is creating 600 new jobs. Is this a fact? I'd like to know. The 1,100 project support cards were created by Rise Gold Mine. They're from a bulk mailer to thousands of county voters, and a subset were mailed prepaid to the county. They show support for the mine, but have no reference to the DEIR whatsoever. Other comment letters are called form letters, and I'm attaching some examples of these, but they are not comments on the DEIR, as defined by CEQA. A second questionable set of form letters is labeled subject only, and entries contain automatic emails that were actually faked to be for the mine from individuals against the mine, who I know personally in many cases, and used automatically generated content. They had duplicates. Emails from an out-of-town organization called oneclickpolitics.com in Washington, D.C. I anticipate I'll find more questionable comments as I review the database. In the meantime, I urge the county to reorganize the database, separating DEIR comments per CEQA from opinion pieces. It might be prudent to separate legitimate comments from fake ones, machine-generated and content-free entries from real ones, etc. I'm going to give these comments to the clerk of the board and hope they're useful in your understanding of this momentous decision that is coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to continue on now with, this is general public comment. This is anything that's not on the agenda today.
Hi there. My name's Brenda, and I'm Dan Miller's district. I'm up here. I can't get said what I need to say in 3 minutes, but I have so many issues. Everything's turning into all you care about is affordable housing, redoing parks, redoing downtown. What about all the issues we have? What about the homeless drug addicts? What about the people running the streets? I have to carry weapons to walk my dog at nighttime now. I'm literally sick of it. I do garbage walks on my own. I go with a friend and her 3-year-old son. Our town is a mess. It is literally a mess. Last night, walking home from underneath the freeway up to Empire Market, there was 5 homeless guys. I kept crossing the street as they were approaching me. So you need to do something about it. I can give you an example right now. If you look in the jail, there's one George who had a list of charges because they just keep taking him. Why do you move people on? Why do you keep moving people on that are drugged out and high and walking our streets? Is that okay to move people along, let them go to the next neighborhood? Let's let them move over. I saw 4 people from Sutton that were in downtown Grass Valley last night, running amok. You take things like August 9th, when there was this big supposedly riot and the phone got thrown in the drain. Yet Matthew Coulter gets his phone taken, gets it thrown down, gets assaulted in public, and his bicycle thrown in the street, and the guy gets a ticket. It's okay? You're playing games? Does Matthew know too much about you? He knows a lot of the inside stuff. I'm getting sick of it. The hospitality house, what do? Who are they moving on? I was with a group, I sent them a 6-page letter with 26 questions. They wouldn't answer one because they don't have the time to answer one. Come on, come on. I think the person that did, he'd be rolling over in his grave right now if he knew what was going on there. You know, I know people that stayed there. You know what you can get there? You can go in there and get your drugs. You can go in there and get your drugs. Yeah, they test for alcohol. They might have a cop come by to check someone, but you all need to spend a night listening to the scanner and find out what goes on around here, because I think your priorities will change. I've talked to many people staying in the Gold Miners Inn. They will never come back to our town again. It's scary for them. They go get their dinner and they go back to the hotel at nighttime. I should say it's the hell outside. Is this what you want, Representative? Our town? I walk all over by myself. I pick up garbage. Where's the people? Our streets are trashed. Who's in charge of picking up garbage? You all need to rethink what you're doing. I personally think every single one of you needs to be recalled. You all need to be recalled. You need to figure out how to do your fucking job.
Thank you, Brenda. No. You know what, you guys? I totally believe Brenda's totally right on. When I first moved here in 1972, these streets were clean. These streets were spotless. I mean, absolutely spotless. And look at it now. Grass Valley is turning into a ghetto. Hello, can you hear me? Is it okay? And that's sad. And we need to do something about the homeless people. And because this business of just building, and not taking care of what's really going on. I mean, I'm even scared to be running around town. So, you know, put your bootstraps on, do something about it, and stop sweeping it under the rug. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson.
Paul Jerry Carner. Now, when I was in Oroville, I went to a dentist for dental work, and he replaced one of my caps with an oversized crown. What he did was this. He put it on my tooth real quick, said I ordered it oversized, ran out of the room, and then lied saying I liked it. Medi-Cal said, well, he said you liked it. Okay, so now I've got this partial here. And first I want to show it to you, and I want you to notice it's nearly straight. They're supposed to replace the 3 front teeth, and they're all curved, supposed to be. It matches on one side properly on the inside of my teeth, like everybody else's does. On the other side, they matched it on the outside of the oversized crown. They made it longer on one side so it would choke me. They made this part sag so that I couldn't speak. My tongue catches on it when I try to wear it. Now I'm going to put it in so you can see it. And I'm going to open my mouth so you can see I have all my back teeth. I lost these because I was attacked. Once I was hit by a truck. That's why I lost my front teeth. I take very good care of my teeth. I'm going to be going over to Auburn, and I'm going to be discussing it with these people. Ooh. They refused to replace the bottom bridge too. They said Dentacal doesn't pay for that. You can see I've got all my back teeth, they're all white. They match in color, which means none of them are capped. I wanted y'all to know I'm going to go there and I'm going to return with whatever they give me next time from Auburn. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any more public comment?
Hello, good morning. I'm Sarah, and I'm from District 1. I'm here just to voice a concern about echo chamber that's going on in our local government. It's here, it's amongst the school boards. We need some diversity in times in which we hold hearings that should be for public. Right now, you have board meetings twice a month. They're at 9 a.m. I have the blessing to be a stay-at-home mom. So sometimes you guys see my Rugrats with me. Not everyone has that luxury to attend here physically. And there's a lot of things that happen here that doesn't get recorded in the minutes that I think is very valuable for the public to have the opportunity to view and to see, especially when it comes to body language upon opposing ideas. My kids, when I do bring them, they've seen it amongst the board, and it's unfortunate. Our nation was founded on people with different views. So if you guys get a warm, fuzzy feeling in here one too many times, we're doing something wrong. There needs to be more people in here with opposing views. And those views need to be listened to, because that's the only way this nation is going to be united again. That's it.
Thank you, Sarah.
Hi.
Good morning.
My name's Michael Taylor, District 1. I have some concerns. I sat in here, I think, 2 weeks ago and listened to the presentation on how to do public speaking. And then there was a gentleman that spoke about some problems he was seeing with public speaking. And it was a little bit offensive to watch Dan's response to that person. I think laughing and doing whatever gyrations that he thinks is okay sitting there in that chair is not acceptable. And then I've seen a similar issue when he was chair. It might have been opposing drones. I think Don Pearson, or the rattlesnake guy, came right after somebody else wanted to speak and asked for 5 minutes. And he denied that person 5 minutes because of someone that it appeared to me that he didn't like. Then when Dan or the rattlesnake guy got up and started speaking, Dan said, "Would you like 5 minutes? You represent ASA." And ASA doesn't even exist anymore. But he basically gave that person 5 minutes and then looked at the other person and kind of laughed at him. I think that behavior is really unacceptable. And then, Heidi, you were chair at one point, and I started to speak publicly, and you shut me down. And you shut me down because you knew I was going to speak about county staff. And I didn't realize my rights then to speak were if it's a public interest that I could speak about it. And this particular situation was something that I wrote the Board of Supervisors about, and it was a code compliance officer, David Kopp, 2 days after we closed down the county and everybody was told to stay home, showed up at somebody's door, called him from a cell phone, went to the guy's door. The guy told him that he is sick in bed. He knocks on the guy's door. He didn't answer the door, and then proceeded to go through his property. This person wrote me at that time I was running for supervisor, complaining that this issue existed. These are things that we should be able to share with you guys and not be shut down. And I remember you actually looking at looking at Heidi, like, where did that come from? Why did you shut him down? Literally, I said 2 or 3 words, and you shut me down. So I think we've got to if we don't want division in the community, I think we need to create practices at the board level that you guys look at us, acknowledge us, don't laugh, say thank you, and let it go. It's not personal, Dan. And somehow you're making it personal, and you're creating the division in our community. You're shaking your head even now.
So
you're shaking.
Talk to me, Michael.
Okay. He's shaking his head, and that creates the division in the community. And I really think we need to look at creating unity in the community. And that behavior is not conducive to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there any other public comment this morning? Okay, then, Julie, is there anybody online, or do we have any written public comment?
We do have a caller, Chair.
Okay, let's bring the caller in.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Anybody home?
Oh, we are. Good morning, Matthew.
Hello. Good morning. I'd like to bring up a couple of things today. Last week, or maybe it was the week before, a car hit one telephone pole in front of KNCO and knocked him off the air. That's our emergency radio station. We need to do more to keep our emergency contacts online. So when the power goes out, which it often does, as we know, because we fail to hold PG&E accountable to our county, even though they started here. And that's your guys' job, is to deal with these corporations that are screwing us. But for some reason, you're just spreading our cheeks for them. And I don't get it, but I know you're all benefiting from it greatly. Let's talk about the bus. I'd like to ride the bus over there and go to your meeting, but it's so dangerous and the roads are so rough that I have to wear like 2 back braces just to make it across town on the bus. The roads are so bad. Some shocks would be nice on the buses. That's something that is normally maintenance, and it's been needed for years. This Gold Country bus sign change to Nevada County Connects, hundreds of Gold Country stage signs at all the bus stops, dozens of bus stops with no benches. It's really difficult to ride the bus here. Locally, I've requested that you guys do it and spend an hour on the bus so you can experience it, because I know a lot of money's going into it, but it is really, really messed up and dangerous. The fairgrounds, I was out there looking at that. I wish someone would pick up the trash, lining the entire street across the front of the fairgrounds from people going to and from the dump. I hope somebody will pick that up to represent our community as a place that has lots of trash on the ground everywhere. You can basically step from piece of trash to piece of trash along our roadways now. Pretty messed up. Veteran housing here in the county. I started out about 4 years ago paying $825. Now my rent is $1,800. My building was just sold by the people that owned it and Bay Area folks that now have it. So that's $1,800 if I sign a 1-year lease. And when I call my veterans administration here in town and ask them for help, you know what they told me? Literally, squat. They told me to squat. That was their solution to my rental problem here in town with the housing. I find that unacceptable as a response. So, in conclusion, I'll be talking about something on the agenda that is connected to this, but disturbing things are happening in town, and it just seems to be a few people that are in charge and doing it. So I'll be glad when they move to Tennessee.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Any other callers, Julie?
That's the only caller, Chair.
Okay, and no other, is there any other public comment in the chambers? Okay, with that then, I will close public comment. I was just gonna say there. Okay, so there's good public comment here. We do take note of these. We'll try and get back with some of the questions. I'd like to be aware sometimes that we don't have a lot of authority in Grass Valley. That's not our authority. We do the county, so, but we're happy to listen to those comments and we can pass them on to that administrative part of the cities. And then we'll get with the buses. I rode the bus the other day and I didn't quite have that experience that Matthew's having, but I might not have been on the same route. So we'll look into some of those items, and we do appreciate public comment. And I just want to put out sometimes body language. I get it. It's a little difficult, but I think everybody here is trying to do the best job they can. And we look back and go through the chairs through COVID and all the work that everyone did. Does everyone make some mistakes and try to do better? We certainly do. This county's done well. We keep moving forward. We are represented through our areas very well. And, but do all of us think we can do better? Certainly. I know I can. This morning I messed something up all by myself, but you know, we work hard. We put a lot of time into this, and we do love what we do, and we do love this community. And so with that, we're gonna move on to our next part of the day, which is consent. So our consent calendar today, and these items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They're either renewal contracts or amendments or item that has previously come before the board. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions to hear discussion on items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. The supervisors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there's adequate reason to remove an item from consent. If an item is pulled by the board member, the concerned questions will be asked by the members, and then, but the public will not be addressed. No further public comment regarding the item will be received. So first, and today we have our consent calendar, which is items 3 through 27. And first, I'll just ask if any member of my board has anything they'd like to pull. Okay, so next, I would say I'm going to open up public comment on the consent agenda. And Julie, do we have anyone online?
Yes, Chair, we have one caller.
And do we have any written comments for consent?
There's no written comments today.
Okay, let's bring in our caller for consent items.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
And again, I want to say those are items 3 through 27. Caller, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me? This is Matthew Coulter. I think it's 22. I didn't write down the number. It's 22-0913. And that's on the $3,000 for the veterans sign upgrade at the county line.
Let's see, is that not?
Can I speak on that?
Yeah, go ahead and make your comments, Matthew. I don't think that's 23 though.
My comment on that is $3,000 for 7 signs, and it's at the county lines, and it says Nevada County, supports veterans. And you talk the talk, but you don't walk the walk. So I'm just wondering why we're spending all this money to promote ourselves as something that we are not.
Thank you.
As I look out my window at Memorial Park, which was dedicated to the World War I veterans of Nevada County, that is just being destroyed over there. We have a little tiny island left, a veteran area in Memorial Park. The rest of it has been turned into a sports complex park, which I've been attacked by the workers over there multiple times. I have multiple police reports on it about the workers over there drinking, using drugs, driving tractors into our memorials and destroying them, literally in court, under oath. The head contractor from the project, who tried to get a restraining order on me for taking pictures of them doing this, admitted that they ran into the World War I clock tower with tractors, and he literally asked me to supply him with a stonemason that can repair it. Because they don't have the capability. They can break stuff, but they can't fix it. Now, the veterans are very disrespected in this community. If you go to the fairgrounds, there is a bridge on Brighton Street. It is dedicated to the 3 Marines that died in the Sand Wars, correct? There's a pile of homeless stuff right there at the memorial that everyone's going to walk by and go, wow, look at these 3 Marines that died for us. Who's this guy that's camping underneath them? Is he their brother, maybe, that doesn't have a place to live in Nevada County? I don't know, but it looks like hell.
So Matthew, I have a question. So you had a question about the signs. Do you want, I mean, do you have an issue or question about placing the signs?
It's a total waste of money. I have a collection of pictures of signs. They're laying on the ground that say stop, yield, freeway, warning, curve, freaking cliff, die here. It is ridiculous, this whole sign thing and the sign pollution that's going on in town. You show me one sign that shows the entrance to Grass Valley that has the elevation and the population on it. They've all been scratched out, torn down, removed. City lines have been changed. It's just crazy what's going on with the sign pollution here. And a lot of it's plastic signs that rot in a year and then freaking wash into the creek.
All right,
So
thank you,
we're
Matthew.
totally
I'll have to,
gone so far
I'll have to do
backwards on
some,
our sign ordinance thing. So
Okay.
please don't do this.
Thank you,
Ridiculous. It's
Matthew.
an insult to veterans. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there any other public comment on consent, items 3 through 27? Would you come up to the podium? Thank you.
My name's Diana Runnels, and
Diana, pull the mic down a little bit for you, would you? Thank you, appreciate it.
my name's Diana Runnels, and I've met some of you and worked with you. I guess I was a little bit taken aback here by the recent comment about the signs, because that's basically my project. And I think as I'm kind of managing the military appreciation program via the VSO office, and I kind of took this on as having traveled through different states and cities in our state, and seeing how the different regions are trying to honor their veterans and to bring awareness in basically about our veteran communities, because Nevada County is a huge veteran community. It's like over 10,000 veterans in Nevada County alone. So I certainly did this with all goodwill. And I had gone out and identified a lot of locations. Public Works was incredibly supportive and helpful through the entire process, and then they ultimately put this resolution together. Hardy Bullock, I know, went out himself and identified a couple of areas, locations in Nevada, or in the Truckee area, because I was kind of lost locating that. And what I had recommended, and then what ultimately was approved, was that they definitely, based on a lot of kind of rules, regulations, whatever, they had to be at the county lines. They couldn't be at a place like a little bit removed, whereas a lot of them are in the middle of bridges, because our county is bordered by rivers. So they can't be in the middle of a bridge, but I think they'll be nearby. But they're not going to be within the city and whatever. They're going to be at entry points into Nevada County, which are several. There's 7 signs identified that were approved via what's allowed to be input to Caltrans, because this is Caltrans. Caltrans actually has the standard sign as an approved sign for the state of California. So that was kind of the starting point, and then trying to implement within our county. I know I've driven around Placer County, and they have signs there that look great, whatever. Some of them are in what you'd think of as an odd location, but it happens to be the county line. So I just wanted to give kind of that background, and I'm certainly available for, to contact me further about any questions that might be raised, because it's basically me.
All right,
That is
thank you so
managing.
much, appreciate that.
Thank you.
Any other items on consent? Okay. Julie, anybody else online? Any written?
No, that was the only caller, and we've received no letters.
Okay, well, with that, we will close the consent agenda, and I'll go back to my board. Any thing they'd like to look at or questions?
I'd like to move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the consent agenda. All those, Julie, will you call the roll?
Thank you, yes. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
And District 4?
District 4, yes. Okay, so I just want to be clear again, Memorial Park is in the city, not in the county, but we will reach out with some of those concerns, and we can send those messages on to them. That's not an area that we have any authority in. So at this time now, I would like to recess as the Nevada County Board of Supervisors, and we are going to reconvene as the Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1 Board of Directors. And with that, I would like to call that meeting to order. And our first item today will be their consent calendar. Same thing, these items are expected to be routine, non-controversial. The board will act on them at once without discussion. A board member may request to have an item removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask a question or hear discussion on an item listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board, and then the supervisors will take those concerns under consideration and decide if there's a reason to remove them from consent. So our consent item today is item 28A and B. And I would open public comment. Okay, Julie, is there anybody online or is there
Yes.
any written?
Chair Hook, we do have one caller waiting.
Okay, we'll take that caller, please.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Good morning, good morning. We're doing consent, are you there?
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing, to tell you the truth.
Oh,
Am I
okay,
on the
Matthew,
radio?
this is
Or on the
consent
live?
agenda for the sanitation district. It's items 28A, which is a contract for the wastewater management, and B is their regular minutes from the last meeting.
Great. Can I comment on our waste situation here?
This is,
Would you like?
actually, this isn't about waste, it's about the sewer treatment plant in Pin Valley.
Excellent. That sounds like a good thing to talk about.
Okay,
Yeah, I saw that you guys posted that online today, that sewage plant of our, what do we have, 9 or 11 sewage treatment plants on the west slope? And that is obviously the best one. You guys should promote that one. But the other ones are hanging by a thread, constantly fined by the state. And I don't understand why we are using our creeks to get rid of our waste product. I mean, I understand it. It's expedient. I get it. But unless somebody calls it in or they get caught, Nevada City and Valley, no one knows anything about it. So the management's just dumping the sewage down the creek, and then people are getting sick. People in the creeks with their dogs and their kids, their wildwood getting E. coli, and everyone's just like, we don't know where it's coming from. Well, let's see where it's coming. It's coming from your sewage treatment plants, kids. Check them out.
so Matthew, this
Okay,
item
the
that we're doing
highly
today,
qualified
Matthew, can I just bring this back? So what this is a contract for some sludge removal that's going to come out of Pin Valley wastewater treatment. It's not about all the plants. Today, it's just about this contract to work out of the Pin Valley District Zone 6.
Good. That's interesting because Grass Valley sludge pit is dry. I wish they'd remove the sludge, but they wait till the rains come and they just open the valves and let it go down the creek. So thank you, Penn Valley, for doing the right.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Is there any other comments on consent for the sanitation district? With that, I'll close public comment, and I will come back to the board. And I would entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda, or the
So moved.
consent items.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
And District 4?
District 4, yes.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Torres is here, and I think, he doesn't have to say anything, but it needs to be made clear, we're not draining waste into the creeks.
No, that's a great, and if you,
There's
thank
a
you.
huge fine when those types of things happen.
All of our plant effluent is monitored continuously. If there's any kind of a violation or anything like that, we redirect to a storage pond until we're able to correct the issue. And the plants that Mr. Coulter was addressing, Nevada City and Grass Valley are not maintained by the sanitation district. Those are city municipalities. I'm sure that they do their best to maintain their operations just like we do, but I don't even have in recent memory the last time we received a fine from any state jurisdiction or any of our regulatory agencies due to poor performance of our treatment systems.
Thanks, Brad, appreciate that. Okay. So with that, we are going to, I'm going to adjourn Nevada County Sanitation District Number 1. Oh, we did, didn't we? Oh, we didn't.
Yeah, we do need general public comment on the sanitation district.
Oh, okay, so I will open up general public comment for the sanitation district. So not for consent to general, but anything that's not on the agenda.
Apologize. I was not listening clearly. Did he mention that there hasn't been any citations for related with issues with the
With our zones?
Yeah.
Yeah, right now, we're actually, yeah, go ahead, Brad, would you mind answering that question?
Thank you.
So I said recent memory because I've been here since 2014. We have not had any violations that we've had or been cited for as a treatment facilities since 2014. Before that, there was a few, I don't recall what those were at the moment, but we had entered into an agreement with the state. We did a stream reconciliation program, things like that to correct the issues.
Okay. I think we've met in person and we talked about.
We gotta do it this way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I believe we met in person and we talked about Cascade Shores. And I thought I was in the understanding that there were citations issued with Cascade Shores.
So we have good news about Cascade Shores as things move. You want to bring some of that up? We met some new classifications. Go ahead.
So the issue with Cascade Shores had to do with, as the treatment plant was coming online, they had done an upgrade project to bring it into compliance. That project was postponed due to a landslide. When that plant did come online, the state requirements for the effluent had changed. So there were copper and zinc issues with them being able to meet those requirements. We entered into a time schedule order with the State Water Board, which gives us a time period to try to correct those issues. The Water Board has come into agreement. They actually changed our effluent requirements because our effluent is so low. It's only about 14,000 gallons a day. Goes into Gas Canyon Creek, which we are the contributor into Gas Canyon Creek, so it's not considered a waterway that is contributing to local pollution or anything like that. The requirements of our effluent is very minimal, a couple parts per million, really. So we had a very cooperative state regulatory agency with work. Currently, we're not in threat of fines or violations due to copper or zinc.
Okay, I appreciate that. I just thought I heard that we have never had citations, and I thought I knew that there were citations associated with that particular one.
No, not a problem. That's,
All right.
we're just a
All right,
good,
thank you.
it's a good move. We're moving forward. We're moving ahead. Okay, so any other public comment?
We do have one caller, Chair.
Okay. Bring the caller. Was it not Matthew already commented?
Oh,
no,
he
had
commented on
he was
consent.
Yeah, no, bring Matthew in.
No. Can we bring the caller in, please?
Hi, Matthew Coulter. I have to discount what Brad says because I go to the meetings, I hear about the sewage losses. The electrician for the county and other environmental things from the county are hired by the municipalities to deal with these things because they don't have enough staff to deal with a lot of this environmental stuff, both for Grass Valley and Nevada City. Nevada City was fined heavily for dumping into the creek that runs into Wildwood. And if you guys aren't aware of what's going on in our waterways and you want to just say, hey, that's someone else's problem, then keep doing what you're doing. Because you can walk down to any creek, smell any tributary that's coming into any creek locally in these towns, and it smells horrific. Like sewage, raw fuel, all kinds of stuff that people want to get rid of. And like I said, I sent you guys a highly qualified individual. He lasted a week with the county because he was so disgusted with what was going on at your plants. And you were going to use his license. He didn't want his license tied to your guys' mess. And that was all the plants that he was able to look at. So we can't even hire good people in many cases because they don't want to be liable. So please deal with our sewage in an appropriate manner and don't think that it's someone else's problem. I've got pictures of raw sewage running on the city streets, even at the hospital, that they don't clean up. 30, 40 feet long of raw sewage running out of a hole. It just sits there and dries. That's unacceptable. Coming out of the National Hotel, running down Broad Street, nobody cleans it up. Unacceptable. Let's pick up our poop, please.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. So Brad, do you want to could you just clear that again? We only have our zones that we manage.
All right. So we have 10 wastewater treatment zones in Nevada County. Nothing inside of the city limits of Grass Valley, Nevada City, and nothing on eastern Nevada County. We're all located in kind of the rural satellite districts here between Lake Wildwood, North San Juan, Lake of the Pines, Eden Range. Well, I could list them all, but they're all small satellite districts, nothing inside of the city limits.
Yeah, and all our creeks are water monitored from where our plants are.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we have monitoring where it comes off of, like, specifically Penn Valley or Lake Wildwood, Lake of the Pines. Those are big.
All of those. We monitor effluent upstream, point of contact with the waterways, and downstream to make sure that we're reporting those accurately to the water board.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Okay, so with that, I'm going to close public comment. And does the board have any questions for public comment? No? We're good. We don't do that. So now we're going to adjourn as Nevada County Senate District 1 Board of Directors, and we're going to reconvene as Nevada County Board of Supervisors. So, and with that, I'm just going to ask anybody, does anybody need a little break? Because we actually have a scheduled 10:30. So we have a few minutes if everyone wants to take a stretch and.
And Chair Hook, item number 30 with Director Kristen Nyes, they are ready to present per your direction if that's needed.
Okay, we can do this. Does everyone need a break? Or do you want to move on to item 30? Okay, we're good. So if, do you want to get a couple, okay, let's just take a minute while Chris gets up here and then we'll get started right back. Just give us a couple minutes. This is a presentation.
say something. I need to say something.
Okay, so.
Said you're gonna turn over to Grass Valley. I just drove home.
Okay, so like right now, we're not in that, but if you'd like to meet afterwards of a meeting, staff is out here and we're very happy to speak with you.
And Chair Hook, the Assistant CEO has been in touch with Brenda, and we're happy to follow up with you. We do.
I'm gonna call him.
Okay, and we do appreciate you, Eslyn. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'm tired of it. Like, they're watering weeds on the freeway. Why aren't they out there with a weed whacker?
That's Caltrans, so let's talk to Caltrans.
It's everyone. But you said turn it over to Grass Valley. It's not Grass Valley.
Okay,
It's
well, we're,
Nevada County.
let's talk after the fact.
I'm going home now and I'm gonna call the CEO.
Okay,
You're not doing what you're.
okay. Thank you. So we are going to go to item 30 right now. And Kristen Nyes, I'll let you start this presentation on the new policy.
Thank you, Chair Hook. Members of the board, Chris Nyes here today as your acting building director. With me is Nick McBurney. He's our supervising building inspector, plans examiner within the building department. We're here to present the building department's policy on the unpermitted improvements and expired building permits within the building department. First, before I turn over to Nick, I just want to express my gratitude and appreciation to our previous building director, building department staff, and the as-built policy group for their many hours working on this policy. This is a progressive policy that reaffirms our commitment to working in partnership and collaboration with our community and residents. And we're very proud of this policy. And we know there's more work to be done, but this is a really good first step. So with that, I want to turn over to Nick to give a presentation.
Great. Chair Hook and members of the Board of Supervisors, good morning. What you have before you is the land use permitting associated with pre-existing unpermitted improvements and expired building permits, and we'll unpack that as we go along here. This was adopted July 1st of 2022, and the as-built policy advisory group was formed, developed, and the policy developed over the course of a year and included members of the public and county staff. The initial discussions were much more broad in terms of as-built construction, and as things progressed along, we came to consensus on what you're going to see today as being smart policy and policy that's going to support additional permitting within our jurisdiction. Some definitions just to start, so we have a common understanding. Over-the-counter permits, these are small permits, which they don't require a plan review or very small plan review, and can be quickly issued on the same day at the counter. Express permits, these are descriptions that are used within our permitting software. So here again, we have similar type of projects which are small in nature and can very easily be issued. I'm just going to read the policy just for reference here. When customers proactively apply for building permits and land use entitlements, it is the goal of the department to ensure their improvements are completed legally, safely, and meet all minimum land use standards. Providing this service in a non-punitive way supports the department's mission. The approval of any building permit and/or land use entitlement in no way legalizes any other existing unpermitted improvements. So there are 4 procedures that go along with this policy. The first procedure is about customer inquiries. A customer, and this has been policy, but it's now been put into specific language. A customer can come into our office, they can discuss with us construction on their property, which is unpermitted, ask questions, get advice, and be given clear direction on how to legalize those developments, structures, without any punitive action being taken by our department. So there's no code enforcement, there's no, notice registered on their parcel, et cetera. And so this is just stated clearly in the policy. The next procedure is about express and over-the-counter permits. And prior to this, when we had an express permit, say we're doing a re-roof, it's a very simple example. We would actually check aerial photography of the parcel, and we would check permit history. And then with that, if we found that there was a violation, we see a barn, but there's no barn in the permit history, we would hold the issuance of the re-roof permit until we had an application for the barn. So there's an impediment, and for a person who's trying to do a re-roof project, it could oftentimes be a huge slowdown, because it could be weeks or months before a person could get plans, engineering, et cetera, for a structure. Under this policy, we no longer look at permit history and review it in comparison to aerial photography. And so we're allowing people a much more clear path to simple permits that can be issued over the counter. And so that's the first procedure. The second, pardon me, this is the third procedure. The first was with our customers who come to the counter. Our second is with express permits. And the third is if we have a full permit, say someone is applying for a secondary dwelling unit or a house, and we see an expired express permit or over-the-counter permit. Again, in the past, that would have held the issuance of the larger permit, but under this policy, the larger permit can be issued, and it becomes an educational opportunity for us just to send them a letter or let them know that this is something that should be rectified, but that doesn't have to be in order for the main permit to be issued.
Chair Hook, I'm sorry to interrupt. We seem to be having a break in this video stream. Can we take a short break so we can figure out what's going on?
Okay, so sorry, Nick, but we'll just be a minute, so everyone just be patient and we'll try and get back up here. Take a minute and stretch your legs if you need to, and then we'll resume as soon as we're back online. I think that could be. outage in Nevada City. We've been very fortunate to continue running with our generative system. And so with that, we're just going to take a few more minutes and hopefully we can come back online. It was supposed
And
to.
it was such a good presentation.
It is. It's a
Going
great
great.
presentation. So we'll just take a little bit more of a break and I apologize to everyone. Should be able to tune into channel 17 in Western Nevada County, 17 and 18 in Eastern. You can watch our YouTube channel, and you can also listen by calling in that 415 number, 665-0001. Okay, so we are going to continue now with our presentation on our new land use permitting. And Nick, take it away.
Great, thank you. So we've covered 3 of the 4 procedures: customer inquiries, the ability to issue an express permit if there are expired permits on the property, and then the ability to issue, larger, more complicated permits if there's an expired permit that is an express permit or an over-the-counter permit. And so the last procedure is just relates to the review of land use entitlements, and basically we do a standard review of those entitlements, and then if we see unpermitted improvements that are on the parcel, we basically just make a comment, and that comment is entered into the record. And so I think that's pretty much how things have always been done there. Again, it brings it into a more well-defined state. Let me just read this imminent threat. The aforementioned procedures for all 4 service areas are conditional that any unpermitted improvements do not pose an imminent threat to fire, life, and/or safety to the community and/or the environment as determined by the building official. If an imminent threat of fire, life, and safety is known, investigation and enforcement may be required. So there's always that proviso that while we have these procedures in place in these areas of service, if there's something that is an imminent threat, then we would take action to remedy it. My contact information, and that concludes the slideshow.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to open up to questions from my board. Who would like to start? Hardy, you ready?
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions related to permits that enter into the system and then languish. And I think when 2 neighboring homeowners are involved in a parcel tightly next to each other, and one person pulls a permit to do a septic or a remodel, and then they languish on in time. Can you just describe a little bit about our process and how we handle that, both from the applicant perspective and also the neighbor perspective?
So if the applicant takes no action in the situation, and it's not that there's an impediment, but it's that they have just chosen not to continue with the process?
Yep.
Yes. So in that situation, when a permit expires, we have someone in our department who sends out letters to the applicants. We do have a large backlog of expired permits, but they're being addressed as we move along. And so the applicant should get a letter notifying them that their permit is expired, and then directing them to contact our office and, let us know what it is they'd like to do. Permits can be reinstated if it's been a short period of time since it expired, or they might have to come back and reapply for a new permit. Or they may just call and say, we don't want to proceed. And this can be during the application phase before a permit's been issued, which is, I think, what we're talking about. It can also be in a situation where a permit's issued and no action is taken. So there's applications and permits.
Right, and there's a combination of all these different variables probably that come into play on the timing with the permit and them doing their part and us doing inspections and things. If it relates to sanitary things like septic and sewer, how is the public health involved in that, and what would be the time frame if there was a triggering element that was kind of like, hey, we need to do this right now? Would building and enforcement come out and take immediate action on that, whether the permit was pulled, not pulled?
I don't know the answer to that question, actually. It's probably a public.
Environmental health.
Yeah, an environmental health question.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, that's the only question I have. Thank you.
Okay, Ed?
Thank you, Chris. Nick. I think I like this policy. Seems like we have been through a number of these where a roof is being put on or a solar, and turns out it's a barn, like a great example, that's not permitted, and what they've had to go through to get that solar or roof put on. So I really like this. I'm not clear, though, if it is on a unpermitted building, or even if you see you're going to make a comment. I don't quite know what that means. I mean, at some point, those buildings should become permitted, and it should not be an issue even 20 years down the road, which some of this stuff has been. So can you clarify that?
I can. In the situation where, say, a roof mount solar is being installed on a barn that's not permitted, it would need to be permitted. So the policy does not allow you to construct or alter an unpermitted structure. So that's the case here. And the review of land use entitlements, where we review all of their conditional use permits, et cetera, the research that we do does include commenting on instances where there appears to be development or structures built without permits. So that's for land use entitlements specifically.
So this is primarily if a unpermitted structure is seen that is not part of the actual permit that's being requested. Is that what we're saying here?
Seen in aerial photography, that's correct, as part of the review that's done in the office.
Okay. Yeah, and it is noted, though?
In the case of an express permit, there is no note made. There is no record of it in the case of an express permit being permitted or issued. The policy reads that way.
Okay.
Can I just say something? Yeah, but let's be clear. So if you're applying for one of those permits, it would have to be on a permitted building.
That's correct.
Yeah, so like if you went in for your roof, your house had to been permitted. If you were doing the electrical, it had to be on your house that's permitted, not on an unpermitted structure, correct?
That's correct.
If I may, Supervisor Schofield, the intention of the policy is really to prevent what I call like the spiraling effect, downward spiral, where, an unpermitted chicken coop would hold up future permits, whether it be a solar array or a re-roof. So really to try to get kind of some incentive for our residents to come in and actually get some of their work permitted, because otherwise the current, or the way the policy was before, was that, a chicken coop could hold up any other type of permit. And so we want to kind of get away from that and really have our residents be proactive in coming in and getting permits for their new work, as well as try to push them along to get those existing work done, but not being punitive in that sense.
Speaking of chicken coops.
Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, you love chicken
Thank you,
coops.
Dan. Thank you for the clarification.
On change of ownership on property, if there is an unpermitted chicken coop, or there's a chicken coop that's too close to the property line, is whose responsibility is to have that unpermitted coop torn down or permitted? Where's the responsibility lie there? Does it rely with the realtor or the seller of the property?
I do know that it is not a required disclosure during a real estate transaction to do the research necessary to determine if there are structures on the property that are not permitted. So it's a question of due diligence on the part of the buyer. And if the buyer can determine that this chicken coop needs to be torn down, that becomes part of the negotiation, I would think.
Or if there's an unpermitted shed, something along those lines. So it's the seller's or the buyer's responsibility to do their due diligence. Okay.
I would say so, and as soon as they purchase that property, they purchase all the potential violations that exist on it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
But let's just, what this would do is if you bought a piece of property, and that's what's there, and you wanted to do a remodel on your house, but there was a chicken pen there that wasn't there, that chicken pen would not hold up the remodel on the house.
That's correct.
That is correct.
Thanks. Chris, you mentioned that you had a group of people working on this policy with input from the public. Others, can you talk a little bit more about what that process was?
The process was initiated by Craig Griesbach, the previous building official. And so there was a broader, we took a broader look at as-built construction as a whole, looking at how we process as-built permits, what our procedures are if we see a project that's being built without a permit. And then also these in-office operations, how we research and enforce or try and kind of get permits issued for these types of things. Again, it happened since July. There were members from the community, real estate agent, general contractor, someone from code, a couple of people from our office were involved, someone from the Nevada County Contractors Association. And this was the consensus, this was the area where we reached consensus on something that we could agree was a good idea. I think that the research, kind of the effort is ongoing as we look at as-built processes.
Great, that's very helpful. And I think this is part of our bigger picture, sort of looking at how we can make the departments more efficient and more responsive to the public. So I appreciate that you brought in all those people and that you've clarified this policy. And it does feel like it's a little more user-friendly, giving people who may not be aware the time to figure out how to get those unpermitted structures permitted without holding up something that might be bigger and better, but still putting them on track, hopefully, to eventually get that permitted. So I think having this clarified in writing is going to be very helpful, and I appreciate the work y'all put in.
Okay, so one question, just give me an example of imminent threat.
An example of imminent threat would be a structure that looked like it was ready to fall over, in a sense, something like that. It could be raw sewage. It could be exposed electrical wiring that's arcing and could potentially electrify somebody.
Okay.
The absence of smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, that's actually not a good example.
No, those are pretty good ones you just gave.
Those are good examples.
Yeah, those are
of
good
imminent threat.
examples.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you, Nick. Okay, with that, I'm going to open up public comment, and we'll go to the chambers first. That's you or Barbara, whoever wants to come first. Michael? Barbara, come on up.
Good morning, Chair Hook and supervisors. My name is Barbara Bashel. I'm the Government Affairs Manager for the Nevada County Contractors Association. I was one of the representatives on the as-built advisory group, along with one of Ray Byers, who is a solar and roofing contractor, and Mimi Simmons with the Board of Realtors. So it was a good group, and we had some really good discussions. So with that, and we've had a lot of discussions, as Nick pointed out, and I hope to continue those discussions. While this new unpermitted improvement policy is a small step in the work that needs to be done on the overall problem, it is a significant step forward for our contractors, as you've heard, who install all of the permits that you've heard, solar panels, electrical additions and remodels, where they can now pull permits and not be delayed or have their work canceled because of unrelated non-permitted work. So this was a huge issue for our contractors when homeowners find out that they have unpermitted, structures, or they know, and a lot of time that work gets canceled and then it gets done with no permits again. So I think this policy goes a long way to encourage people to come in and at least get the permits that they want to upgrade their properties. So I'm anxious to continue the work to address the continuing issue of getting these non-permitted structures permitted. I think this is the hardest part of the work because it's not easy, and we've had a lot of discussions on how to solve the problem. So, and look forward to, continuing the discussion. So thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you for that participation on that group that met. There was all of you. Thank to everyone that worked on that, because there's been a lot of work and a lot of time that's went in on this, way back from when we started with Aaron Noel, working with all of our communities with questions. And so I do think we're making headway, and so thank you that very much.
Michael Taylor, District 1. I would like to see this policy held up until you guys replace Chris with a permanent director of building. I think that, is it Nick? Like Nick was saying, that there's still a lot of work to be done. I think Barbara just mentioned there's a lot of work to be done. You mentioned Erin Knoll. There was a lot of work that she did in reach out with the community. I think that this is scratching the surface as to creating policy. If there's areas of concern, it's specific being defined as to was it intimate domain, or no? What was the
imminent threat?
Imminent threat, and you asked the definition of that. I think that definition should be part of the policy, so that it's clear what that means for the people that are enforcing it. I think that a lot of your guys' ordinances are approved with the understanding that it's to enforce against the most egregious offenders. Well, that should be defined as well. What is the most egregious offender? Who is that? What is that? I think there's a long ways to go in addressing as-built and addressing how the county goes about finding as-builts or finding unpermitted improvements. It's invasive. It's violating personal and property rights the way they've gone about it. And even to the point of having code compliance staff actually saying that they have the right to do something. So they come to your door and we have a right to go look for code issues. It's these these all need to be part of this policy. And I think that before you approve the policy today, allow a little more work to be done. He was saying more work needs to be done. Barbara says more work needs to be done. And I think that the person that should be involved in finalizing this policy should be the new building director when you guys hire him. So I'm asking that you please wait to approve this policy and include the new building department director. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Diana.
Good morning, Board. My name is Diana Gamzon. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. And I just want to say this is a really big win for our community, moving this policy forward. So thank you to Craig and staff, Nick, Chris, Barbara for participating on that committee and putting together this first pass at it. This will clearly help to encourage more people to get permits. When this was presented at the Ag Advisory Committee or Commission last month, there was definitely some encouragement from the ag community as well. So looking forward to seeing this move forward. The one question that I do have that I did take note of was reading this was as it relates to land use entitlements, which of course cannabis permits are land use entitlements, so this impacts our industry greatly. And as we heard at the last Board of Supervisors meeting, there's about 70 cannabis permits that are still in process. These are businesses that are waiting to open or start business. And so the policy reads, for land use entitlement, there would be a comment entered into the record as it relates to land use entitlement and an unpermitted item in the project. And so that's very vague. And so it would be really helpful if that was a little bit more defined, because while this is a really great step forward as it relates to a lot of these land use entitlements, it's not just cannabis, there seems to be a lot of gray area. And so until this is updated, whether that's, 3 months, 6 months from now, I think it would be really helpful if we could just dive into that a little bit deeper. So I'm going to ask you, Board, if it's possible to get a little bit more explanation as to how land use entitlements are going to be handled with this new policy. And definitely, I think it'd be helpful also to understand a little bit better from staff what a timeline is for some of these next steps. And yeah, thank you so much, and thanks for all the hard work that's been done on this.
Thanks, Diana. I'm going to take a moment. Nick, could you or Chris, either one of you, respond to any of those?
Yeah, so as far as the land use entitlements, this policy really is addressing the express and over-the-counter permits. So when it comes to an example like cannabis, building department staff will take a look. And if again, I'm going to use a chicken coop for an example. If the chicken coop is not part of that project and there is no imminent threat, it would be noted, and but would not be subject to any corrections for pending approval of the land use entitlement. So we wouldn't hold up a cannabis permit because of a chicken coop.
Okay.
Or an unpermitted ag shed?
Or an unpermitted ag shed. Ag building.
Can I follow?
Yeah, this is a good question. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is a good question. Can we, number one, can we make it a little bit clearer? And number two, did you have someone on your committee who deals mostly with land use entitlements? And should that be, or is that a next step?
I don't believe we had a planner that was part of the committee.
I guess I mean a community member, someone like who's dealing with land use entitlements. I don't know how big of the population of permits that you have that entails.
Yeah, I mean, so, again, this is a very first step. I mean, this is something that we all came to consensus on, something that we definitely feel is valuable in the community, and we wanted to get that out rolling. I agree there is more work to be done. These next few months, building department staff will be working on the new code adoption for building codes set by the state. So we're kind of taking a short little pause to get that figured out, and then getting back to the county CDA policies and procedures and making sure we get those streamlined. So we're definitely looking forward to working with members of the community, reconvening that as-built committee, finding new members as well to get definitely input from all sources and all viewpoints.
Okay, great. So let's address one other question Michael had, or Mr. Taylor did, was about code compliance and those kinds of issues. Sometimes things comes out, but it's all the same idea. You go out for a code compliance issue, that doesn't say you're gonna, I guess that's the question I was hearing, was how's that work? So when somebody goes out and you got a code compliance because the neighbor says you're growing cannabis, right? And that doesn't say that you go write everything up for that, or is code compliance gonna be a separate issue? Let's just put, that might be the question.
Yeah, I'm not real familiar with all of code compliance's procedures.
Okay, so that's something we'll go down a little bit later. Okay, perfect. Well, let's go back now, so that kind of answers a little bit of the public comment. Diana, thank you for your comments. Is there any other public comment? Julie, do we have someone online?
Yes, Chair Hook, we have a caller.
And
Can we bring the caller in, please?
good afternoon, or good morning. Caller, are you there? Hello? We might have lost the caller.
Sounds like we might have lost them.
Okay, we'll give that a second. Maybe they'll try back. Do we have any written comment, Julie?
No written comment. It's showing that the individual is still online. I'm not sure why he's not able to come into the meeting.
Okay, we'll give that one more second.
Caller, are you there?
Okay, well, I think with that, I'm going to go ahead and close public comment. If the caller does happen to come through, we can adjust for that. But let's go back to the board for questions. Any more questions or comments? Ed, do you have any?
Well, I just curious that what we have here, we do have definitions. Is it possible that you can define the imminent threat and make it part of the definitions in the policy?
Yes, that's a possibility.
Okay, any other questions? Heidi?
Yes, just if you could outline, since this looks like an informational briefing only, if you could outline the process that you're anticipating. It sounds like this has to come back to us a later date, or not?
So this is,
This
internal
information.
policy, so it's not codified or anything like that. That's just the operating procedures within the building department.
So you don't need any
We
action?
don't need any
Okay,
action from the
thank you.
board.
Yeah, it's just, this is a policy, not an ordinance, not anything that, it's just gonna be that what we work through as a policy through this department. I just wanna say thank you. I think this is something that's been on topic since I came on the board. And I think it's a great move forward. I think there's a lot more work to be done on, but this is a great start. Especially, I had just for example, I had somebody that wanted to do their solar array, right? But they had a barn that was not permitted. Or if that was the case, right? And so I want to thank staff, because staff's just really gone out of their way to help with those kinds of items. I just want to be clear, part of this is if you have a unpermitted building, you can't add something that needs to be permitted to the unpermitted building. Okay, so that's the big challenge you're going to listen to is your building has to be permitted. But that's when you need you need new windows, you need a new roof. Those types of things are not going to trigger the pump house that got built without a permit, okay? But then we're gonna go out and we're gonna say, if you wanna help bring this into compliance, this is what you would need to do. So it's gonna be a helpful type of a situation that we're gonna work on. And we know that they are gonna reconvene, that's gonna address some of the things that you're talking about, Michael, but some of these are gonna help immensely right off the bat. And that's kind of what we're looking at. We're knowing that the work is not finished. We know there's more things to be done, just like we said, maybe how this works with code compliance, how this all ties in with other departments, and we do realize there's more work to be done. So again, thank you. That was a great presentation. Appreciate that very much. And we'll look forward to as we move updates as we go along. So thanks for the work, and thanks for everyone in building that has done that, Tricia and Craig and everybody. So thank you.
Accept the presentation. Do we have to accept the
No, it's just, no, we don't. That was just a presentation. There's no accepting of any of it. It's a policy. It was just a presentation.
That's correct, Chair Hook. I'd like to remind the public that currently the best way to access and watch the meeting is on the YouTube channel, and that's youtube.com, County of Nevada, California.
Thanks, Julie. Okay, now, I know we're a little late, but we're going to go to our scheduled item that was for 10:30, and thank you for your patience with the power and all the other stuff here. So, Rachel, we thank you very much, and to the folks that are here with you today. So, I got to get to my right page. So we're looking forward to this. So this is going to be a resolution approving the execution of the personal services agreement with Victor Community Support. And we just thought this would be a great opportunity for you to really let the community know what's happening and what we're doing there. So Rachel, take it away.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hook and honorable supervisors. We're super excited to present on these programs. Actually, we're going to focus in on our rapid response team, but Nick's going to talk a little bit about what the Family Urgent Response Team is and why it's together as well. But I want to introduce you to the folks that are here today to present on this program. We have Nick Reedy. He is our program manager for child welfare, and with him is Michelle Joden. She's a social service aide with our child welfare program as well, and has previously been a parent partner with Victor Community Support Services. She's here today to share her experience on the rapid response team and also her experience as a parent. And also with me is Amy Rudkin and Milada Belhalovic. Thank you so much for that. And they are with Victor Community Support Services and have been instrumental in this program in both creating it and running it. So I'm going to turn it over to Nick to talk to you more about this program.
Great, thank you.
Good morning, and thank you again, Chair Hook and honorable supervisors, for inviting us to talk about the Rapid Response Team, commonly referred to as the RRT, in the Family Urgent Response System. I've spent the last 16 years working for child welfare and witnessed the ever-increasing need for preventative services. The RRT is that imperative preventative service that seeks to keep children safely at home with their families, improving their safety and well-being while connecting families to services, and in the hopes of reducing contact with child welfare and law enforcement in the future. The Family Urgent Response System is a program designed to meet the immediate needs of children and their caregivers after a child has already been placed in protected custody or has been adopted. Although similar in scheme, they are two very different programs with different goals. However, because both programs mirror each other in terms of staffing, we combine both services under one contract with Victor Community Support Services. That being said, the remainder of the presentation will focus on the Rapid Response Team, the RRT. So what is the mission statement and design of the RRT? So the mission of the RRT is it is a community-based service that utilizes a strength-based approach to support and empower families in accessing their natural supports and achieving individualized goals. This is done with the use of a team approach, and this is the key component of it, that wraps the family at the very beginning of contact with support and services in order to assist them in achieving stability and success across multiple life domains. The overall goal of the RRT is to reduce the likelihood of future involvement with child welfare and probation for every family served by creating sustainable plans that address family, community safety, and improvement of well-being. So for the design and the principles of the RRT, I'm going to pass it off to Amy Rudkin with Victor Community Support Services.
Thanks, Nick. Hi, I'm Amy Rudkin. I'm the Executive Director at Victor Community Support Services. And our program starts hand in hand with child welfare. Like Nick just mentioned, we make our first contact with families right alongside a child welfare worker so that there's really no mystery for families about, how we came to be working with them. Our team, we staff facilitators and parent partners, which Nick is going to talk about in a little more detail in just a minute. But we have case managers who are coming in and basically working with families right out the gate to identify, what are the barriers to them receiving the services that they need to be most successful and to help them access those services. And then parent partners like Michelle, who's worked on our program previously, who have some layer of lived experience navigating the systems of care that these families have navigated. So they really come alongside the parents and right away, sit right down next to them and say, I understand where you've been. I've been here too. There is a light at the end of this tunnel, and let me tell you how I got there so that hopefully you can follow the same path. We take kind of a two-pronged approach of, getting in right away, and obviously as we're entering a family's system, there are immediate safety needs that need to be addressed, and so we're taking action on those immediate safety needs right away. We're also working with families as the experts in their own situation to determine, who are the people who support you, what are the services that are going to be most beneficial to you, how can we help you make sustainable relationships with other providers in this community to make sure that your success has longevity. And we're working with families for about 3 to 6 months to make sure that as we're linking them to more supportive services, that those services are really intact, those relationships are formed, and that it's not just an act of, like handing a family a flyer and telling them to go do some research or whatever that might look like.
Nice.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, so Amy kind of alluded to a couple of the positions that make up, but these are the positions that make up the RRT. There's a facilitator that supports the team and its ability to stay focused on the goals via coordination of services. The parent partner is someone who's had personal experience as a recipient of services within the system and helps build the bridge between families and service providers. We are fortunate enough actually to be hearing from Michelle, a former parent partner, at the end of the presentation. There's a family support counselor who is a community resource expert. They provide advocacy and support to children and their families, and a supervisor who supports the above named individuals. So what are some of the services that the RT offers? They offer the following, but absolutely not limited to: immediate and long-term safety planning, linkages to necessary community services, support such as mental health, parenting, domestic violence, and substance abuse disorder. They coordinate with schools and other community systems to improve safety and well-being. They provide in-home support to address behavioral needs and/or provide coaching to caregivers. They do mediation around family conflict, and they set and structure child and family team meetings to create sustainable systems that will help maintain progress and provide support. So outcomes and data. So we went live in December 2020 with the RRT, and in that time, from that point up until June 30th of 2022, there's been a total of 123 referrals made to the RRT. Of that, 94 families were contacted, which means a member of the RRT and the social worker from our department had made face-to-face or telephone contact in an attempt to allocate, engage the families in reaching services or whatever brought them to the attention of child welfare. Of those 94 families that were contacted, 71 engaged, which means mutually they came together to create a service plan, like some of the services I mentioned before, anything from getting their house clean, trash picked up, any kind of health and safety hazards. They come together and they agree upon that as their service goals and plan. Currently, there are 28 families working with the RRT. 4 of those families are up in Truckee. And at this date, we have closed 34 cases with the RRT as successful. So that means the RRT and the family met their goals, created their natural supports, and developed a safety plan long after the referrals closed. In case, as I mentioned before, life gets hard, they have these natural supports and connections to fall back on. And then, although it is slightly too early to definitively state, there is promising data that suggests that the RT team has not only led to a measurable reduction of children being placed in a higher level of care, but has reduced the reoccurrence of maltreatment. Further data suggests that the vast majority of families that successfully complete their goals do not receive a subsequent referral of abuse or neglect, which is one of the major points and tenets of this program. Why we're all here, our parent partner story. Again, I'd like to reintroduce Michelle Joden. As Rachel said, Michelle is currently employed with Child Welfare as a social service aide and was the former parent partner with the RRT. Michelle brings a wealth of knowledge and a unique perspective that the department has profoundly benefited from in connecting and understanding our families and how to best support them in their time of need. And now, as we all are, I'm honored to hear Michelle tell her story.
Welcome, Michelle. Thank you for being here today.
Honorable Supervisors and Chair Hook for allowing me the opportunity to share my story. I'm super nervous. I was in a meeting with Nick and he asked me if I could think of anything that would have helped me in the beginning of my downward spiral. It took me a minute to think about because nobody had ever asked me that before. I answered that education and support would have helped me. Education on domestic violence, generational trauma, substance use, and more than anything, support from someone who had been through or traveled along the same journey I was about to embark on. I grew up with parents that were addicted to substances, that committed crimes, and were in and out of jail. Growing up, I did not want to be like them, and for a long time I wasn't. My brother and I moved out, me at 19 and him at 16. A little while later, I got married and had a little girl. The marriage was unhealthy and took a toll on me in every aspect. I began using pills as a way to numb myself. Eventually, we got a divorce, and I spiraled a little more. Due to the decisions that I made, my ex was able to gain custody of our daughter. That is when everything got really bad. Long story short, I was committing crimes, in and out of jail, and was not able to stop. And honestly, there were days I wasn't sure if I even wanted to. I was in pretty deep. There were not many resources for me at that time, so getting into treatment was not an easy task as far as funding went. My father passed away from the disease of addiction. That is when I decided I needed to make a change for myself and for my daughter that I had not seen or talked to in almost 5 years. I was done. Sorry.
No, take your time. You're courageous. This is courageous, so we appreciate you sharing this information.
I was able to secure 25 days of funding for treatment. I checked into the Hope House. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. In 2013 and haven't looked back. After a year of making better choices, being consistent, and working on myself, I was able to have supervised visits starting at 2 hours at a time. I earned back trust and built a relationship with my daughter. I did not think this was going to happen. I'm so sorry. I ended up working at Hope House, where I went to school and got licensed to be a substance use counselor. I set a goal for myself on the first day of school that I would work hard and get a county job. I've worked at Common Goals, Community Beyond Violence, and Victor as a parent partner with Rapid Response, and then I conquered my goal and became employed with child welfare. My daughter is 16 now. She lives with me full time. She gets good grades and has a part-time job. She even has her own car. She's a really good kid, and I'm proud of her. There was a time that I wouldn't even be able to take credit for that, but I know that I've paved the way for her. I hope that with all of my work that I have done and continue to do, I'm a healthy, that I will be the one to end the generational trauma for her. I'm in a healthy relationship with a pretty cool guy. We have a really good life that we worked hard for, and I'm grateful. Having had this experience made it possible for me to easily build rapport and connect with clients while working as a parent partner and also in my role with child welfare. It gives people hope knowing that someone has been able to move through these types of situations and come out an even better person and a healthier parent. Having lived experiences gives a meaningful connection for clients and offers that type of support that I would have benefited from and could have made a real impact on my life and choices. Working at the agencies that I have in the past and maintaining the connection to those agencies has helped me help my clients. I pride myself in this, as well as knowing a lot of the resources within this community. I love seeing people succeed. Thank you again for letting me share my story. And thank you to Malada and Amy for doing a great job running the program. The end.
Thank you so much. As everybody said, that was really, really courageous, Michelle, and just like, yeah, I think I need that tissue. But we, we're really, really proud of the services that this program provides. We started, kind of traditional child welfare services looked very different. Nick said, I think he undershot it a little. He said he'd been with the program 6 years, I think it's 16, right? So 16 years, he's been with child welfare 16 years. I know I started in this county in 1999 with child welfare, and from the beginning of that time, I looked at the system, we all looked at the system and thought like, we need more ways to engage families. We need more prevention services. Everything we had to offer came after abuse had already occurred. And it's just such an honor and such a privilege to have providers in this community and people in this community who've walked through this to be able to join with families and work with them to prevent the spiral that can happen when when life happens and when trauma happens. And so we're just really incredibly honored to be able to share it with you and excited to build kind of a bank of data showing that it really does help in terms of outcomes for kids and for families. So thank you again, and we would love to answer any questions.
This has been incredible. I just appreciate you so bringing this presentation to us today. And Michelle, you are courageous, and what a way to give back. I think that's what's so amazing in this. I just really appreciate that in your story. I mean, I knew this was going to be a good presentation, but it just really gets to the heart of the matter, what goes on, and the work and the passion for your work to bring families back together into those wholesome, good places where they are. It's amazing. I mean, we heard this from a story in probation too, and it's out there and you can get it if you want to work for it. And you have these great people here that are here to support you. So thanks for this. This is great. Now I'm going to open up this to board for questions or comments. Heidi, we want to start with you?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for this presentation, for all of you coming today to help us understand this program. You answered one of my first questions, Rachel, and I was wondering, well, we provided services before this existed, so what was that? What did that look like? What was the difference, and how did we, and maybe you could say a little bit more about how we made this change to this new system.
Yeah, absolutely. So we, so kind of traditionally, what it looks like is a referral comes in. If there's a suspected child abuse or neglect, a referral comes in, a phone call comes in to child welfare. We would send social workers out, child welfare social workers out to investigate. They have a few choices as far as how to resolve that investigation. They can either substantiate the abuse, say, yes, this happened, or they can determine that there's not enough evidence to know if it happened or didn't. They can also say, no, we don't have any evidence in front of us that shows that this child has been harmed. And so at that point, there are some choices as far as whether or not we remove a child from the home or put voluntary services into the home or mandate services through the courts. This program really joins with families at the very beginning of that investigation process and says, you know, what we see, whether or not abuse has occurred, abuse or neglect has occurred at this point, we see that there are some safety concerns. We want to put services in place so that the safety concerns can be resolved immediately, because that's our very first priority. But also we see that even if this isn't something we would have substantiated in the past, this is a family that could use help, that could use connection to substance use services or to therapeutic services, or even just to a community around them, maybe helpful neighbors or reconnecting with family members. And so those services were not available. With the caseload that child welfare historically deals with, they don't have the time to really come alongside families. And also families are hesitant to share the struggles that they're really having with a child welfare worker, right? And so this puts additional resources, makes additional resources available to families right in the moment of need.
Thank you, that's helpful. And so how does the referral, is it still waiting until there's a referral, or can you get involved before there's like a legal referral or?
That's a good question. That's something we're kind of looking at now, because when we first designed it, it was after a referral was received and met the statutory definition of child abuse and neglect, which then would kickstart a referral. And the thing, excuse me, that Amy and I have talked about maybe going forward is a manner to which, like, if we're truly looking at prevention, to getting help involved before the bell even rings. And so we are expanding the RRT. One of the areas we're looking at now is, like, if we get a referral regarding a mother testing positive for an illicit substance while she's pregnant. Well, the child's not born, so technically child welfare can't intervene, but we were talking about, well, if we've got this team and we're trying to be more of a preventative department, well, why don't we just send the RRT out there? And that's why Amy and her crew have been incredibly gracious partners, that they kind of have the same vision we do. Like, we want to keep kids from getting abused and neglected, and so we need to change our lens from a secondary and tertiary prevention to primary prevention before something happens, is what we're kind of building this towards. And looking forward to growing the team more.
Thank you. This is great. Is this something other counties are doing? Is this new methodology?
Yes to both.
Okay.
So it is something that I think we feel very proud of in terms of being able to, we have been invited, so Nick's team's been invited to present this program at the County Welfare Directors Association conference coming up in October, because it is pretty cutting edge. It's pretty, there aren't a lot of counties doing this, but other counties are starting to work in earlier prevention. So that is a trend that's true statewide, but I think the way that we're approaching it, because we have such a close partnership, and I think because we're smaller and a little bit just able to be nimble, I think it's also cutting edge, so it's kind of both.
Great. So this is just some of the most important kind of services we could provide. So thank you for your good work. Thanks for showing the successes already. Thank you, Michelle, for stepping up. Appreciate that. That's all,
Dan?
Chair.
Yeah, Nick, is this something that is, how do I say this, not normal in rural counties, that we have this type of support, this type of response to family needs?
Yes, I would say this type of service we have, most rural counties do not have that level of service. I've often consulted with other program managers from rural counties who are wanting this type of service because their caseloads are getting higher and higher. And, over the last 7 years, ours has reduced exponentially with the perspective of like doing preventative services. And so it is a rare occurrence for rural counties, even some medium counties, to have this type of service. And so we're trying to share a message about the successes beyond our county and to other counties who could benefit from this.
Yeah, well, it's nice to have a testimony from Michelle as to the success that the program offers to families. And our county has no loss of nonprofits. We got a ton of them. How many nonprofits that have the expertise do we work with to bolster what you're trying to do?
Yeah, so the contract goes through Victor, but Victor, and Michelle kind of alluded to this too, there are so many resources available in our community that we connect families to. So Michelle's experience with those programs, Malada's experience with those programs, she comes from a history of working with, it's not DVS, CBV, thank you, Communities Beyond Violence. And so we connect families to any resource that's available to them, to child advocates, to or the Foothill Healthy Babies program, to CBV, to our substance use treatment centers, like whatever is available in our community that's going to be helpful to that family, we want to get them connected.
So is Victor kind of like our clearinghouse that, the rapid response team comes in, we got this, and then you direct where the help's going to come from?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to think about it. The team works really individually with each family to, make an assessment of what their unique needs are going to be and what they're going to best engage with. Rachel mentioned a whole slew of the services that we typically keep on our radar. And Nick also mentioned we're operating up in Truckee as well, which is kind of like a whole other entity, in terms of everything that's up there. So this team has also gotten to know the Truckee Tahoe landscape very well in terms of resources that are available. The one piece Rachel didn't mention is also mental health services. We're linking to mental health services whenever that's appropriate. And one thing that I think is so cool about this program is that, the families that we're serving, and this is a very wraparound-like model. Victor is also the contracted wraparound provider here in the community. And, typically that's a model that's only available to families who qualify for Medi-Cal. Medi-Cal is not a requirement for our RT services, so we have been able to provide this layer of really inclusive, linkage and behavioral and mental health support to families who might not have been able to access it.
Yeah, there's always pride when we see our county doing things that other rural counties struggle with. And the fact that one size does not fit all, and I think you recognize that, and you work individually with families. It's just, it's a sense of pride that we receive because of the work that you do. So, great program.
Well, I just had a couple thoughts with this presentation. First, it's so great that we have people that have been with us for longevity, yourself and Nick, and not just our staff either. I see Leila back there, who I think will probably
Leo's there and.
say something on this. And I think it's just the dedication that goes into these programs, seeing the needs years ago and evolving into some of these programs. And then my other thought was, we don't know what it's like in your shoes, Michelle. And obviously, to be in the circumstances that you were, it's very, very, very difficult to turn it around, and you need that spark. And you, having been there, can provide that spark. So it's like, Michelle, thank you for being here today and giving us your story and working with other folks who could be in similar circumstances. So thank you, and thank you for the program.
Ready?
Yeah, I think a lot of it's been said, but just thank you so much for taking the time to come. And Michelle, thank you so much for your heartfelt story. It takes so much courage to get up there and right there with you. And your story and your experience is helping other people. And so there's a lot of power in that. So I just want to say thank you to you personally for coming here today. And thanks, Rachel, for queuing this up and giving us the great presentation. So often we get initiatives and budget items and things that we approve related to the health and human service space, that there's a lot of dollars that flow through there, and they're quite complicated if you dig into it. And you know, because I send you questions on the weekends about what it all means. So thank you for being patient and answering our questions as it's related to this topic. And I just wanted to say, yeah, a huge appreciation in the work. I think Supervisor Hall said it as well, but it's some of the most important things we do here, right? And I just want to acknowledge that that work is so meaningful to the people that receive that benefit and the services. And so keep up the good work, first and foremost. Just a couple quick questions. What does rapid mean? Does that mean hours? Does that mean you jam out there in an hour or two, or a weekend, or a week?
Yeah, simply put, rapid means we get out there as soon as we possibly can, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, meet the family where they're at when they're in their crisis to start helping right away and not allow for any kind of time gap to exist.
Yeah.
And kind of a traditional model looks more like, oh, we see that this is a family that could kind of use some help. We'll fill out a form and make a referral, and we'll send that referral over the next business day, and then it'll be like 3 days before they get to it, and then they'll call the family. The social worker and the rapid response team go out together as soon as as soon as they respond to the referral.
There, okay. Yeah, that's great. And then, Amy, thanks for mentioning about East County, and I'm always curious because the county seats here in the West County, our staff members are in, well, we have Health and Human Services in East County, but can you tell me a little bit more about how it works in East County?
Yeah, I might actually turn it over to Mulata for that. Mulata behind me is the program manager, and like the only reason she's not sitting up here is because there weren't enough swivel chairs,
Great.
but I think she can speak to that a lot better than I can.
Hi. I'm so sorry. Can you repeat the question?
I was just curious how the system and the program works in East County.
Yeah, so it's a similar situation. We have teams that are ready to be deployed up to Truckee whenever needed. In terms of ongoing case management, members of our team are up there about once a week to serve our clients in person. But it's similar. So child welfare, we staff all of the Nevada County referrals. And so we would do the same, like basically the exact same thing for a Truckee client as we would provide them services here.
Does Victor or do you have employees that are located in East County? Do you have people that are stationed there?
Not for this particular program. Yeah, all of us are here locally in Grass Valley for Rapid Response Team.
Okay, yeah, great, thanks.
Do you want me to say that?
Um,
Okay. Also, just a note on that, we do have people for our wraparound program up located in Truckee, but not specifically for Rapid Response Team.
Yeah, okay, I believe I did know that. Okay, great, thank you. Thanks for coming in.
Okay, so with that, I'm just going to go back. Julia, is there any written comment, or is anybody online for public comment?
We have no callers and no written public comment.
Okay, thanks, Julie. Is anybody in the chambers that'd like to make public comment? And Lael, it's nice to see you.
National Line, I'm sorry?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. I'm president of the local chapter of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and we are requesting that you approve this item as it'll provide funds to benefit our families and our children who struggle in Nevada County. I can remember standing before you nearly 20 years ago, prior to the passage of the Mental Health Services Act, and there was some concern by your former colleagues about using outside grant funding to support our citizens with mental illnesses. I'm glad those concerns are in the past. I also want to state that I have worked in children's wraparound services, although not with Victor. I trained in Fidelity Wraparound. I'm familiar with the rapid response. It's another significant tool to help families, as is the FIRST program. However, I want to also point out that although these types of services are essential and helpful, there are those families who struggle with severe mental illnesses that need more support. So please indulge me just for a moment. According to Harvard Medical School, half of all mental illnesses begin to show symptoms by the age of 14, and children develop anxieties and phobias, which can be warning signs of more severe illnesses. Also, according to a study last year through the American Academy of Pediatrics of children on Medicaid, in Medi-Cal here in California, nearly 1 in 5 children in foster care had a mental health disorder, compared to 1 in 10 of children not in foster care. But that's still 1 in 10 who are struggling, and it doesn't include children such as mine who are not on Medicaid and also struggled with early onset of severe mental illness. The study reports that over 13% of foster care youth aged 10 through 14 had bipolar, and those aged 15 to 18 in foster care, 6.4% had schizophrenia. I bring this up because we in NAMI live with and understand these conditions, and although my daughter was a young adolescent with bipolar, not on Medicaid, I personally can attest to how awful and traumatic it was for her and profoundly challenging it was for her father and me. Our experience in NAMI helping families over the past 25 years includes families where parents have a severe mental illness, grandparents who raise their grandchildren because the parents are too ill, adoptive parents whose kids were in the child welfare system, and it is now my pleasure to turn the mic over to Marie Kittle.
Welcome, Marie.
Hi, my name is Marie Kittle, and I too am on the board of NAMI Nevada County and provide family support. I became involved with NAMI after my son's first psychosis and hospitalization. When my husband and I reflect on our son's life, he began showing signs of mental health concerns in middle school. We adopted him from foster care when he was 8 years old, and at about 12 years old, he started running away from home, stealing, smoking weed, had physical outbursts, bad physical outbursts. And during that time, he was seeing a therapist, a psychiatrist, and we began our first attempt at RAP services with EMQ. The services didn't last long due to the progression of our son's disease. RAP wasn't enough, and our son ended up in juvenile detention with probation, who ultimately helped get him in an intensive group home. It was there he had his first psychosis at 17. I felt lost. Since I didn't know anything about severe mental illness, I turned to my son's probation officer for some help. He referred me to NAMI. When my son returned home from the psychiatric facility, we were again referred for RAP services, this time with Victor. While they were very helpful, his Victor therapist, school, his teachers did not understand severe mental illness and its effects it had on a family. Victor really tried, but what our son needed was intensive services they didn't have. Too often, we, NAMI, have seen the community focus primarily on trauma. Science tells us that trauma can trigger the genetic expression of underlying severe brain diseases. Both have to be addressed, and that's very hard to do. We understand that. My husband and I attended NAMI Family Support and went to NAMI's family-to-family classes to learn more about our son's brain disease. It was NAMI who facilitated a meeting with our son's providers, and they decided it was best for our son to transition to adult services. Finally, his disease became clearer to me. His behaviors, we were told to control in children's services, were symptoms of his illness. I want to commend and support the work that Victor does, but for many of our families at NAMI, RAP services weren't enough. The illnesses progressed, and in many cases, like mine, got out of control. Early intervention to these diseases is essential to youth in our community. When someone has a psychotic break, they can lose up to 10 IQ points. Our youth deserve better, and Victor needs our support so youth, like my son, may never experience psychosis, but receive treatment before their cognitive ability is impaired and families are crushed by the weight of severe mental illness. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's no further public comment, I'm going to close public comment. And then before we go on to pass this resolution approving that, though, Michelle, you truly are courageous, and you meet the challenge by coming back into this community and putting that back into the work here. And we'd like to give you a challenge coin. So, and we encourage you to keep on with the great work that you're doing with this team, because you're all, it takes a village. And I'd just like to say too, because sometimes you come and share, you probably touch somebody out in this audience today, and it makes a difference. So thank you so very much. Okay. So with that, I would like to entertain a motion to pass this resolution approving the execution of the personal service agreement with Victor Community Support Services.
So moved.
Second? Moved and seconded. Julie, could you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
And District 4?
District 4, yes. So thank you all again very much for being here. That was a wonderful presentation. Just another thing that shows what happens in this wonderful community that we live in. So keep up the great work, everyone. Okay, so we have a little skip in there, but we're going to move on to item 31. And we're going to look forward to accepting our countywide audit for the fiscal year. And while you all get seated here, we'll just take a second and get queued up. Sorry for being late a little bit, because I know I value all you guys' time. I appreciate you being here.
I was just going to say, there's nothing like government accounting to clear the room, so thank you.
Yeah, well, we truly appreciate you being here. So Allison, Martin Polt, Marcia Salter, Gina are all here. And who'd like to lead off? Marcia or Martin?
I'll go ahead and have our Deputy CEO, Chief Fiscal Officer, Martin Polt, go ahead and introduce the item. Thank you, Martin.
Thanks, Allison. Much appreciation. Marcia Salter, Andrew Copeland, Gina Will have done all the lifting for this item and have worked extremely hard to get to the point where we are today. So thank you all. This item is an acceptance of the 2020-2021 countywide audit that's been prepared by the auditing firm Clifton Larson Allen, or CLA. The audit includes 4 reports. The first report is the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, the ACFR. That's the primary report showing the expenses, revenues, and other financials related to the countywide activities. We also have the single audit is included in this package, and that focuses on the revenue and expenses related to federal grants and awards. And then there's the Finance Authority and Sanitation District audits. There are many steps and hard work to bring this before you today. I mentioned some of those major steps are that in June or July, the board approves an agreement with the auditing firm. So around this time in July last year, you approved the audit that we're here before you presenting. And after that approval, there's a lot of activity starting in the summer and early fall, a lot of information exchange between the auditor controller and the auditing firm. Marcia's gonna, I'm probably repeating what she says, so I'll be very brief, but there's a cycle that brings us here today. And I just want to mention, these audits represent the revenue expenses. A lot of the items that are brought before the board in these meetings are represented in these reports, so very comprehensive. And I'm really grateful. I know all of us, CEO, staff, and everyone, many employees of the county rely on the auditor, controller, and her staff for these reports. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to our auditor controller, Marcia Salter. Thanks, Marcia.
I know, thanks, Marcia, and thanks for bringing this presentation. I think a lot of people aren't even really aware of what actually happens inside of the audit, right? And with all the finances that go through here from the county, there's always a lot of questions, and you can dial those all in for us. So thank you for being here.
So thank you, Chair Hook and members of the board. Marcia Salter, Auditor Controller for at least a few more months. With me today, as Martin mentioned, I have Gina Will is the Assistant Auditor Controller, and Andrew Copeland, who is a Senior Accountant Auditor in our office and loves the single audit particularly. Martin already covered several of the things, but I did want to mention that the Audit Review Committee, which is the chair of the board and vice chair, Schofield, were in attendance at a meeting in July to review the audit and these reports and to hear from the audit principal, Jeff Peak. And so he went over with them in a little more detail of what was entailed in that. So we wanted to share some of that with you, the rest of the board today, as well as the public who may be in attendance or listening. We always appreciate the audit committee's involvement, and I do think that's a very important part of the process. So real quickly, I know we said we'd do this in 10 minutes, so I'm going to apologize. I also know we are between you and lunch, so
You're good.
We'll run through this and answer any questions that you might have. So to start off, and I know Martin made a mention of this regarding the audit process, I'll do a quick review of that. I'll turn it over to Gina to do some highlights of the ACFR. We call it ACFR, so it's the Annual Comprehensive Report. And then Andrew's going to walk through with a short overview in the single audit process, as well as some highlights in the CFA, as we call it, which is the Schedule of Expenditures of Federal Awards. So one thing I wanted to start out with is that these financial statements are prepared under governmental GAAP. GAAP is the generally accepted accounting principles, and those are promulgated by GASB. We love acronyms. GASB is the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, and that's the accounting setting entity. And then the auditors have to follow GAS, and GAS is the general accepted auditing standards, and those are put out basically by the AICPA. So we all have our requirements to meet. And these are essential because this is across the board for all government entities and really other entities as well. These are accepted by our rating agencies for review. These are by debt issuers, grantors, the state controller, and other external financial analysis activities that may occur. And we absolutely must comply with these. I did want to make an item of note. I often say, and I know the committee heard this as well, and I will say it to others, the county financial statements, along with the county's budget book, those give you a pretty complete picture of what's happening in the county. So I not only look at that budget book, which I know you spend a lot of time looking at, but the financials go along with it, and that's the budget's the plan, and the audit is the actual results. And the actual results, as they are required to be reported, again, under governmental GAAP, which means there may be a few differences in how you might see it in a budget versus how you might see it in financial statements, because we have certain entries we have to make. And that's why GASB exists. So what are the stages? Well, they start out, as Martin said, like in July, August this year, the auditors come in and they do a planning and a risk assessment. So we provide them with our policies, our procedures, county-wide policies and procedures as they might need to look to then turn around and do some internal control testing. Are we following our policies and procedures? And so they'll test things like everything from, most people know, segregation of duties, if the transactions, are they authorized, by the board, by the budget, and they'll follow. As they go through that process, they may ask for additional documentation. Believe me, we provide a lot of documentation to the auditors throughout the process. Then they go through the substantive procedures, and so that's where they might look at the bank reconciliations and confirm bank balances. They might look at the securities. They might look at the they always look at the receivables. They could test our capital asset inventory, fixed assets, that's basically the same thing, accounts payable, they may confirm balances, they test our accounts payable entries, and they look at the accrued expenses and the accrued revenues. Have we recorded everything properly under that governmental gap? They'll look at our debt. They again review the revenues and expenditures pretty completely, and we do work directly with those auditors. They also will work with some of the departments, particularly when it comes to the single audit. So a lot of work goes into this, a lot of independent third-party review of what is happening here at the county with the financials. And so I think that's important for the public to understand. That is so important, and of course, we really value the opinion. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Gina and Andrew to complete the rest of the review.
Thank you very much. Good morning to the board, and Chair Hook, thank you so much for the opportunity to present information on our annual comprehensive financial statement. So the ACFR at 260 pages is a wealth of detailed and summarized financial information. The most recent ACFR and the archive of prior year reports are located on the Auditor Controller's website. So for context and explanation for the numbers, we encourage yourselves and users to read the transmittal letter, management's discussion and analysis, and the notes to the financial statements. The transmittal letter explains the process and responsibilities of management and the independent auditor. It also provides a profile of the county and services provided. The MD&A provides financial highlights, explains the differences between the financial reports, and shows and explains year-over-year changes in activities. And then the notes provide detailed information about cash, investments, capital assets, long and short-term liabilities, and fund balances, and that's just to name a few of the activities highlighted. At the back of the audit, there is a section that reports budget to actual and a statistical section that provides 10 years of comparable activities. So all in all, really good information to understand the financial position of the county.
And that's all on your website?
It is all on the website,
Okay.
Both the current and prior years. So a few financial highlights. So this presentation is a very high-level condensed presentation which really focuses on government-wide financial statements. Government-wide statements are reported using full accrual accounting and provides a longer-term view of the county's net position and the resources needed to meet all obligations. So the county's net position increased $25 million or 9.3% from prior year, including prior period adjustments. The county's total assets increased $36.7 million or 6.8%, primarily due to an increase in intergovernmental revenue from CARES Act, the Coronavirus Relief Fund, and the American Rescue Plan. The county's long-term debt liabilities increased $8 million or 2.8%, and that increase was primarily related to net pension liabilities as employees retire, OPEB, and the extinguishment of debt. So as of June 30th, 2021, the county's governmental funds reported condensed ending fund balances in the amount of $135 million, an increase of $19 million or 16.6% from the prior year's ending fund balance, including prior year adjustments. So this is a snapshot of our government-wide financial statements. It shows that net position increases, includes prior period adjustment related to $2.5 million for the implementation of GASB 84 standard and $3.4 million for correction of prior year revenue recognition. So net investment in capital assets increased by $6.9 million and represents the county's continued investment in capital projects. Restricted net position represents resources that are subject to external restrictions on their use, and these assets increased by $18.3 million. Related to governmental and business revenues, increased in total $21.6 million or 10.55%. That increase is attributable to the restoration of county services, which decreased during the first year of the COVID-19 pandemic. The increase is also related to the increase in grant funding in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, in particular federal awards such as from the CARES Act, Coronavirus Relief Funds, and American Rescue Plan Act. Expenses increased $7.3 million or 3.63%, related to lower reimbursements of county administrative overhead from department, which increases the reported general governmental expenses. Increases also related to the implementation of economic and community resiliency programs for COVID-19. So from a county or a government-wide net position perspective, net position has improved over the last 5 years. Recent increases are related to COVID-19 relief funds and adjustments related to implementation of GASB 84 and prior year revenue recognition, but certainly shows a positive trend over the last 5 years. I think this is an interesting graph. It illustrates that while the county has fund balances that will assist in an economic downturn and in an emergency, 65% of its fund balances are restricted to specific activities and are non-spendable. And with that, I will turn it over to Andrew to talk about our CFA.
Good morning. I'll provide a brief overview of the single audit and in particularly focus on the schedule of expenditures of federal awards. This is commonly referred to as the CFA. The CFA provides, it reports the county's expenditures related to individual federal programs, and lists each of those federal programs and also lists the pass-through entity if we received it from another agency such as the state, and also our subrecipient expenditure information as well. As compared to the 1920, there was generally about the same amount of programs and agreements, which is an increase of one additional program. However, you notice that the federal expenditures increased relatively significantly. This is mostly due to the federal grants we received for COVID-19, in particular CRF and ARPA funding. And then if you consider just the non-COVID federal expenditures, they were relatively consistent within $1 million from the previous year, and that's mostly due to just a general increase of federal funding throughout the programs. In relation to the subrecipient federal expenditures, there was a slight increase related to the COVID-19 grants, almost $500,000, but we had a significant increase in subrecipient federal expenditures for non-COVID grants, in particular the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program. Overall, the auditors did issue an unmodified opinion for their report, and their audits performed in accordance with generally accepted government accounting auditing standards, and also in accordance with uniform guidance. And that's it.
Thank you. So just to cover briefly, one of our challenges is keeping up on the increasing government accounting standard board pronouncements, the complexity and the frequency of those pronouncements. So as you can see by this slide, over the last 15 years, there's been 14 different pronouncements issued by the Government Accounting Standards Board. So in particular, while we don't have to implement every single pronouncement listed, it does take some analysis of our team to understand what pronouncements do pertain to our activities and which ones we do need to implement. So most recently, we implemented GASB 84, which relates to fiduciary activities. And that information was included as part of our fiscal year 2021 financial statements. Currently, we are working on GASB 87, which standardizes lease activities, and that will be included on our current audit. And then on the immediate horizon is GASB 94, which relates to public-private and public-public partnerships. So always a challenge and interesting implementations related to these GASB pronouncements.
So thank you, Gina and Andrew. Again, most of the information we provided to you today was on what we call the government-wide recognition. So that's on a full accrual basis. And then we also have fund statements. But it does take a lot of effort on the part of my staff, not only to understand the standards, but to then apply them and record those transactions as needed for the financial reporting. So I really appreciate their dedication to that. And also, it really takes the departments and agencies to provide us the information so that then we can determine how to record them as well. So we also appreciate Clifton Larson Allen for their assistance and guidance. They are a really strong team and a countrywide firm now, so we appreciate their guidance. And of course, we always thank you, the board and the county exec's office for their leadership and the fiscal prudent policies. And we have received for the last 14 years the Government Finance Officers Award for Excellence in Financial Reporting, and this report has been accepted for review, so fingers crossed we'll be on 15. For that award. And that's important to the county, I think, as a whole, because this is more than just basic financial statements. This goes beyond. And so the annual comprehensive financial report is what makes us eligible for that. And we do provide a lot of additional information in this report that wouldn't be in your basic financials. So we have those 4 reports here for you today. We're welcome to answer any questions and look forward to your acceptance of CLA's work. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. It's always it's an ominous job you have, actually. But I didn't realize, and I would say how integral it was working when we do our budget book, working with you in the auditor's office to answer so many questions, so it's interesting how, they're all so connected, and then you make them all connect in the audit. So let's go to, I'll let you go first, Dan.
Oh, no, I don't want to go first. As soon as Marcia mentions Gatsby, and I'm lost.
I know.
I hate that. No, I appreciate, the professionalism, the expertise, because trust me, I don't know what in the world you're talking about. And I've seen these things year after year after year, but, I really have a lot of confidence in the Auditor Controller's Office, and simply because you guys get awards. And, I'm glad I think you dummied it down for me. And I appreciate, you know, what you do, and Martin knows that I just love figures, and, you know, write me a check. But, yeah, thank you for the report, and I just put all my faith and confidence in your abilities.
Well, of course, being a member of the Budget Subcommittee, and I have been many times over the years, and when we have the auditor reading out the auditor's report, I mean, you tend to look at the findings, and if there's no findings, it's like, you know, there's a lot of reading that goes into those. You don't have to go into it in depth. And if there are findings, then you have those answered as we're coming out. And I think, Marcia, my apologies to you after 14 years, and Gina and Andrew. This I think was the first time that I went, what the heck is a ACFR? And I suddenly realized how much information and how well it's summarized in there and how much work went into that. And I'm grateful for it. I'm really grateful for it. And I'm really glad you gave this presentation today, which says, honestly, so much more than the audit reports themselves. So thank you, Gina and Andrew and Marcia and Martin.
Hardy?
Yeah, thank you. I don't have a lot of experience interpreting the county audit, but this is my second time, and so I did read the MDM, the cover letter and the opinion. Just a couple questions, and I was curious on the debt extinguishment, how does that add to the liability side of the balance sheet when you extinguish debt? And maybe that term, I'm not interpreting it properly.
Were you referring just to my statement and
Yeah.
comment about that? I think I probably misspoke. It wasn't so much because obviously if you are extinguishing debt, you're not adding to it.
Okay.
So it was probably that I should have said that, debt is being extinguished, which would in somewhat reduce liabilities overall.
Okay, that was my
So,
understanding.
yes, thank you.
Guess I heard it differently, but thank you for answering that. I thought, okay, wait. And then curious, CARES Act and ARPA funding, is that interest-bearing when it's in our possession?
Yes, when the ARPA is in a separate special revenue fund, so it is, does retain its interest and can be used for that program.
Okay,
for this
so while the
program.
unspent money sits there.
Yes, so it's in its separate checking account, as
Right.
we'll say, we have over 400 funds, and each one are basically a separate checking account, and so it has checks and balances and policies and procedures that have to follow those.
Okay.
And your authority.
And yeah, okay, thank you. And one quick question, you mentioned it as well, which, where, if somebody's watching today or has a lot of concern or questions about how money is spent and what the checks and balances are and the transparency related to the fiduciary responsibility of the county, where do they find that? And my second piece is if they can't find it there, can they come and meet with you and talk with you directly?
Oh, absolutely. We welcome questions. Our, door is certainly open to the public. There is a lot of information out on our website, and again, contained within the financial statements. It's a lot of information to digest and understand. It takes a little bit of time, but we're certainly happy to answer questions and walk the public through whatever questions they may have.
Okay, yeah, that's great information. We get a lot of questions on that, so I wanted to answer that. The other piece I'll mention is that we have our quarterly dashboard, I forget what we call it, but the performance report that we publish. And if you read that, you'll see that there's a thread between what we do and how we spend money. And so the connection of those two documents and the performance of what the county does and how the county is funded is really important for people to understand. Because if you don't understand those, you think that we just approve these expenditures and we put stuff on consent. And that's exactly not how we do things. We have a plan that allows us to put things onto consent, which allows us to spend money wisely in a meaningful way in a predetermined plan, so to speak. And so I just wanted to mention that a little bit because there's a lot of discussion about how government spends money. And I think if I've understand all of our processes right, people can get a lot of information on the website. And if they can't digest it, which I don't blame them because And Dan alluded to the fact that it's quite complex. They can come and meet with you.
Absolutely, and I would add that, one of our responsibilities in the auditor controller's office is to monitor the budget and make sure that there's certain controls in place to ensure that budgets are not exceeded and that proper authority exists for any expenditures made.
Yeah, no, that's great. And that brings me to one more question. Because the budget subcommittee is also the audit subcommittee, is there any board discussion about separating those two for internal control purposes? So one is the budget committee and the other one is the audit committee. There's other people who are separated.
No, there hasn't been a discussion on separating the two. We would lean on the board direction as well as our auditor for recommendations and policy direction.
Any concepts with other counties or anybody who does it differently?
I think our audit review committee is a little different than maybe what other counties have. There's actually audit committees for other purposes. So this is kind of what the County of Nevada has done over 10 years. But I like your recommendation. I do think it's good that the budget subcommittee does understand, because they just have gone through the budget generally, and so they really are in tune to that. But I think it's a way to also bring in as a learning opportunity for other board members to be able to see that part of the process too, whether they're coming out of budget subcommittee or maybe being on the audit review committee in future.
And I'm not sure I have an opinion. I just thought I'd ask the question, and you guys do a great job, obviously, handling all of that, which is a huge time commitment that I appreciate both of you sitting down and doing that. Huge time commitment. But I just thought I'd ask that question because some organizations or other organizations I've been involved with, the person who is preparing or approving those expenditures is not the same person who's looking at how they were spent and how the project and the revenue and everything, the completed audit portion. So I thought I'd ask, but I'd entertain if you did any other research in it.
Thanks, Heidi?
Thank you for this excellent presentation. I don't have any questions. Thank you also to the Budget Subcommittee for doing the deeper work on this. And I want to thank you, Marcia, you and your team for all these years of excellence, making sure that the county conducts its business with financial integrity.
Yeah, I really appreciate you bringing this today myself. I don't know that I would have understand the audit without having been through the budget process of it. So to me, that was very interesting how to make that connect. And I think for the public too, it really is interesting to see that the audit really does oversee what happens through the budget to make sure that it all connects, right? So that's the simplistic thing. It's a huge undertaking. And I like the fact that you guys have that open door. People can come and ask you those questions. We ask you those questions. I think that's very helpful. So this was great. I really appreciate you all having the time to come in. I'm sorry we were late getting started, but I think it was really informative. I wish more of the public that has all these questions, I hope they're tuning in. And if they're not, I love the idea that you can go on and watch this and get that information because it is online. So hopefully some of them will, and this will answer some of the questions they have about how the process works here at the county. So very much appreciated today. And with that, I'm going to open up public comment. And Julie, do we have anybody online?
Yes, we do have one caller.
Okay, well, let's take that online caller.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Are you there, caller?
Hello, Matthew Coulter.
Hi, Matthew.
Yes, Matthew Coulter. Hi. I just had a question. Since the same individuals have been auditing the county for so long, I'd like to hear about some of the discrepancies that they've found and maybe theft of funds that they've found over all these years. Because I find it hard to believe that everything is flawless in the county with the financial area. So that would be my request to hear about. And then I find it odd that the people that make the budget and the auditing and everyone's together. So how can it be an independent audit, I guess, is my question, if it is dependent on these other factors within the same building to say yay or nay to things? It just seems like there's missing a link there somewhere with the audit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Who'd like to clarify that? Marcia?
Well, thank you. I appreciate Matthew's question as well. So the auditor is an independent elected official. So we are separate from the CEO's office and separate from the board. However, we all do work together. We have to work together in order to complete the activities, the financial activities of the county. But there is that separation. And so I don't feel that we're all, as he might put, it together in the sense of how we do our work. And as far as theft of funds and other audit findings, there have not been any theft of funds that have been detected through various roles, not only the external auditors, but through my office as well, for a number of years. But we have had it, and it was many years ago where we had a $1.2 million embezzlement, and thankfully, those holes were plugged at the time. He was a very interesting individual, how he went about that. And it was a learning opportunity for everyone that was here at that time. And I had just really started with the county. So those are things that we look at, those internal policies, the separation of duties, as Hardy had mentioned. Those are very important. And I will say there's a big role for internal audit to be able to go out and check, on those types of transactions going on in departments. So, we highly support that. But I feel like the independence that we have, the third-party external auditor coming in, that you can be assured that things are well handled and that we don't have the issues that perhaps someone from the public might feel could occur. Well, and it could occur. I won't say it couldn't occur, but that we are taking great strides to alleviate that possibility.
Thank you for that clarification. Were there any written comments today, Julie?
No, Chair.
Okay. I don't see anyone in the chamber, so with that, I'm going to close public comment. And does the board have any other comments?
I'd like to move that we accept the presentation.
Second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. We would accept this presentation. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you
Thank
so
you
very much.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to recess for lunch, and we will be back here at 1:30. You want to do announcements before we go? It says whenever. I'm not in a rush. If you want to do them real quick, it's fine. Oh. We'll just do them right in the afternoon when we start, or do you want to do them now? What's your suggestion? We have
My
a busy
recommendation
afternoon.
is to do announcements now, knowing
Because
that
we
your
would do-
afternoon will be.
Our afternoon's going to be busy. So let's do that then. Okay, so we're not recessing, so sorry, sit back down. I apologize, Hardy. Let's go with announcements. And Heidi is so ready for hers. I'm going to let her start.
Thank you. I write them down before I come down
That-
here.
no,
I
that's a
learned
good
my
idea.
lesson in my first year, so, and I will keep it pretty short. I spent a lot of time the last 2 weeks talking to folks about the tax measure, both educating them on what is proposed and listening to their concerns. Included the Nevada City Council, Nevada City Chamber, Contractors Association, and others. I attended the Mine, Wine, and Dine event that the Sierra Gold Parks Foundation put on to benefit our 3 state parks here, the Empire Mine, Malakoff Diggins, and the South Yuba River, which was an excellent event. I participated on a White House call on some new funding that's coming down for public lands counties, and I've given staff some of that information, and we'll follow up with more that is guaranteed funding. We just have to go in and website and pick it up at some point. And that there will be obviously guidance on how that has to be spent. And then my big news is that I've been given a number of appointments for the National Association of Counties organization. I've been appointed as a member to the Rural Action Caucus, as a subcommittee vice chair to the Payment Subcommittee of the Public Lands Committee, and vice chair of the Resilient County Advisory Board. And just to, to comment that this is how we get advocacy for the issues that are most important to us up to on the national level. And I want to just thank the board. I'm very grateful that I'm continued to be allowed to serve on this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Dan, you want to go next?
All right, let's get moving here. Okay, we had a Regional Housing Authority meeting last week. Just pretty much ministerial stuff and informational. Had Mountain County's Water Resource Agency. We had a dinner last week on Thursday, and next day we had a meeting and a strategic planning session at the Hard Rock in Wheatland, which was, haven't been to the Hard Rock before, and it was interesting. We had it in the hospitality room, but the strategic plan was facilitated by Robert Bendorf, who was former CAO for Yuba County. And we talked about, revising our mission statement, our vision statement, and it was a good opportunity for the board to really weigh in on what Mountain Counties is doing, where they're headed. We certainly have had a nice shot in the arm with Justin Caparuso, who's now the executive director for Mountain Counties, and is doing a nice job in bringing us up to date on everything we're doing. I did go to the Grass Valley Sportsman Steak Feed the same night that they had the Wines to Pines to Mines, Wines and Pines dinner, but the Sportsman Steak Dinner was out at the fairgrounds and well attended. Obviously, just a time to fun and reconnect with everyone after the COVID. Have a couple of meetings with the Grass Valley Chamber Downtown Association on Mill Street concerning the half-cent sales tax, and obviously I've been in conversations with Grass Valley city leaders and the city manager as far as the proposed half-cent sales tax. RCRC coming up, I got to tell you, our meeting next Wednesday in Sacramento, we're going to have the CEO of PG&E give us a presentation. And so she's coming in driving in from San Francisco, and we're only going to get about a half an hour with her, but it'll be a nice opportunity for.
Your 3 minutes are up, Dan.
For rural counties.
I think you better wait a minute.
To talk PG&E and what PG&E is doing and building resilience in their system. So that's next Wednesday with RCRC.
Thanks, Dan. Hardy? Or Ed, why don't you go ahead? Hardy's still writing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mine's pretty short. So I've spent considerable amount of time on our upcoming agenda item as far as listening and reading and lots of public comments. Also included a great meeting that we had down at Lake of the Pines, pretty much coordinated by Caleb, Firewise, community types meeting that included our staff, Paul, CAL FIRE, Jerry Good with the Higgins Fire Department. Excellent meeting. It's good to have their support down there. And most of the last 2 weeks I've spent in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So that's about all I have.
Nice, Ed. Hardy?
Yeah, thank you. We had a housing JPA meeting. We're looking at different sites to get some, just anything to help us with our workforce housing. So the Forest Service has a site up at Hobart Mills, and they're willing to do a long-term administrative lease back to whatever organization could possibly get that done. And so we're talking about the county, the East County Housing JPA, and the Forest Service entering some sort of agreement to try and carve out some tent camping spots and maybe some car camping to kind of quickly meet that need early in 2023. And then they're willing to also do some build out if we can get the town to help with that. So, and Dan's coming up.
I'm coming up, but the Housing Authority, I forgot to mention, is that the Martis Foundation gave the Housing Authority $1 million. The town gave them $1 million for that new location at the old Highway Patrol site.
Yep.
And so that's going to be a great another great new project for the town of Truckee.
Yeah, that's very good. Idea.
Yeah, and I just want to add that the issue of getting more housing on forest lands is one that's coming up at NACO, so we should connect so I can understand what's going on up there.
Yeah, it's great. There's a new policy directive that came down in March of 2022, and it expressly, sorry, there's a mosquito or something here, expressly gave the authority to local jurisdictions, the forest supervisor or the district ranger, to do administrative leasing on property, and they've got a bunch of acreage right there that's flat. There's challenges, right? There's power and water, but there's no septic, and so there's all these challenges, but that's where we're at in East County. Like, we can't wait anymore. There is no housing, and you can't, I mean, unless you have $1 million to buy a 2-bedroom, 2-bath fixer, you're out of that part of the county. So met out there, and Allison, her office has been great in supporting the JPA and all the housing work that we're doing up there. So thank you, Allison, for contributing to that. We hosted the state librarian. His name's Greg Lucas, and he came up to Truckee. We did a big show and tell for about 5 hours that shows the new library site, and then also a number of other presentations for him to orient him to our new library project. And we had a multiple of different people on that tour, and it was great. He's a really interesting guy. He's really fun to be around, and has a very casual demeanor, but he's really has a lot of energy to apply to libraries, local libraries, and what they bring to our county. So it's fun to host him, and I think we've gotten great support. I'd just like to mention that Assemblymember Dolly has been incredibly supportive of this project. She showed up on site, she sends representatives, and she's really done a great job in supporting our county in that perspective. And then finally, I'll just mention the wildfire prevention initiative that we have today. I've spent all of my time in the last month working on that, and tried to really meet with people across the county, countywide. It's not just in East County, but I met with Ben Aguilar yesterday from Grass Valley. I met with people from Nevada City. I met with NCCA, and then I also met with CAT, so both sides of the contractors community, to understand and get all the information I can and understand how it affects people countywide. We had a stakeholder meeting that staff supported. I think we had a couple of them where we sat down and literally just talked for hours. We had 2 full days we spent doing that. So a parade of different people that came in, the town and fire departments and MAP and the Land Trust and the Hospital District and Sierra Business Council. And we absolutely listened, although it was a little late in the game, but we listened to every single person we could who was willing to come and sit down. So again, like all of us, I think we've taken a lot of time to try and digest the facts surrounding this initiative, and I'm really looking forward to talking with you all about that.
Okay, that's good. I think it's similar. I mean, I've had a lot of meetings the last couple of weeks for sure. Went to the Grass Valley Sportsman's. It was great to see some folks. We had conversations there. I went to the Fair Buyers Dinner the other night. Another opportunity to have some conversations with folks looking forward to fair. I'd just like to throw out that so many of our nonprofits, this is a big moneymaker for them at this time. So come out to the fair and enjoy. It'll be a lot of fun. The weather's supposed to be just right. Kind of excited to see the kids all out and about. Been dealing a lot with PG&E. I think had some great conversations. They've been a little bit, my contact's been busy because he's been down south with the fire. There's been a lot going on there, as we all know, down by Mariposa. And same thing up north with the other fire up there. Just we had a strike team out that way. I'd like to thank for all the work that's been going on up there. And let's see, another big concern I've really been having a lot of phone calls about is about the phone and the DSL lines going out. So there's a lot of confusion with that. And Sarah, and she's been helping me kind of field some of that information as we continue to work and make sure that people have access to phone service. So that's been kind of a big one. And then the rest of it really has been a lot of meetings and good meetings, good conversations. I met with a group of folks that all have access and functional needs. And so it was interesting, you have a lot of different opinions that and ideals that come up with this, what we're gonna talk about at 1:30. So it's been really interesting, it's been engaging with the community, and that's what we're here for, right? That's what we do, is answer those phone calls and questions and listen. So I think we've all had a lot of that this last couple of weeks. So with that, I'll close and I will recess for lunch, and we'll be back here at 1:30 for our next item. Afternoon, welcome back. I'm going to call this meeting back into order. So we're at our afternoon session this evening, and I just want to let everybody know, just in case the county website streaming might go down, okay, public members can still reach us through the youtube.com/County of Nevada CA. And you also can continuing listening through calling 415-655-0001. And there's a meeting ID number that goes with that. It's 255-188-2180. And there's a password that goes with that, which is 94784-627. So that's just in the event there's something that happens and we lose our power. Generally, if the streaming quits, we'll take a little break until we can come back up. Couple housekeeping. We have a pretty full house today, so we have to be a little careful. There's a little we have overflow upstairs that you can go. Now, that's only for listening only. There's also a kiosk outside that's been put into order and it'll work. And with that, we're going to move right along here. And I think Jeff had mentioned too that as we move through, there's going to be a lot of public comment this afternoon. If we can figure that out and move in a orderly fashion and line up, and we'll move through with some sort of organization. I think that will work great. So at this point too, then, so what I would like to do is I'm going to introduce Allison Lehman to bring this item forward. And this is a public hearing considering a proposed ordinance ballot measure to add Article 9 to Chapter 5 of the Nevada County General Code, importing 1/2 cent. Allison?
Thank you, Chair Hook and members of the board. And I love seeing the chamber so full, so I want to thank you, all of you, to be part of the public process. So emergency preparedness has been a long-standing county objective. In January 2022, Nevada County Board of Supervisors reaffirmed emergency preparedness as a priority. So today, the supervisors will consider whether to place a proposed measure on the November 8th, 2022 ballot. By putting the measure on the ballot, Nevada County voters will be given the choice to support this emergency services initiative. So with that, I'd like to introduce the Assistant CEO, Caleb Dardick, who's going to be introducing the panel we have today and will be leading the presentation. So thank you, Caleb.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hook, supervisors, members of the public, and staff. My name's Caleb Dardick, Assistant CEO, and I'm honored to be here helping to present this measure, Nevada County Wildfire Prevention Emergency Service Disaster Readiness Transaction and Use Tax Measure. We have a full panel. We have Fire Chief Brian Estes with CAL FIRE's Nevada Yuba Placer Unit. To my right, we have Scott Beasley, who's the chair of the Nevada County Coalition of Firewise Communities. He's representing 73 Firewise communities, including 22 in training, which represents over 25,000 households in Nevada County. It's certainly the largest grassroots organization around these issues. So I thank Scott for being with us. We have a full panel of staff who have worked very hard on this measure for many years, starting with Steve Monahan, our IGS Agency Director, to my left, and then behind me, Trish Tillotson, our CDA Director, Craig Griesbach, our OES Director, Barry Anderson, Senior Analyst with the CEO Office, Paul Cummings, our OES Manager, and Lieutenant Sean Scales from the Nevada County Sheriff's Office, who is also supporting OES this year. So with that, I would like to start our presentation today by turning it over to Chief Estes for a presentation on CAL FIRE in Nevada County.
Okay, thank you, Caleb, and good afternoon, Chair Hook and members of the board. Again, my name is Brian Estes. I'm the Fire Chief for CAL FIRE for the Nevada Yuba Placer Unit. Really, I wanted to just first of all, thank all of you for your continued support of CAL FIRE and all our allied fire agencies across Nevada County. I usually get and afforded the opportunity to speak to you at your board workshop and also to bring you kind of an update at some point during the fire season on where we sit in Nevada County. And so I'm really honored to be able to come forth before you today and give you a little bit of an insight into where we sit today and where we're looking into the rest of our fire season and into 2023. I've also really feel privileged to be able to be part of the Nevada County team. I work very, very closely with all of our allied local government fire agencies, all of our special districts and our cities, both on the east side and the west slope. I think it's important to remember that you know, I'm a very close partner of all the fire departments across Nevada County, but I'm a general funded department, and I don't receive necessarily or seek out the same things that our local government fire agencies do. What I do is I provide that partnership, but I also sometimes am a funder of grant funding that comes into Nevada County. And so one of the things that I want to talk about today is how important the prioritization of fuel reduction, fire prevention, and generally speaking, fire-related issues are to our county here in Nevada County. So I've got a short presentation today that gives us a little bit of an update, talking a little bit about where we were in 2021, some lessons learned in Nevada County, and where we're sitting in 2022 and some of our goals through the year. So last year was a historical year, as we've seen across really the last 5 years or so in Nevada County and across California. Last year, statewide, we had over 8,000 wildfires occur in California for a total of over 2.4 million acres burned. We saw over 3,600 structures destroyed as a result of those fires, and over 17 million gallons of fire retardant were dropped in our suppression efforts. Our arson investigation bureaus across the state arrested 121 arsonists directly related to damaging wildfires across the state, and CAL FIRE expended over $1.1 billion to suppress these fires. It's important, I think, to remember that we are a fabric in Nevada County that is really a necessity of local government and state suppression efforts across our area, and then, of course, our federal partners up in the higher country. And we really could not do it without the efforts of our local government fire departments across both the east and west side of the Sierras. But the jurisdictional and fiscal responsibility for state responsibility area for wildland fire lies with CAL FIRE. And all of our fire districts sit within that SRA. So to have that fabric and to have that connection between local government and CAL FIRE is incredibly important. The next two graphs just show really, I think, a very graphic representation of where we sit really over the last about 100 years of recorded fire history. And if you look at these graphs and you start with that small gray and black sliver up toward the top, this graph represents the 20 largest California wildfires recorded in history. You can see that between 1932 and 1999, that referenced a very small percentage. And then 2000 through 2009, 2010 through 2019, and then the 2 years of 20 and 21 represent about 9 of the largest California wildfires in recorded history. CAL FIRE protects over 33 million acres of private land. We do not manage public land. We protect private tax-paying land. That's in our mission statement. Part of our mission statement is to contain 95% of the fires we respond to at 10 acres or less. Because we do not manage public lands and we protect private lands, we do not have any other option, as do our local government partners, except for 100% aggressive initial attack and suppression. And we will always hold that close to our hearts. That's a tenet of our mission statement. FRA and LRA pertain to different land ownerships. FRA is federal responsibility area, and that really is your 5 big federal land management agencies: Forest Service, Park Service, BIA, BOR, and Fish and Wildlife. And then local responsibilities are going to be your municipalities, specifically the town of Truckee and the cities of Grass Valley and Nevada City. Within an incorporated municipality, CAL FIRE does not have any fiscal or jurisdictional responsibility for the suppression of wildland fires within those boundaries. But frankly, Nevada County has been a leader in proactiveness with the municipalities. The town of Truckee specifically has held a wildland protection agreement for over 6,000 acres of local responsibility area. They contract directly with us so that we treat that like state responsibility area. And it's really paid off in huge dividends, most recently the Butterfield fire about 3 or 4 weeks ago. And on the west slope here in the cities of Grass Valley and Nevada City, 3 years ago, I signed what we call a mutual threat zone agreement with both of those cities that allows us to affect the full breadth of CAL FIRE resources into those cities at no charge. Because I feel that any fire starting within the cities is going to be a threat to the unincorporated areas and vice versa. The second graph here talks about the 20 most destructive wildfires in recorded history, specifically with the destruction of structures. Again, 1933 through 99, a very small sliver. 2000 through 09, 20 through 21, but the big one, and of course this was punctuated by the Camp Fire in Butte County, being one of the most destructive, if not the most destructive fire in recorded history. As I said, our CAL FIRE mission is to contain 95% of new wildland fires at 10 acres or less, and typically speaking in Nevada County, we run about 97% successful on that. Nevada and Placer counties have some of the highest number of habitable structures sitting within the SRA of any counties within the state of California. And that's why that resiliency, home hardening, prevention, pre-fire, and aggressive suppression efforts are so important in our county. So as we come down to a more localized look at the Nevada-Yuba Placer unit, we had 361 wildland fires in 2021 across the unit for about 4,800 acres burned. Most of that was on the river fire, which spanned both Placer and Nevada counties. Our 5-year average is about 4,200 acres, so we were in that arena. Unfortunately, we did experience 210 structures and outbuildings that were destroyed as a result of those fires, again, primarily as a result of the river fire. And currently today, we have multiple arson investigations ongoing across our unit, some of them dating back to 2 and 3 years ago that are still active. Our Grass Valley Emergency Command Center is one of the most dynamic 911 dispatching centers in the state of California. We very proudly dispatch for 31 different agencies, fire and EMS agencies, across both the east slope and west slope of the Sierras. All of the fire districts in the cities on the west slope and all of the districts and the town of Truckee, including the North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District in Washoe County, all provide dispatch services or provided dispatch services out of the Grass Valley ECC. Why this is so critical is that we have one point source of dispatching. The 911 call comes into the sheriff's office, comes out of that, transferred into the Grass Valley ECC, and we are putting the closest available resource to the scene regardless of the patch on the door. We believe in that. We always will believe in that. And the ECC does an amazing job up there. In 2021, they generated 39,000 911 calls for over 67,000 responses across the unit. They average almost 100 calls per day. Our busiest day in recorded history actually was the low snow event in both Placer and Nevada counties earlier this year in late 21, early 22, where they were spanning almost 400 calls per 24 hours. And statewide, CAL FIRE dispatches for and responds to, on the average, of about 600,000 calls for service annually. So as I look at our 2022 fire season, where we're at right now on August 9th and moving forward through this year, statewide, our departments responded to just over 325,000 incidents and over 4,600 wildland fires. But our acreage burned at 28,000 is much, much lower, which is a tribute to the success of our initial attack with our local government partners. Locally here in the Nevada-Yuba Placer unit, we've dispatched over 21,000 incidents, and we've had 282 wildland fires across the unit. The majority of those have been in Nevada and Yuba counties, as most of you have seen that activity has been prevalent in the north end of Nevada County. We're probably running a much higher than average on our number of fire starts, but our acreage is still below average, which is positive. Unfortunately, we have seen 27 structures destroyed across the unit already this year. And frankly, we're seeing a lot of that monsoonal flow, as we've all seen, the humid, thunderstorm-driven weather. But I think we potentially could see a change into late August, September, and October, which will bring, I think, now kind of our new peak fire season, which we're seeing later into each summer. Our grant funding for 2022 has still been very resilient across Nevada County. We were successful in obtaining funding for Phase 2 of the North Fork of the American Shaded Fuel Break, which is in Placer County, but has a direct positive effect on Nevada County. And we were successful in Phase 2 of our Ponderosa West Defense Zone, protecting both Grass Valley and Nevada City. We were successful in obtaining $1 million in direct grant funding to benefit the ongoing efforts out of Nevada County CDA and their efforts in mitigating the storm damage. And across the unit, we've secured in excess of $8 million in grant funding. Our operational readiness right now is at full staffing and full peak level. We're currently staffed with 22 frontline engines, 4 hand crews, 4 dozers, and over 430 suppression personnel at peak. 2 of our biggest assets we've obtained this year in the unit is a Type 2 initial attack fire helicopter based at Auburn and a Type 1 Black Hawk initial attack helicopter that's based at the Truckee Airport. Both of those pieces of aircraft are augmentation in addition to our existing resources, and they're dispatched on every wildland fire across Nevada County. We also were fortunate to receive the funding to make our National Guard crew based right out of Nevada City Station 20 permanent as of July 1st, and we received an additional dozer funding, which puts us at 4 dozers across the unit for initial attack. Our priorities for 2022 remain consistent, working with Nevada County OES and the Sheriff's Office on evacuation planning and communication with the public, and really making sure that our ignition management plan and our unit strategic fire plan, that we're identifying those priorities and remaining true to those priorities. Right now, we have 17 fuel reduction projects that have been identified. About 9 of those are in Nevada County, and we remain true to those fuel reduction projects on the state-funded side. I would say the number one challenge that we have right now in the state and in Nevada County is the decimation or the deterioration of our inmate hand crew firefighting program. And I talked at this at length during the RCRC presentation. As an example, our camp locally here, Washington Ridge, which was founded in 1961 and at full capacity is a 132-man inmate firefighting crew camp, where we're able to put out 5 Type 1 initial attack fire crews, currently has 17 inmates assigned to the camp. We cannot consistently even put 2 crews on the ground every day. It's not a problem with CAL FIRE as an agency. It's a bigger problem with obtaining inmates that can qualify for and are released to us by the Department of Corrections for our conservation camp program. But it is probably one of the proudest programs that the state of California has ever developed. It was developed in 1945, and at its bulk or height of the program was staffing 167 Type 1 crews available 24/7, 365 for fires, floods, snowfall, fuel reduction efforts, et cetera. Currently, as of yesterday, we are sitting with a total of 31 of those crews available across the state. So it's a challenge. Washington Ridge Camp has been identified as a potential camp that could be closed in the future based on those numbers. And I'm working really, really hard with all of you, with the CEO and all of the county staff to try to maintain the importance of that camp as it applies to fuel reduction and suppression efforts. But it is a real problem, and it's probably my number one priority in the unit right now. Additional priorities, I'm going to continue, and again, I appreciate the support from the Board of Supervisors, and I will continue to work with staff and the electeds as well as our allied fire agencies. I have to tell you, Sheriff Moon has been just a champion of collaboration. I've been, the CAL FIRE chief here for 5 years now, and the relationship I have with Shannon and her one-on-one conversations with me as late as last night about today's presentation. She is always there. She's always answers the phone, and she understands and commits her staff out of the sheriff's office 100% of the time for that unified command. And really what that means to the public is affecting safe and effective and efficient evacuations. We cannot do that alone. They cannot do that alone. Our unified command philosophy of the sheriff's office is one of a kind here in Nevada County. And I give you my guarantee, we will remain vigilant in our commitment to aggressive initial attack, the care for our employees, and the service to our communities here in Nevada County. So again, I want to thank you for your support as the board, and I'll turn it back over to Caleb. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Caleb?
Thank you, Chief Estes. Really appreciate you being here and sharing I think that the entire community appreciates what you and CAL FIRE do for our community. Thank you. All right. So Jeff, if we could start with that next presentation. All right, thank you. You know, I think all of us who live here and grew up here, we're no strangers to fire or tough winters. And I think, you know, it's a pretty hardy community and a very resilient community. I think what has happened and you can't go and meet up with anyone, family, friends, at work, where we aren't talking about what's changing, the sort of intensity and severity of these fires, the compounding of one after the next, and then just when you think you're out of fire season, then we have winter snowstorms. You know, we're having several years of drought. And so I think we're all aware that it's this intensity and compounding that is challenging us to look at how are we going to respond as a community to this sort of new, I don't think anyone wants to call it new normal anymore, but what's it coming in front of us and what we're already experiencing. And so clearly the direction that you have given, your board has given staff, is to how can we be better prepared? What do we need to do as a community to stand together, you know, in the face of this and something that has really raised the stakes for us, and we're not going to retreat. So what is it that we need to do? I think everyone's familiar with the CAL FIRE maps, the high fire, very high fire severity zones, and it's always troubling to see your own house, you know, in that red spot. And I just think about all the time that we stood at the top of Broad Street or anywhere else and looked out and saw these trees and showed them off to friends and thought, this is so beautiful. And now I think so often we look at that same picture and go, wow, look at the fuel load. Or get teased when we drive through a neighborhood where they've done great fuel mitigation work and go, wow, look at that beautiful cleared out understory. So we're all incredibly aware that what is beautiful here also poses a risk, and that we have a responsibility, a personal stewardship, certainly on the personal level at our homes, but also as a community to address that risk. So as Allison Lehman said, emergency preparedness has been a priority of yours officially at least as long as 2016. And my guess, when I look back at all of the fire plans that have come before this board in the last 2 decades, the fire plans of the early 2000s, the community wildfire protection plans, the public safety elements in our general plan, none of this is new. You look and see the same recommendations coming back again and again. We know what we have to do to protect our community. This is, I think, though, the first time that we've been directed by you to not only take a fresh look, compile a needs assessment, but to consider where might we find sustainable funding to pay for that work. Because if you go back and look through any of those documents, you'll see contingent upon funding or seek grant funding or seek other funding. So at your direction, we began listening to I guess I want to just quickly just give a little bit of a timetable. In January of 2020 at the board workshop, you gave the staff direction to engage the community and key stakeholders in a needs assessment, sort of defined as what is it that we're doing now and what is it that we think we should be doing, and ask the experts about that gap, how much, quantify that gap, and come back with the sustaining funding, as I mentioned. So we had a very ambitious outreach plan, and then in January of 2020, and of course, wasn't very long after that COVID hit, and we focused as a community and as a staff and as a board on supporting our community through the pandemic. So coming back to January 22 this year, your board again directed staff to resume that work, engage stakeholders, and come back with new recommendations. Let me come back to that. So in terms of outreach, we conducted public opinion research, fielded our own surveys, presented at town halls and monthly Zoom forums hosted by the Coalition of Firewise Communities and others. And mostly at these meetings, we asked residents the same question. What are your emergency service priorities? What is it that you want and expect from the county? Could we have done more outreach? You know, as someone who really believes in community engagement, of course we could have done much, much more, and I regret that we weren't able to do more. But in this process of talking with those we were able to connect with, we heard familiar themes. And these are themes that you hear in your neighborhood meetings and in your constituent calls as well. And what the community and the residents are saying over and over again is prevent wildfires, reduce flammable brush, improve evacuation safety, enforce fire safety laws, improve emergency communication and early alert systems, early warning systems, and for those who are physically unable or economically unable, provide some assistance to those low-income seniors and people with disabilities so that they can maintain defensible space around their homes as well. The other part of the equation was engaging our key stakeholders. And in this regard, we convened the CEO Roundtable under Allison Lehman's leadership. And originally, we're thinking, let's have a really small group. It stayed small, but it almost doubled in size. But key county, municipal, first responder stakeholders, we really understood that we want to partner with our cities and towns. So we had the town of Truckee and the cities of Grass Valley and Nevada City at the table. We have 9 local fire districts who do incredible work in our community and did not extend an invitation to all 9, but did include Truckee Fire Protection District, the Nevada County Consolidated, and Truckee Fire District. Law enforcement, certainly, as Chief Estes just mentioned, critical part of what we do, and so Sheriff Moon was also at the table, as were the agency heads for all of our county agencies. So this group submitted the needs assessment format, and I really want to thank Barry Anderson from the CO's office, who was really tasked with a big job, because people came in sometimes with detailed spreadsheets, sometimes with the back of a napkin, and with each of them, he worked closely to really understand exactly what was the expected outcome of each program and project, what was the scale of work, what was the staffing or equipment required. So there was a detailed spreadsheet behind every number. And we received 62 projects and program ideas just from this group. And that would have totaled, if we were to have the money, $36 million per year. And I can only imagine, you know, one of the privileges of this job is getting to meet so many smart and informed people. Had we extended and reached out to even more stakeholders, this list, of course, could probably be in the billions, because there is, I think we recognize there's so much work that needs to be done. So coming out Coming out with that first cut was actually 54 million, then down to 36 million. Thank you, Barry. And then drafting an expenditure plan to present to you that's in your packet as attachment 1 that's responsive to the community priorities, responsive to the stakeholders' input, and based on an estimated 12 million, which is what we forecast a half-cent sales tax could generate in annual revenue. The group CEO Roundtable also addressed what are the guiding principles that should direct this work. And notably in there is accountability, transparency, and regional equity, but you'll also see in the staff report a commitment to pick projects that will have a maximum impact. There are so many good ideas out there. We can't do them all. Let's pick the items that will have the biggest impact, the biggest bang for the buck. And I think you'll see that in that draft expenditure plan. So at this point, what I'd like to do is turn this over to Steve Monahan, who is leader of the Office of Emergency Services and someone who has been working in this space for decades, can really speak to the various items that came out of that are in the expenditure plan before you, which is really a starting place for our work, I think a very solid starting place for us, and can give you a bit more of the thinking behind some of these project ideas that have been elevated to the top of the list.
Thank you, Caleb. Good afternoon, Chair Hook, honorable board members. Steve Monahan, your Director of Information and General Services. And to start off, we had to categorize all of these projects and works. So what we did is we followed FEMA's best practice around categorization and the holistic approach of emergency management. And the buckets that FEMA uses are preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. Then we applied target allocation percentages to each of the categories, again, based on general emergency management trends and best practices. This was then vetted with that stakeholder group that Caleb described. The stakeholder projects sorted out into general alignment across those categories, those 4 categories, and in the percentages. So the percentages that you see out here, mitigation 65, response 20, recovery 5, preparedness 10, really ended up being a pretty good fit to the projects that were submitted and what those projects did, with mitigation being really the lion's share, and that's really the boots on the ground projects that we'll go through here shortly. We expect, and as part of your package today, you have a draft budget. You know, it's the expenditure plan that breaks out the projects through these categories. Our expectation is if this were to go into place, we would form a technical advisory committee, and I'll talk about this a little bit later in the presentation in detail, but the TAC would look at that expenditure plan, provide input and feedback and adjustment, and then we would go forward with that. Major elements in the plan are consistent with previous OES board presentations. OES and our stakeholders have been successfully executing on them for the past several years. So most of the work and the recommendations we're giving you today, we've been working on. We just need to do it at a larger scale, make more impact. And to do that, we need more funding, more resources. So first up is evacuations. When a wildfire happens, getting residents out of the impacted areas to safety is the top priority and action required to prevent loss of life. This is the top priority for Chief Estes and for Sheriff Moon and all of our partners. How do we make sure people get out safely? The 562 miles of county roads that act as the main arteries out of our neighborhoods must be improved for wildfire safety and traffic flow. Improvements needed include regular annual vegetation management, added turnouts, shoulder widening and improvements, signage and markers. This will help residents evacuate quicker and safer when the time comes, preventing loss of life, as well as for first responders getting into the neighborhoods quicker and safer. Looking at our roadside vegetation program, our current funding through the road department has the capability of the range of 50 to 80 miles annually to be treated. Some of those miles are grassland, weeds, and they have to be treated every year. So looking at that cycle, it takes 10 years right now with current funding to get through every county road. With grant funding over the past few years, and that, you'll see that category there, we've been able to bring this average up to 85 miles with a peak of 1 year of 120 miles, thank you to a CAL FIRE grant. With more funding, if we had the sustained measure, we could do 140 miles of roads annually, bringing the treatment cycle down to 3 years minimum for all public roads. And we know that's how fast vegetation grows back. I know I led a neighborhood work party. We did our private road 3 years ago, and I look at it and I'm like, oh, I got to do another road party to get to all that. It's just amazing, the oak stuff. I mean, it's 10 feet tall now. It's been 3 years. This measure proposes to allocate funding to the cities and town for similar roadside vegetation treatment needs as they have inside their own jurisdictions. The cost to do this, 140 miles, just for the county roads annually, is $2.5 million. So that's programmed into that budget. This work is driven by risk analysis and evacuation planning, prioritizing work for the most impact and risk reduction. The next main category is around illegal campfires. Over the past several years, there have been an increasing number of local wildfires started by illegal campfires. The proposed measure would allocate funds for local law enforcement agencies to increase monitoring and patrols, especially on high red flag warning days, when all of our anxieties are really high. The county's home team would be leveraged to actively engage and work with our local unhoused community on fire prevention and alternatives. And we've been doing this work. We just need to do more of it at a larger scale. Defensible space. 100 feet of defensible space around all homes in our neighborhoods will help assist residents' safe evacuation from their homes, make it safer for first responders to perform evacuations, and for the firefighters responding into the neighborhoods. Defensible space also slows residential home-based fires from spreading quickly to adjacent vegetation, the forest, and to other neighboring homes. Currently, we are reaching only several hundred homes a year with personal home inspection visits. This is through our Defensible Space Inspection Program. With increased funding, we could increase from hundreds of homes a year to thousands of homes annually. We know from experience that when we visit a homeowner in person, in front of their house with a smiley face, helpful, we get 90% compliance. 90% of the time, they are educated, they understand what they need to do, and they do the right thing of treating their home. So being able to do thousands of visits a year instead of hundreds can have a very high impact in lowering the risk in our neighborhoods. The next step beyond residential defensible space includes home hardening to protect the home from ember storms and wildfire encroachment. We foresee the insurance industry as well as state regulators expanding rules and requirements in this area. Residents will need education and support services to respond to these needs and new requirements. We will also need a trained and capable local workforce to do all of this work on homes. This represents a significant opportunity for local companies, contractors, and entrepreneurs. Our county is one of the grayest counties in the state. We have many senior and disabled residents who simply cannot perform the physical work required to make their homes wildfire safe. In addition, much of this population is on a fixed or low income and cannot afford to pay for the work to be performed either. We must offer support programs to assist these residents so they are not left behind and left vulnerable. If we are going to have vegetation ordinance, codes, and enforcement programs, we have to have programs to assist these populations. This represents another area of significant opportunity for local companies, contractors, and entrepreneurs to do this work for these residents. Green waste. So residents have told us they love and value the annual free green waste events put on in collaboration between OES and our valued partner, the Fire Safe Council. Each annual event is bigger and more utilized than the previous years. This is green waste tonnage that leaves our community altogether as chips on trucks, the best solution we have in place right now. Our residents are eager to do their part and clear their lots and private roads, but they need affordable solutions to dispose of green waste. Else the work is not performed or the vegetation is illegally dumped along a road for others to deal with. It is estimated to cost $1.5 million a year for seasonal and year-round green waste sites for eastern and western counties, respectively. For example, after the winter storm, our residents did the hard work of clearing over 3,300 tons of green waste. The county facilitated its disposal with the free green waste site, again, working closely with our partners and Fire Safe Council. This is a great example of public-community partnership that we can do more of. It's a compounding effect. People want to do the right thing. We have to empower them and enable them to do it. We see and hear from our neighborhoods the need for more low-cost or free chipping programs, especially for private roads. And while we have 562 county roads, we have over 1,500 private roads in our county. A locally based and dedicated hand crew managed by fire department could be leveraged for great benefit in the neighborhoods and across numerous vegetation management projects. And as the chief mentioned, we're losing that capacity, so we're looking for creative solutions to partner with the agencies, CAL FIRE, and this revenue measure could help find some of those solutions. So we're talking about big landscape forest management projects, fuel breaks. A lot of times these vegetation management projects are called shaded fuel breaks. Simply put, these projects remove the overgrowth of saplings and brush from the forest floors, making them less dense. They remove lower tree branches and ladder fuels so fire cannot get into the tree crowns, keeping the fire on the ground where it moves slower and is more manageable. By slowing the fire and making it less intense, shaded fuel breaks allow our firefighters an opportunity to attack the fire in a safer and more manageable environment before the fire reaches high-density population areas. Shaded fire breaks play a critical role in a community's overall wildfire prevention strategy, and you'll see this in our CWWP documents and the CAL FIRE local unit plan. So looking at the CAL FIRE local unit plan, they have identified 9 local projects on western Nevada County. These are all shaded fuel break safety projects. They make up approximately 9,000 acres. If we look at what we did for Ponderosa West Safety Zone project, that was approximately 1,200 acres and cost almost $3 million. So you can see the magnitude here. On eastern side, the Truckee Fire Protection District has identified what they call halos, and they kind of look like halos, a vegetation removal around all major neighborhoods. These 8 projects represent 9,350 acres to be treated. It is estimated to cost $70 million or more to perform all the shaded fuel break projects identified for both western and eastern county. As vegetation in our climate, we're in that Mediterranean climate. I always hear Steve Garcia, your forester, talk about our vegetation grows back very quickly. These projects must be maintained to retain the safety element they provide when completed and to be maintained to maintain the investment it took to create them. Just like with roadside vegetation, maintenance needs to happen continuously and forever. This proposed measure would make Nevada County eligible for more mitigation funding. And if you remember back to that chart I started off with, mitigation is 63%. It's the biggest chunk of the overall budget. These are on-the-ground projects. For every $1 million we have available for grant match funding, we can leverage that to receive $3 million in additional state or FEMA funding through those grant programs. So while we're looking at this initial $12 million measure and budget, we can confidently expect that to increase to a much larger overall funded program. And we know from what Caleb was talking about, we could spend $36 million a year and still have much, much more to do. That second graph to the left is from FEMA. For every dollar we spend on mitigation, we can expect to save $6 in future disaster losses. And we can look at recent examples of the cost of suppression versus mitigation from the recent Rice's fire, which was 900 acres north of French Corral. That fire cost approximately $13 million to suppress. The estimated cost, if we were to have done a shaded fuel break on that same acreage, would have been $3.5 million. So you've got almost a 4-to-1 there. And that doesn't consider the cost or impact of losing one's homes, outbuildings, animals, and fortunately, we did not have loss of life, thanks to our firefighters on that example. So we hear a lot, why can't grant funding just take care of this? This graph shows you that we've received $10 million in grants over the past 4 years. This represents 6 years, because we started applying for grants in 2017 to get this $10 million in the pipeline. The team has done a great job applying for grants. CAL FIRE has been a terrific partner in partnering with and awarding the county grants. The challenge is at the pace and scale of the amount of work we need to do to make our community safe, seeking only grant funding will fall far short and will take too long to meet our needs. With more local matching grant funds available, we'll be able to write and apply for more grants, winning more grant funding, enhancing the total size of this overall program and the needed work we can do together. So again, we are taking, and our plan is looking at a holistic approach with mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. These funds will be local funds, controlled locally, that the state cannot take away. This is not a home or property tax, and it's not applied to food purchased as groceries. Everyone will pay their fair share for the measure, including visitors and tourists who drive through or stay in Nevada County. The responsibility won't fall solely on residents. The measure will create jobs and new business opportunities right here in our community. Living in the wildland-urban interface, or WUI, is stressful for all our residents. We love where we live, but we live in fear 6 months out of the year. Our children know that the sound of spotters and bombers and helicopters overhead means there's a wildfire somewhere nearby. Our residents have their go bags packed. Many of us have been holding our breath since the grass dried up in April, and we won't exhale until the fall rains come. As a community, this situation is having many negative impacts, from mental wellness and stress levels, to friends and families moving away, to the very unfortunate who have already lost their homes and their cherished possessions to a wildfire. This is not the future we want, and it's not the future we need to accept. As I mentioned before, I'll come back to the Technical Advisory Committee. This is a committee that will ensure the funds leveraged countywide will have the expertise to achieve the highest possible public benefit and impact. The TAC will be comprised of local wildfire, forest, and emergency management experts. They will make funding recommendations following community-approved plans such as CWPPs, local CAL FIRE unit plan, jurisdictional safety elements, evacuation plans, and many others. OES will help staff the TAC's work. They will be a very supported committee. There will be an Eastern and Western County TAC to ensure regional expertise is leveraged and equity is achieved. Lastly, the citizens will, a citizens oversight committee will be created to ensure transparency and accountability. They will provide annual public reports on sales tax collected, how the money was used, findings of regular audits, and post all of this data on a public dashboard on the county website to ensure transparency. And with that, Chair Hook, I'll hand it back over to Caleb.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, thank you, Steve. And now I'd like to turn it over to Scott Beasley of the Coalition of FireWise Communities.
Chair Hook, members of the board, thank you so much for your time here today. I am Scott Beasley, a serial volunteer in your community, here today representing the Nevada County Coalition of FireWise Communities, asking you to support this measure. Truth be told, I'm the Plan B speaker today. The county's A-lister kind of bailed on him. They were, of course, going for Smokey the Bear. But today is his 78th birthday, born August 9th, 1944, a fact I stole from retired Chief Jacobs earlier this week. So even though he's not here, I think that the lessons from Smokey and his learnings over his lifetime are worth sharing and are relevant to our conversation here today. We all know that, back in the day, the idea was just let forests grow, let them grow, grow, grow. It's natural. We know today that we have to manage the forest, we have to manage the vegetation and remove some of that fuel with these mitigation efforts. Smokey has adapted, and we need to as well. As Caleb referenced, your Nevada County Coalition of FireWise Communities is massive. 73 certified communities, 22 in training, half of those we hope to be certified by year end, north of 25,000 households all encompassed. And they're active, they're very active. They are proactive in these mitigation efforts. We have regular attendance in our monthly education meetings of 115 to as many as 400 people. Those are just the leaders that then cascade that information out within their communities, having a multiplier effect. They're active within their own little neighborhoods doing the work to clear properties, but they can't do everything on their own. We have communities that are doing a great job of clearing their own properties. They're not going to clear 9,000 acres of shaded fuel break. We have neighborhoods that are doing a great job of removing the debris from their neighborhoods. They can only do that when they have green waste sites year-round to drop it off at. We have neighborhoods that are doing a great job of doing their own private roads, but there are many more private roads to be done, and they're certainly not going to do hundreds of miles of county roads every single year. And there's some people who want to, but just plain can't. They lack the funds, they lack the means, and they lack the physical ability to do it. We're not all third-generation loggers like the new OES guy over my shoulder here. And we need help with these projects, right? Not everyone can sling a 36-inch bar on their chainsaw. And again, we have an opportunity before us to do just that. Now, why are these people so active? Why is there so much proactivity going on in these FireWise communities? It's real simple, fear. Do you notice how Steve just threw out that, oh, when the kids hear the spotter plane overhead, no one in this room, turned to the neighbor to ask, because we all know exactly what the spotter plane sounds like, right? He uses the term WUI. No one Googled that. No one reached for their phones. We all know exactly what the WUI means. And this is not normal, to be clear. This is because we are all acutely aware of the risk. We all know what it means to live in Nevada County and what we're up against. And we're doing what we can, but again, your Firewise communities just need a little bit more help. But I don't think I have to tell you that. I sat in this very room a couple weeks ago. You know, I heard Supervisor Hall bring up the need to help our vulnerable populations. I heard Supervisor Miller talk rightfully about how we are on the map as a community when it comes to disaster preparedness and response. Heard, you know, Chair Hook talk about how we'd like to have more than a 5-year cycle of veg management along roadsides. Supervisor Schofield's comments in the Transportation Commission video were amazing, terrifying, but amazing about our evacuation routes. And Supervisor Bullock brought up this idea of increased mitigation and response, not even in a meeting about that. It was in the Area 4 conversation. Every conversation here turns to fire in this community. And we need to recognize that and address that risk and provide some mitigation efforts and adapt, just like Smokey and his group have changed over the years. I'm going to close with stealing yet another story from kind of a celebrity in the disaster response world. And I don't know him by name, and I hope his work never impacts you, but in this community it probably will. But Mike Chard is the emergency manager for the county of Boulder in Colorado. And they have an emergency every year from every conceivable weather system out there in Boulder. And if you hear Mike talk, he often speaks on this topic in very Darwinian terms. Mike says that it's not the strongest who survive the disasters, nor is it the smartest. It is those who adapt. When we're done here, you're going to hear the public speak, and you're going to hear some very strong opinions, many of them in opposition. You're going to hear some smart people also in opposition, and they deserve to be here and get their voice. But what I'm asking you is to not be hung up on the minutia and the details when they point out that this maybe isn't the exact perfect policy and that there's other ways we can spend our money, because there's no such thing as a perfect policy, and there's always other ways to spend our money. What this measure does is it gives the residents of this town and our Firewise communities a chance to adapt. On behalf of the Nevada County Coalition of Firewise Communities, I'm asking you to please put this measure on the ballot. Let us take it to vote this fall. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Scott.
And Chair Hook, we'll turn it back to you for questions.
Okay, great. Well, I'm going to go right to my board then and start with questions. Who'd like to be first? You have a lot. Well, that's okay. We got to start somewhere, so go ahead, Hardy. Thank you. Okay, here we go, Hardy.
Thank you for the presentation. Thanks for all of your words. And Chief, thank you so much. And I would just want to expressly thank you for your support of Eastern County. You've always been there for Eastern County and the town, and our partnership with Placer and Nevada County, both in that area, so thank you. I'd like to say a lot of work from the staff perspective, the board perspective, the CEO's office, and the community has gone into this initiative. And so I'd just like to recognize that any of the comments and from either the board or the public or staff is all related to the one team concept of trying to figure out what the right thing to do is for the county as a whole. I have a lot of questions. I'm going to try and go through this pretty quickly, but they're important questions to me. They're important to District 5, and I think they're important to the county as a whole. So I'll get started with it and just try and be patient as we work through. But if I understand correctly, this was first brought up, the tax initiative measure was first described in the 2020 Strategic Board Workshop.
I believe that is so. That's when I started.
Okay. And so with that, our objectives that we renew every year have had this running kind of as a script in the background, thinking about the proper date and time to bring this forward as directed by the board in 2020. Obviously, COVID hit. We had to table that, but now we're here. Is that the rough timeline?
Supervisor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Can you just describe the general strategy for community outreach and maybe in Western County and Eastern County?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Bullock. Building on what I said earlier, I think just to recap that, at least on both the east and the west side, or specifically starting on the east side?
Just briefly, both
Yeah,
sides.
big picture was to engage, the coalitions, homeowner groups, Firewise communities and residents at large through direct meetings, through town halls, through surveys, through tabling. Many residents got, either this card handed to them or a mailer in the mail asking them to take our survey. And the survey asked folks to prioritize and rank order the items that we had been hearing repeatedly. And so over 1,000 people participated in that. What was most interesting there, though, was the comments. It was a 2-question survey. One was to prioritize, but the other was to just write your priorities. And well over 500, I think closer to 600 at this point, wrote comments, all of which reinforced the same points that we'd been hearing, and I think really affirmed the direction that we're going. In terms of the stakeholder engagement, working again very closely with the town manager and the city managers, their fire chiefs, OES managers, and engaging them in the needs assessment process so that we got from them their spreadsheets, their numbers, their, what they saw was the gap between what they were doing and what they thought needed to be done and could be done with additional resources.
Okay. In the card, the advertisement soliciting participation in that survey, that went to East County and West County?
Absolutely. All the mailers went countywide.
Okay. In the survey, in the poll, were there questions related to a general tax versus a special tax?
So you're referring to the public opinion research polls that the county conducted in the fall and then again in June. There were not questions comparing special versus general.
Just tax?
No, there was a question, a 75-word ballot question describing, and it's in your, both in the resolution, but in the staff report. I'm happy to read it out loud, but it basically saying, would you support this measure as written? And it proposed a half-cent sales tax countywide.
Okay.
We tested it in a typical survey like that. You ask the question first just to hear people's response. Are they inclined or not inclined to support it? Then you ask them a number of questions about both positive and negative. It could do these great things, it could do these terrible things, and see where they land. And so the likely voter would hear the ballot question read to them 3 times. We also tested quarter-cent sales tax, and we also tested with the sunset.
Okay, yeah. Could you describe the response for the sunset when it was posed and what sort of numerical values were a result of that? Just in general?
Yeah, in general, when we tested the sunset in the fall, it tested less positively by about 5 points than it would be without a sunset. And that certainly aligns with what we've heard, which is that people are looking for a long-term and sustainable solution. When we retested the same sunset question in June, it still had less support than one without a sunset, but the gap had narrowed.
Okay. Of the respondents that said that a sunset may affect their decision, was there a number that was associated with that sunset as rising to the top?
Yeah, I would have to get that information for you.
No problem. I'm just going to bounce forward. I just want to talk a little bit about our municipal and partner negotiations and the concept of talking with our towns and cities. And I'm specifically asking about East County, but when staff first approached the town of Truckee regarding this initiative, what directions were given to our Nevada County staff from town leadership about how to process and progress this initiative in Eastern County?
I'm sure there were many conversations that predated my time with the county, but when I was assigned by Allison Lehman to work on wildfire issues, she and I met with the town manager of the time in Truckee, Jeff Lux, and he had recommended that we work directly with the fire chief, and that the fire chief was really the best first point of contact for discussing, issues around certainly wildfire safety, and then that was expanded to include, well, after he left, the new town manager, Jen Calloway, her police chief, and OES manager, Bob Womack.
Okay.
And then working collaboratively, that group participated and produced their own needs assessment, probably one of the more assertive ones. It had about $80 million in one-time and recurring project and program ideas.
Is that the big spreadsheet I have, the cohort?
That is.
Okay. Thank you. And do you know, what role did the Truckee Fire Protection District play in understanding the East County support for the measure? I know that we moved from the town and kind of focused on that. And I know when I got involved, the primary conversations were with the Fire Protection District.
Well, Supervisor, I don't want to speak for the fire district, but I'll share that when staff notified the chief that we would not be moving forward with a November 2020 ballot measure, he shared with us that the town of Truckee would be moving forward with a measure of their own in the next year that would become Measure T. And the questions that we had were, should you be successful in passing Measure T, would you still see a need for additional funding? And his initial response was positive. After Measure T passed in September of 2021, asked that question, met up again and said, we're thinking about going back, working on this measure one more time. How would this impact Truckee? Would this be something in added value or not? I think he looked at me like I was crazy, because clearly the needs are far exceed what Measure T can do. The generosity of those voters is incredible. Over, I think, 76% of voters in the fire district voted in support of $179 parcel tax every year. And I think it shows tremendous commitment on the part of East County residents to take that burden on. But part, I think, of the appeal of a prospective countywide measure as a sales tax, it would extend the burden. It wouldn't solely fall on the property owner and the homeowner and taxpayer, but be spread to the tourists and visitors as well. And also allow an opportunity to expand and enhance the type of work and services that are anticipated in their community wildfire protection plan. The Measure T ordinance is written as an implementation mechanism to implement the community's priorities that are captured in their CWPP. But again, I would recommend that we look to the Truckee leadership to provide more information and details on any of that.
Yeah, no problem. I want to confirm that the exhibit we have was developed in Eastern County by the town of Truckee and the Fire Protection District. And I think what you're describing is the shortfalls associated with Measure T, as described by the Fire Protection District, could be mitigated and enhanced through the use of our funding. It's essentially what we've heard from that group or the fire community.
I think so. I don't think anyone thinks any one measure is going to solve all of our needs or prevent every wildfire. I think, as we've heard today, what we have here are some mitigation strategies that have been developed and discussed for over 20 years in our community, and this is but one proposal to move forward and provide resources to advance those.
Okay. The other piece that's been described, the discussion between the county and Nevada City, Grass Valley, and the town of Truckee regarding construction of an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. Can you describe how long it will take us to get that document returned back to the board for decision, so that there's a relative time frame on seeing the hard construction and the hard kind of the elements of that being brought back for adoption?
I see you looking at our, Ms. Lehman, so I didn't know if you want to take that, or otherwise I'd be happy to.
Sure. So those terms were agreed upon just as late as the last couple of weeks. Recent conversations with the town manager, Jen Calloway with Truckee. Phone call, we talked about a possibility bringing it to the board meeting in August when you're up in Truckee. If not a full agreement, at least the elements to be discussed and reviewed. And I have not had further conversations with the city manager, Tim Keyser, in terms of when that would come back to Grass Valley, but we do sense urgency in terms of bringing that forward, so they know in terms of what it would look like when it goes on the ballot. Nevada City, talking with their city manager, there was agreement in terms of equity and seeing what the other jurisdictions in terms of those agreements, and then moving forward in a very similar way. The reason why those agreements are so important is, one, those partnerships are important, I know, to the Board of Supervisors and the county, but scaling up, it's going to mean working in high coordination with the cities in the town in terms of the programs. Also, the agreements recognize the unique needs of each jurisdiction. And so I have staff dedicated to those conversations to make sure that we put the best plans in place.
Quickly, it sounds like. Yeah, okay, thank you. And will the allocation and the equity described in the staff report be renegotiated annually, or is the MOU persistent over time?
So currently, the MOU does not have a date on it in terms of terms, but we do look at these as long-standing agreements based on the conversations that we had in our roundtable in terms of the jurisdictions need to be able to plan to those allocations appropriately. In terms of they're going to create programs or scale programs, they need certainty in terms of those allocations and the amount that's going to come through, and we
Right.
respect that.
So it wouldn't be, as a course of business, renegotiated during, say, for example, the annual budget process. That MOU would be persistent, it would sit there unless some direct action of the parties to that MOU brought it up.
Correct, and I want to provide clarification. The terms that have been discussed with my peers is all contingent on the approval of the Board of Supervisors, and of course contingent on the approval of a measure. But we were looking at 3 to 5 year budgets that would be reviewed annually by the TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee, as well as going through the county budgeting process.
Okay, that answers my question, thanks. If the voters chose to approve this on November 8th, what is the first day that the dollars from that sales tax would hit our books in Nevada County?
Yeah. Supervisor Bullock, the first funds would come to the county April 1st of 2023.
Okay. Okay, so about close to 6 months in there. If we chose to defer action today and put a special ballot initiative together, how much would it cost the taxpayers? And I'm assuming that could be done in 2023?
The estimated cost to put on a special election, and these are, back of the envelope numbers that we received from the county clerk's or registrar of voters office, is between $170,000 and $250,000.
Okay. The resolution describes the revenue is having this general government use clause in it, and I'm wondering if that language is required based on the elections code, and is it required to be in there?
That language is required for it to be a general sales tax.
Okay. I guess it could add flexibility if we were gonna pursue that as well, but that's a different conversation.
Sorry, Supervisor Bullock, if I could add a
Yeah.
question in terms of putting the measure on as a next year. It would have to, we have this as an urgency ordinance, that would actually have to be an emergency declared, so just a clarification.
Okay, just a couple questions on use of funds, and then I'll turn it back
fine.
over. Okay. If the county has received money for Eastern County, so it goes into the areas of allocation dedicated through the MOU, and the TAC, the Eastern County TAC, which is an independent body of Western County TAC, which is important to understand because making independent decisions for different geographic areas, I think, is important. Eastern County has different threats and different risk and different needs that we have. I mean, green waste is a great example. We don't have a huge need for green waste in Eastern County like we may have in Western County, and I think acknowledging apples and orange differences between the counties is a start to meeting the needs of the communities in both sides. But if for some reason the TAC up there is unable to find project partners, we don't have the people to actually do the work or perform the work, or lack of viable uses for the money, what happens to the money?
Supervisor, what's been envisioned there is that depending on, the final wording of the MOU and the amounts, is that the amounts unspent funds would roll over and be tracked. And this was particularly important to all the stakeholders, but especially East County stakeholders, because as we've recognized with the Ponderosa project, the timeline between concept, design, writing the grants, getting awarded, going through NEPA, CEQA, getting permitted can take several years, and then implementation can also take several years. So what we didn't want to create was a situation in which there was a pot of funding for a mitigation project, and it was a sort of a use it or lose it situation. We actually wanted to be able to create a situation in which we could track the funds so that it could grow. So you could actually do, again, to the point of the measure, large-scale, major impact projects that might actually take several years to develop and implement.
Landscape level projects as opposed to taking a bite out of the apple one piece at a time kind of thing. Okay. Do we plan on hiring staff to either on the financial side to watch the allocation dollars or on the program side to watch the people we've contracted with to complete the work on the boots on the ground? So I guess there's two questions. One of them described the financial oversight from the county perspective, not the COC, because I know the staff report talks about the Community Oversight Committee, which is great, but just generally the responsibility of the county on the financial fiduciary portion, the responsibility of the county to ensure that the work's being done, we're getting value out of the actual boots on the ground.
So ultimately, the expenditure plan would be approved by the Board of Supervisors, and we would make recommendations regarding staff that would align to get those services and the work completed.
So it would be up to the board to make sure that we had staff resources in-house to watch those two elements of the program.
So that's
financially.
correct. If we
Okay.
contract out, it would look differently if we provided those services in-house.
Okay, but if we approved a plan, say a $3 million component of the TAC, the board would have the flexibility of saying, I want to hire a staff member to watch the books and the money, or I want to hire a staff member to go out in the field and watch our project partners complete work and then report back to the board. Would we have that flexibility?
So the Board of Supervisors would treat it the same as any staffing allocation that goes through your budget process and approved by the board through a public process.
Okay, but right now, are we staffing up in I guess my question is his senior staff already described a process to staff up surrounding this type of initiative if it passes?
Yeah, excellent question, because really credit to staff. We've been successful in receiving grants. We have a great partner in the Fire Safe Council in terms of projects that are being currently implemented. So between increasing staff internally, it's been limited, less, I think, 2 staff, 3 staff, and then we contract out the services with partners.
Okay, and we did hire a new OES director.
We did, with incredible work history of project management. So we're very pleased that Mr. Griesbach came from being our building director to the OES director.
Yeah, congratulations again. Do we intend to use along the same vein, would we hire consultants working in the same capacity? And do we think we have those types of people available to us in Nevada County to fulfill that need?
So I will lean on staff and Mr. Monahan. Historically, we've used consultants for our planning, but to your point, in terms of environmental reviews, we do use contractors for CEQA, NEPA, so forth, to stage projects.
Supervisor Bullock, we certainly want to use solid scientific-based information and experts to drive us. That's why we want to form the TAC, to have that expertise locally. But when we go after a project, I'm sure we will hire environmental consultants as needed, or forest management consultants as needed, to bring that expertise to bear to make sure we're doing the right work.
Okay, can we use some of this money for forestry workforce development? For example, could we create a program to hire and train people that serve in the forestry and natural resource industry with this money?
The answer is yes, you would be able to use the funds in that way, and I think the recommendation of staff is to lean on the experts and the technical assistant committee to help define those plans.
Okay, okay.
I would add, Supervisor Bullock, as we look at the holistic approach of all the work that needs to be done, we know we have workforce development component that has to be addressed. Talking with the Fire Safe Council, they've grown so much. They know they have workforce development. We need more contractors in our community to do this work, more employees trained to do this. If you look at just the home hardening That's a brand-new industry. We need contractors and entrepreneurs that can do that kind of work.
Yeah, right. Do we have a way to modify our procurement process so that we can keep the dollars here and contract locally by giving discounts to local preference vendors? Do we have the
Supervisor,
ability to do that?
it's a complicated answer, so forgive me if I get a little long-winded here. But we're governed by we're an extension of the state of California, subdivision of the state of California. So we have certain procurement laws and regulations we have to follow from the state of California, and a lot of those are around public projects. So think of creating a road or building a bridge. Well, doing a lot of this forest work, roadside vegetation falls under that code too. So we're limited in that work of not having a local preference. We're limited from FEMA dollars. So FEMA dollars will not allow, if we're using FEMA dollars to pay for a project, we cannot have a local preference. Your board in our county purchasing policy has approved a local purchasing preference up to 5% for a total cap of $5,000 of value for local products, not services, because services are under a different code. So if we're going to buy $100,000 of chainsaws or a chipper, we could give a local company a 5% preference to a cap of $5,000 in value to make them more competitive with an out-of-town company.
Okay, that answered my question. So part of what we're going to do potentially could be applicable through the use of our procurement policy. Okay, and that includes women, minority-owned, disadvantaged veteran business enterprises. All of that falls into that state code of procurement.
Yeah, we follow the state code for a general code county.
Okay. Can we use it to try and mitigate some of the cost that our community is facing with homeowners insurance, canceled insurance policies, California Fair Plan, or any of that? No way? Dan says no, but I'd like to hear it from Mr. Monahan.
So
I'm an
this,
insurance guy, come on.
Oh, you are? Okay.
so we have staff researching in terms of model programs across the state in terms of rebate programs to see that that would be a viable program that we would want to explore. But there's only been initial research on that, so I don't have information to report out in terms of cost and feasibility.
Okay. Okay. Can the money be used to create or seed fund things like fire safe councils and firewise communities? That would be the educational component. I'm assuming that would work
Absolutely.
for office space, employees, staff members, outreach, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I've got some more questions, but I'm going to yield back to the chair. I just have one more quick question for Chief Estes, and I'm hoping, is this initiative in any way, if approved by the voters, going to remove horsepower from the fire community or initial response or initial attack from, is it in any way going to reduce our ability to respond to fire starts?
Supervisor, no, not from the state perspective, and I think I can speak for the local government agencies. I don't think that any part of this would necessarily take away from our ability to respond to fires. I think it falls within the county's strategic objectives, and my main goal would be that the projects are collaborative, or the efforts are collaborative with the tenets of the local strategic fire plan and the county's CWPP, which we subscribe to those regardless of whether there's a tax measure or not. So from a CAL FIRE's perspective, no.
No, okay. And then one final question, just big box question. If the five of us make a decision that would help reduce the threat of catastrophic wildfire as a result of climate change, what is it? Roadside brushing? Is it defensible space? Is it education? Is there one thing that we can do that's going to help people in Nevada County more than anything else?
Well, CAL FIRE's mission, as I said earlier, is the protection of private lands and life and property on those private lands. So when I talk about my number one priority facing large and damaging wildfires, it's the securing evacuations of our communities around Nevada County. And so our priorities for fuel reduction efforts and prevention efforts always center around, community protection and the protection of communities that are identified in either the high or very high fire severity zone areas.
Okay, evacuation and egress, okay.
Yep, access, egress, and evacuation routes.
Okay,
Okay, Hardy,
thank you.
we're cut off. Oh. Okay, Heidi, let's go with you.
Thank you. Thanks for a great presentation. Thanks to everybody being here to respond. Thanks, Hardy, for those great questions. And I only have 3 at this point for a couple of you. Caleb, I'll start with you. One of the comments that's come up quite a bit over the last few weeks and beyond is the idea of a general tax versus a special tax. So I want to say what I think the difference is here, how that would matter to us, and then have you tell me if I'm right or wrong or what else there is to consider. So with a special sales tax, we know that would require a 2/3 majority in the votes, and that's a pretty high bar. But it would also be fairly rigid. So we would go out and it would say, we're doing 65% here, 30% here, 10% here, and if it passes, that is exactly where we have to spend the funds. There's no flexibility whatsoever. And, okay, I'll give you the second scenario. So then, now we have a general sales tax, which would require a 50% plus 1 vote to pass, which is a lower bar, which would give us a better opportunity to actually get the tax in place. It would also be more flexible so that we could still do what we're doing now. We're committing to these buckets, 65%, 10% for mitigation, preparedness, so on. But let's say a big rip roaring fire came through in the second year, and we hadn't completed the mitigation, which we won't have, and we put the fire out and we realized there's a lot more need for funds and recovery. We could ask the tax to take a look at that, our technical advisory committees, and they could say to us, we think you should shift another 5% or 10% into recovery this year because we have to deal with this wildfire. And the following year, we could shift it back to mitigation. Or let's say we have this tax, we do 5 to 6 years of mitigation, and then now we're saying we're in pretty good shape. Now we want to shift more to response. Now we want to see what we can do to help the fire agencies. And we would have that flexibility, and we would rely on the technical advisory committees to tell us that they suggest that. Is that an accurate description of how we could use these funds based on a general sales tax to commit to the buckets, but have a bit of flexibility to deal with the unexpectedness of wildfires?
Supervisor Hall, I think you've characterized that accurately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Didn't mean to be the one talking the
made,
most, but.
Made it very easy, yeah.
Okay.
I think that when we first started, many of us on staff were extremely motivated to come up with a line-by-line, dollar-by-dollar, right to the cent. Barry Anderson worked very hard on that with the stakeholders, so we really understood exactly what everything would cost. But as we kept coming back to the group, meaning, and I was remiss in adding not just the cities and towns were represented in the fire districts and the others that our agencies, but also a number of community volunteers, well-respected community volunteers also participated. And the direction was, no, you need to retain that because sometimes projects aren't ready for any number of reasons. Projects can even be litigated and held up, for example. Or, as you said, in a disaster, we might need to really redeploy resources. And again, the approach to, because keep in mind this wildfire prevention, emergency services, and disaster readiness, really looking at a broad array of programs and projects that are quite diverse and really pull upon different parts of our organization and community to be able to develop these projects, programs, and implement them. Everything from working with our contractors to do large-scale projects, our roads crews to do the roadside fuel mitigation and the evacuation route improvements, to the teams of law enforcement and social services who might go out and address issues of unhoused folks living in the woods during unsafe conditions, to working with our nonprofits who are doing incredible work as guides and ambassadors at trailheads and river crossings. And so what you see in the draft expenditure plan is a holistic approach that came out of very robust conversations and good thinking. But you're right, it's broad, and retaining that ability to respond to not only what's happening today, but what might be unexpected 5 years down the road is the critical difference there.
Great, thank you very much. Next question is for Chief Estes, if you don't mind. I think we all agree that wildfire today is very, very different than it was, what would you say, 5, 10 years ago? Is that correct?
Yeah.
And we don't see it going back to the old way it was for decades, if ever. Would you say that's, as far as the backload of vegetation clearing that has to happen and the continued growth of forests and climate change and so on, we don't really see that becoming any easier in the future, do we?
You know, Supervisor, I get asked this question fairly often about, you know, kind of trying to put into context the vegetation growth, the change in the weather, et cetera. I think the Mediterranean climate of California is somewhat cyclic, so it's hard to say whether or not we are in a never-ending cycle right now, or whether it will come back around because we only have so much recorded history. What I can tell you is there are certain things that we can't control about our climate. There are certain things we can control. And when I reflect back to the drought of 1976-77, which was probably the last time we saw a drought that was of the same significance as 2015, the difference was the state of California had 17 million people in 1976, and today we have 43 million people. So when I look at the impacts, and that's why in reference to Supervisor Bullock's comments, you know, my number one goal is the protection of, or the mitigation of issues and the protection of those communities' access and egress routes, because that is the one thing we have seen a marked increase in that I don't think we're going to see a decrease in, and that's the increased population into those wildland-urban interface environments, and Nevada County is very representative of that. So, you know, the fuel reduction efforts on those private properties are a direct result of the impact from population. In answer specifically to your question, I don't see an immediate change, you know, to a reduction in that cycle in the immediate future.
Okay, thank you for that additional information. And given that we are, what's it, 92% of us in the high fire or very high fire hazard zone, I know that I've seen in our presentations, all of Nevada City, most of Grass Valley, and most of Truckee are also in them. It's 67% of us live in the rural area. It's the majority of the county, but the cities themselves are also in those high fire severity zones. We can't draw a circle around any city and say, there's the city, they can take care of their part. Here's the county, we can take care of their part. That just doesn't exist anymore, does it? I mean, maybe there was a time, but I'm mindful of my colleagues in Santa Rosa and Sonoma and Napa, where they've seen fires just rip through suburbs with practically no chance to evacuate. Is it really incumbent upon us to look at the county as a whole, including the cities, all the fire districts, and address this together as one unit because of the way fires are now functioning? Is that a necessity?
Supervisor, I believe that's an accurate statement. I certainly do not want to speak for the cities or the local fire districts and their capabilities, but I will tell you that in Nevada County, we have always embraced and currently and will embrace into the future a very regionalized concept of mitigation of suppression of fires. Going back to my comments about the ECC, the commitment of our local fire agencies and the county to have our dispatching at a one unified single point, and really a total boundaryless kind of response model to vegetation fires, whether they're in municipalities or unincorporated areas. You know, that certainly, it exists today, and I think we live that and have lived that and will continue to live that way in this county.
Thank you. A regionalized approach, that's the word I was looking for. Thank you. Just one final question, I think. Oh, you're not Scott. Greg. I wanted to tell him he could give, Smokey the Bear a run for his money, I think, with his speechifying. But I did want to know, and maybe one of you have the answer. He's representing, I think, what he said, some 70-some
72.
existing Firewise communities plus 22 that are in the making. Do these cross over all of our districts? Are these countywide?
Supervisor Hall, for the record, Craig Rusbach, Director of Emergency Services for the county. They span throughout our county, as you can see on the map up there, and they're representative of 25,000, over 25,000 households. And it's pretty amazing once you get out there and meet these groups and the impact that they have as you drive around our community.
Yeah, thank you. I did. I just wanted to, I hadn't seen the map. That's pretty amazing. And I've been out to a number of those community meetings, as have my colleagues, as have folks here. And we're lucky to have them. But this is very helpful to see they are, as a whole, supporting this tax. So it's very important for me to see where they're representative. So thank you very much. That's all for now. Sue, thank you.
Chair Hook, could I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
On one of your questions. On the special versus general, I just want to be clear because my understanding is while a general offers us flexibility to pivot in the future for whatever need, it's also changeable over time. And I think that's one of the biggest concerns that I've heard. And I just want to acknowledge that straight up in this meeting. I'd like somebody to talk about that for a second.
Yeah.
So I think that's a great idea. And I just talk about how would this be transparent? How would this pocket of funding sit inside the general fund and how would that work? I mean, that was a question that was on mine, so that's a perfect time to bring that forward.
Great, thank you, supervisors, for that question. And certainly it's been the number one question that we've been fielding on the telephone and emails ever since this has been published. So what we have put together and have posted online is in your staff report, but also in the frequently asked questions. And I encourage the public to use a website that we've set up, which is a clearinghouse of information, readynevadacounty.org/future. And that'll be a place where we continue to update the community should this move forward past today. So the question about how are we going to make sure the money just doesn't disappear into the general fund is sort of how it's often expressed to me on the telephone. And so what we're talking about is a system of checks and balances to assure accountability and transparency. And we see 4 steps to this process. The first, and I want to thank our CFO team and auditor team who have spent some time thinking this through, the measure's revenue and expenses would be recorded in the accounting system in a special fund distinct from other revenues and expenses to allow for clear tracking and reporting across all county departments and programs. Unspent revenue would be tracked annually and added to cumulative balances that will be clearly delineated from other county funds. Measure funds would also be subject to the annual comprehensive financial report and audit performed annually by an independent auditor and published online. Secondly, the Citizen Oversight Committee would report annually to you, the Board of Supervisors, and the public on the receipt and expenditure of measure revenue, review revenue and expenditures for conformity to the text of the measure, and report any inconsistencies. Third, following our regular rules, expenditures over $50,000 would go to the board for approval. And fourth, as been mentioned, the county would have a dedicated webpage where every contracting opportunity, every awarded contract, and every report will be posted in one place. So those are some of the recommendations that we have as checks and balances.
So what you're saying, basically, is it's going to be in its own account, and there's going to be, there'll always be the leftover funds will stay in a fund balance for forward on. I mean, is that, because that's a big question.
Yep, that's exactly it, Supervisor. We really would like it that you were to come down and knock on, any of our door and say, hey, could you tell us exactly where we stand with the measure? What are we spending money on? what's the unspent funds, where exactly are we could pull that up at a moment's notice and have that information not only available to you, but also to the public. That's the goal here, is to make it trackable in such a way that there's no question about where every penny is going.
So
Good.
so you're going to take a half a cent right off the top of the sales taxes that comes in and place it in a special fund? Is that how you're going to do it?
Well, the money will be collected, and maybe, Barry, you could sort of speak to how those revenues are
Yeah,
collected.
I need a dollars and cents person, yeah.
Yeah, let's get someone who knows about these things.
Yeah, Supervisors, Barry Anderson, I'm an analyst in the CEO's office. While the specifics, we've had conversations with the Auditor Controller's Office, Marcia Salter, and her team, around whether or not it would be a fund outside of the general fund or what was described as a sub-fund of the general fund. But either way, the result is in effect the same. The monies go into, without getting into too much accounting detail, a specific account can be tracked and reported. I mean, the actual mechanics of how the sales tax comes in, I'd be hard pressed. I don't know specifically how that comes in. It comes in from the state, I believe, on a quarterly basis. I have to get back to you on that. But as it comes in, the apportionment from the hypothetical sales tax revenue, right, if this additional half cent would be allocated to that fund or sub-fund of the general fund. It would be segregated out and tracked accordingly. We do this with a number of different sources. They get placed into their appropriate accounts and tracked accordingly.
Okay.
Quick clarifying question. I think the big question for me is that we need to acknowledge is that a general tax can be changed by a future elected body. So that money that comes in can be reallocated to something that is not what we're talking about today, which is the concern out there. That's what I want to acknowledge in that conversation. I think if we fail to acknowledge that, then all of a sudden there's these trust issues. What we're describing is the process about making it right, making it permanent, and doing the right thing, and creating trust between all the jurisdictions in the county to get there. But I think if we fail to acknowledge the general component that a general tax can be changed by a future elected body, like a town council, like anything else, that's why we have term limits, that's why people are elected in and out of office, because of that control over the money. So I just want to get that right out on the table, because that's something that my constituents are concerned with.
Well, my understanding, I'm sorry, Sue.
No, go ahead, Dan.
My understanding on a general tax, the reason we have and other county services, and Kit explained this to me, and so it's because if you have it on a general tax and you only use that money for, say, fire mitigation, you can be sued without that and other government services. Kit?
Just as Supervisor Bullock is saying, we are trying to be very perfectly clear that this is a general tax and not a special tax. So that is why that language is in there. So it is very clear to your constituents when they determine whether they want to vote on this, what that tax stands for. It also, as Caleb stated, it gives flexibility to respond related to emergencies. When you have a special tax, you have to so delineate, so you can't pivot, you can't change what you're doing. You have to have a very structured way you lay that out. And then even your group of citizens that are overseeing it have a hard time deciding what is falling within that purview of the special tax. So it causes problems not only in the instant, but in the long run.
Okay, all right.
So can you let's do an example, an example that would be, I'm looking at general, okay, so it'd be like roads, for example, doing vegetation management, okay, but then let's go back and we have a homeless camp that needs to be cleaned up because it could be a fire danger, but that's not necessarily fire, so we could use money to do that, correct? So that wouldn't tie it up that way?
Correct.
So where if it was in an exact fund, that possibly wouldn't be. We'd have to stick right to the guidelines in the recovery and all that group, correct?
That's correct.
So it just gives you that little bit of leeway, but through the transparency of the portal and how we're gonna do the taxes through and have its own account, that's where we would be accountable for that.
That's right, and that's what everybody is trying to set up, is a way of showing how the monies are spent without specifically
I know, it's just
allocating
challenging.
each dollar.
Yeah, it's challenging. I mean, everybody, we all have
Or-
that same question,
Here's
right?
another, or on a general tax, if the county needed a large piece of equipment for other county services, they could theoretically dip into that fund to pay for that other piece of equipment, like a bulldozer or something. Kit?
That's absolutely correct. It is general fund money. And again, the way you answer to your constituents is by an oversight committee and by a transparency, and showing that that's the intent of the board to continue to prioritize.
So that would all have to be approved by the board.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. Question, since this is a tax, and we're asking for a half a cent, and because it's possible that it's gonna have a negative effect on local businesses, how come we didn't do an economic study?
Yeah, thank you Supervisor Miller. Chamber representatives have asked that question. Why didn't we do an economic study to study the impact of a sales tax increase? And we did not do that. It wasn't brought up before. However, when we have spoken to our consultant team, they said that they don't find an impact from that, and that right now, for example, Nevada County's sales tax rate is just the county alone is, 8.5 currently?
No?
No, it's 8, which is more than, say, Placer County.
What's Grass Valley's sales tax rate?
Currently Grass Valley is 8.5. That's correct.
Okay, so this is gonna push Grass Valley up to
9%.
9?
What's Truckee?
Truckee is currently 8.5%, would move to 9%.
So our sales tax in Grass Valley would be equal to that in San Francisco. 9, okay. No big deal. But the economic study is bothering me simply because I think most Grass Valley businesses understand the need for fire suppression mitigation, for the health and safety. But what they don't want to do is to lose their small business because of it. And they're concerned, and I got 75 signatures sitting here from every business owner in Grass Valley asking the county to table this so that they can take a better look at it because, frankly, they're scared. They still haven't come out of the pandemic. I don't know if Grass Valley's back to the level of the sales tax they were receiving prior to the pandemic. It's a question that someone's going to have to answer for me. But at the same time, Grass Valley businesses really don't know that a general tax or a tax at this time is the right thing. Timing's terrible. And we're in 9.1 inflation, and we've got interest rates that have just been raised by the Fed again. We've got high gas prices, and people are suffering in your supply chain. Everything's going up, and now we're going to throw another half cent on top of what we're experiencing already. And that's my big complaint, is that the timing's terrible. And I'm just not happy about it. I wouldn't mind so much putting something on the ballot if it made sense. And to me, this just doesn't make sense right now. I don't think we're in a position financially, local businesses, to gamble with them either losing their business or having their businesses affected to the point where they have to start laying off people. And I think that, more than anything else, speaks to what, the cities are looking at. I don't know about Nevada City. I do feel that Truckey's feeling the same way. And you can't just say, well, we don't have to pay for it all. Tourists and visitors, they're going to have to pay too. A lot of people aren't touristing and visiting in our area right now simply because no one wants to get in a car and spend the money on gas. But it's just a very, very fragile time. And I don't think anybody really knows how fragile the economy of Grass Valley is unless you have a business there and you're the ones that have to take your work home with you every night and worry about someone coming in the door of your business so you can try and sell them something. And this is what really concerns me. And come on, I was a long time, 27 years on Mill Street. I know how fragile it is in downtown Grass Valley. And I know Grass Valley's trying to work with their downtown businesses, trying to do whatever they can to make it more attractive. That's why they're doing that downtown on Mill Street, the streetscape. But it's really, really difficult to be in small business at this time in this type of economy with the pandemic and everything that's been thrown at them. Now we're going to throw another half-cent sales tax on them. It just doesn't seem right. And it doesn't seem logical that we should do that this time. Now,
As long as we're at commentary, I'd like Sue when he's done.
Yeah, well,
I'd like to speak at some point during this meeting, okay?
yeah,
I thought we were just doing
Okay.
questions at this point, and I'd love to hear the
Okay.
public commentary, so.
all right. So since my colleagues expressed their opinions on the support, which organizations did you talk to as far as their support for this? Chambers, business associations, who did we talk to?
Well, who we talked to and where the support lay vary, but we did do outreach to the Grass Valley Chamber of Commerce and met with them twice, and with the Executive Committee of the Economic Resource Council, as well as with the two merchant groups, the Nevada City Chamber of Commerce, as well as with the Executive Board of the Nevada City Chamber of Commerce.
Okay, and the reason for a general tax and not a special tax because it was easier to get passed than a special tax?
I think it's a fair question.
flexible.
What's that? It's
More
certainly
flexible.
to, the questions that Supervisor Hall gave earlier, and we were discussing, the flexibility is really key, to be responsive to the needs of our community that may be changing.
Okay.
Okay, let's.
Well, I'll let my two
You-
rude colleagues
We'll come
ask
back, we'll come
questions now.
back, we'll come back. There'll be more questions, I'm sure. Ed?
Well, I just think the point that I want to make is, we've been up here for 2 hours. And I think one of the main purposes of this meeting is to hear what the public has to say. So it's like, I kind of think, we've had 2 hours, 2 years to be talking about this, even longer, so a little bit frustrating. And we can get into our arguments and our comments after we hear the public. Would like to ask one question of Chief Estes and Steve too, and that involves grants, because the works that we've really been able to do has been involved through grants. And it's only been in the last few years, really, that those grants have been available. So I don't know, can you predict the future and tell us how far in advance we might be looking to receive grants? And also, to carry on to that, Steve, you talk about the opportunity to multiply from, if we have the funding, if you have examples of how that might work as to larger projects, then either one of you start it and take it from there.
Thank you, Supervisor Schofield. We have a fantastic grant team here in the county, and they've done wonderful work. They've applied for dozens of grants We've received a handful of really good grants to do meaningful projects, Ponderosa West. We're working on a access and functional needs grants. But let's take that one as an example. Our current access and functional needs, great partnership with the Fire Safe Council of Nevada County. We just started our contracting with them, and they're doing interviews with those folks. This is to do 100 feet of defensible space around residents who can't do this work themselves, but it needs to be done. Fantastic program. We're just starting to do the interviews. That program came from the 2017 Lobo-McCourtney fires. That was the FEMA mitigation grant from those fires. So here we are in mid-2022, and we're just starting to do the work. So grants are great, and they help us do meaningful work, and this could grow into a $5 million program, but it takes time. And as far as predicting on the future, I would give that to the chief because I don't have that crystal ball.
But Supervisor Schofield, the grant cycles, they do fluctuate somewhat with the general state of the economy, and I have seen the available dollars go up. One of the trends we're seeing is as new legislation is passed and new efforts across the state with special interest groups will start to diversify some of that money into different programs. What I specialize in as far as the ability for me to prioritize and approve grants is what we call the CAL FIRE Fire Prevention Grant. And the key for approval of that is for the county or the local government entity that we're working with to have identified in their strategic plan that fire prevention and mitigation is a priority. So both Nevada and Placer County have identified that from the Board of Supervisors. So really, frankly, it makes it really easy for me to identify those. And as long as those priorities are aligned with our strategic fire plan, which they are, I will always prioritize fire prevention, community protection grants here in Nevada County. And as long as I don't see a trend for the money, the influx of money to take a downturn unless we see a significant change in the economy or a change in direction at the state government.
And we've never seen that before, have we? Anyways.
Okay, thanks.
I have
And
more
we're-
comments, but I really hope to hear from the public.
Okay, I do too, I agree, but I do want one thing clarified before we start that too, is though the difference between fire mitigation versus, okay, I guess there's been a lot of confusions, especially when it comes to my local fire services, right? That this is separate from what you do for your local fire agencies, and I need that clarification. This is more about vegetation management, this isn't about because we talk about, with the recovery side of it, we're talking about the response time, Riley, so let's go to response. So let's dial in and say what the response portion of this is.
Supervisor Hook, I'll take a opening attempt to answering this and maybe hand it off to Caleb afterwards. So starting in 2019, we started creating our OES wildfire prevention plan that we were presenting to you in your board workshop. And the whole idea behind that was, what can the county do? What can we really accomplish? We are not in the fire suppression business. We are not a fire department. We have no sworn firefighters on staff. So what can we do? We do general emergency management. We prepare the community for disasters and emergencies. We educate the community. And we are in the vegetation management business. We do defensible space inspections. We can apply for grants because we have talented grant writers. We can help fund and cash roll major projects because we're a large entity and we have that fiscal capability. Those are the type of projects that we've been focusing on, and that's what we've been focusing on for the work plan of this measure. Where can the county provide leadership, and where can the county help facilitate these services, these vegetation management, general emergency service preparedness activities in our community?
Okay, thank you. That answers part of it, and we'll have more of that as it comes to here, because that's one of the bigger questions that I have in a lot of my districts. I have many fire departments in my district. So with that, I'm going to open up public comment. So, and we're lining up, and I believe we're starting over here where Alex is.
Chair Hook, can I interrupt for just 1 minute? I
Yes.
apologize. We do have 2 individuals in Truckee who will be leaving before 4 o'clock to attend a meeting. So they were hoping to have an opportunity before they have to leave.
Okay,
So whenever you're ready for that.
okay, well, that's fine. Let's go ahead and start with Truckee. And we have a lot of people here waiting, but
Chair
let's.
Hook, do you want to provide the public, in terms of the mechanics of public comment, how we'll be taking their questions from staff and then coming back?
Okay, perfect. So what we're going to do is we're going to have public comment here this afternoon. I am going to have Truckee come on here just a minute because they're doing it. Well, we have a couple people that have to be at another meeting at 4. So what we're going to do today is we're going to collectively gather all of the public comments that come. So there won't be any question and answer that goes on with this at first. So what happens is we'll have it all collectively, then we'll take a small break and get that all organized, and because there'll be some that are similar, some that are very different, and then we'll come back after that meeting and address those questions. So that's kind of how we're going to head with this. So let's go ahead and start with our folks from Truckee, and we'll go from there. Again, there's seating upstairs still as well. There's some out in the lobby where you can watch if you didn't want to just speak. And so let's move on here. So let's go. Jen, are you starting? Or do you want to do the ones that are online? You have to go back? Do you have to head to Truckee?
I do, but I think we were going to let the folks up there.
You have a longer travel, so I'm going to just let you
jump in so they can
jump
hop in closed session, and then I'll go.
Okay. Okay, so then bring on Truckee. Then where are we at? Are they going to be on here?
Can you hear us?
Are we bringing Truckee in?
Yep, we're here if you can hear us.
Oh, there, I can hear you now. Welcome.
Okay, great, thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is David Polivy. As many of you know, I'm a Town of Truckee council member, but I do not speak on our council's behalf today. You will hear the unanimous direction our council provided from Town Manager Callaway in just a few minutes. I speak today as a Truckee resident and small business owner. I'm here to request that you either table this item to a future election cycle or simply vote to not place this item on November's ballot. While Truckee voters represent just under 20% of the county's population, we do supply the county with upwards of 30% of its sales tax revenue. Truckee voter support is not critical to this county measure, but wouldn't it be better to have our support, our backing, and our trust versus our opposition, mistrust, and doubt as you embark on this journey? Truckee residents have experienced 3 tax increases in the past 3 years, utilizing sales tax, transit occupancy tax, and finally a property tax. As you know, our property tax increase, also known as Measure T, was enacted by Truckee voters for many of the same purposes being proposed by the county today. The proposed county tax is going to be perceived as both duplicative, but also unnecessary in Truckee's efforts of emergency preparedness. Furthermore, the public outreach and polling for this effort was woefully inadequate and hardly transparent. By postponing this measure to a future ballot, it would allow the county time to fully vet this opportunity and look at other taxing options for the intended purposes. This leads me to why, as a business owner, I'm strongly opposed to this measure for 2 main reasons. First, a sales tax is an incredibly regressive form of tax in order to protect private property. In the project list that was created for the eastern side of the district, the majority of the projects identified, both by numbers and by dollars, are to protect private property. If the goal is to protect private property and improve protection mechanisms for said private property, shouldn't a property or parcel tax be the mechanism to support that? Second, if enacted, this would bring Truckee's sales tax to 9%, which will be detrimental to our economic activity. While Truckee is a popular tourism destination, we have a significant sales tax leakage problems for major purchases, and this will only make it worse. With inflation at its highest rate in decades, incredible economic uncertainty permeating our communities, and employment shortages sending payrolls through the roof, the time is not right for a sales tax increase that will further hamper our local economy. Supervisor Miller really hit the nail on the head here, and the local business community was not consulted whatsoever on the effects this measure would have on our businesses. Please make the right choice for the taxpayers in your districts and delay this decision until this ballot measure is more thoroughly vetted. Your constituents mostly support the direction, and you have a clear directive to proceed from all of your incorporated city partners. Should you choose to proceed today, please ensure there is a sunset clause of 6 to 8 years, a security agreement in place with the cities, and direct allocations back to the parts of the county generating the highest percentage of collections. Those should be the minimum agreements in place to quell vocal and strong opposition to this misguided taxing mechanism. Thank you for your time and consideration today. Bess.
Thank you. Is there someone else there too, Julie? Thank you.
There is, but I want to give you a heads up that the individuals in Truckee can't necessarily see the timer.
Okay.
So they may need some help with that.
Okay. Okay, great. Welcome. We're going to set the timer. If you don't see it, I won't be, I'll just kind of say, give you a little heads up.
It sounds good. You can hear me okay?
I can, thank you.
All right. My name is David Diamond. I'm a full-time resident of Truckee and vice president of the Truckee-Tahoe Airport District. With this comment, I speak only for myself. I co-chaired the Truckee Fire Protection Measure T campaign, which is similar in many ways to the measure you're considering today. Measure T was a special tax with an 8-year sunset clause that passed with more than 82% of the vote. The success of Measure T showed how important this topic is to voters and how well they will respond when offered a solid solution that makes sense. Thank you again for your endorsement of that measure. The work your measure outlines is important and absolutely must be done. This is why I urge you to find the money in your current budget to get these projects planned and started immediately. The success of a ballot measure is never assured, but our statewide need for action on fire preparedness is already decades behind where it should be. In the meantime, we can make the measure stronger and more likely to pass in a special election next year. In addition to all the protections Measure T offers, we can be creative about this new measure providing some real and unique benefits countywide. Let's consider a meaningful property tax rebate for property owners who have been forced onto the California Fair Plan or whose availability for insurance options have skyrocketed in cost. This could be an interim fix that enables us to stay in our homes while, as a county, we address our wildfire risk and work to bring insurance options back into balance. Let's consider how the measure would benefit our economy and our environment. We need to dispose of the green waste somehow. This could be an opportunity for us to introduce local biomass processing that could lead to jobs and maybe even the reemergence of milling to develop mass timber and other products. Others will come forward with additional ideas. A yes vote today is well-intentioned, but it is not a clear path to action. And action is what we need right now. Thanks very much for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you, David.
We have one more Truckee public commenter.
Okay, perfect. Good afternoon.
Hello, yes. I'm Papa Lindsay. I'm a 45-year Truckee resident. I'm now retired, but I was a small business owner in Truckee for 40 years. As some of you may know, I'm a Truckee community advocate. I'm very involved with many community events, community activities. I'm on many of the town's committees for various projects. I'm also on the board of directors of the Truckee Downer Land Trust, as well as the board of directors of the Truckee Trails Foundation. I honestly do love my community of Truckee as well in Nevada County. You will get no argument or disagreement from me that a fire threat, the need for fire prevention and fire safety planning is in fact most urgent and one of our most critical needs in this region. And by region, I also mean essentially the entire state. This is not just a community, district, or county issue, but one that knows no boundaries. But, and my big but, is I'm from a long experience of running community campaigns. My feeling is this is not ready to go to the voters in November. Please take a break, really look at this and do it right. By right, I feel that number one, this should be a special tax. Number two, it must have a sunset. And it needs strong, detailed language as to what the defined intention is for, and not some watered down proposals to try to appease everybody. Passing a tax as a special tax by 67% is very paramount for this type of need, and it should be easy. I say this as I was a campaign manager for the just passed special tax Measure U for trails in Truckee. This was a 1/2 cent sales tax. This passed by 79%. In 2021, I was co-chair, along with David Diamond, who just talked, for the Truckee Fire District's Fire Prevention Special Parcel Tax for Fire Prevention. This passed by 82%. Also, thank you, Board of Supervisors, for endorsing Measure T last year. I was also chair of the Special Measure R sales tax in 2014, which passed by 75%. In 2008, I helped with the special tax in Truckee Measure B, which was the town of Truckee road tax. That passed by 84%. As Supervisor Hall mentioned in her op-ed, yes, please let the voters decide on this, but as a special tax was a sunset. As proposed today, this will be a general tax. My huge fear is this has no guarantee it will go to the big needs that we've been talking about all this afternoon, which is fire prevention. It is talked about at the end of the day, that issue will be just a general tax. With this, future boards can essentially do with the funds as they wish. Again, make this a special tax. I also feel as a new tax, it has to have a sunset. We need to let the new tax have a period to run to show its merits to voters. Then, being run properly, it can be re-upped by the voters again. So please, do not proceed now with this tax as a general tax and with no sunset.
Okay, thank you so much. I know. Thank you. Okay, let's come back to our chambers. Here we are, Anna, we'll go with you.
Great, thank you, board and county staff, members of the public. It is great to see so many community members engaged in this conversation. My name is Jen Calloway. I'm the town manager for the town of Truckee.
Jen.
I am here today to represent the town and the town council. I think it's important to start by saying the town council and the community is in alignment with the board on the general goals and guiding principles of this measure. We certainly recognize that fire has no borders. What affects Western County is going to impact Eastern County. What affects Eastern County is going to impact Western County. So we all agree on that. I think for the town, our concern is about the mechanism and the timing. Our board or our council had an opportunity to provide feedback on July 26th. They discussed this in open session. Thanks to CEO Lehman and Supervisors Bullock and Hall for attending and hearing that conversation. The council provided some very direct and unanimous points to share with the board. They asked for some specific items to be considered a direct allocation to the town, mostly because we feel like we understand Eastern County the best and we would have a better understanding of how to collaborate with the fire district on the most appropriate use of any funds. We asked for a 30% allocation to Eastern County, which extends up to the summit and covers about 30% of the land mass of the county as a whole. That was split between 17% to the town fire district and 13% for the rest of the county was the distribution the council spoke to. And then the two most important parts were the memorandum of understanding and the sunset clause. The concern is that this is a general tax. That is not the practice in Truckee. We typically, of the 5 measures that we have passed, all but 1 have been special taxes. And we really view that as another mechanism for accountability that our community expects. Also, 4 of the 5 have been, had a sunset period in them. The only one that did not was the renewal measure. So that again is an expectation our community has of our town government and our local governments. And we ask that you really consider that in your deliberation. The council's direction was 6 to 8 years. That aligns with the measures we have passed in the, our other 5 measures, with the exception of the 1. And particularly with this being a general tax, it does give that level of accountability and a mechanism for the community to come back and say, this has met our expectations. We agree it should continue or not. Similarly with the MOU, we feel the same way about that. With a general tax, the MOU will give some level of certainty and accountability for this mechanism. We'd really encourage you to direct staff. I heard CEO Lehman saying we did discuss coming back in August with an MOU. We'd encourage you to do that and have that discussion and provide that specific direction to staff. If we can get past those details of this measure, it allows the community to focus on the intent of the measure and base their vote on the intent of the measure rather than these technicalities that we just operate differently up in Truckee. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jen. Brian, thank you. Yes.
Yes, I've served the Department of Defense for 23 years, and last year I served the Department of State for a better part of the year in Afghanistan, was part of the show at the end of the year, we'll say. Coming up on this anniversary, I was hastily evacuated. My experience with bureaucracies is two things. Well, they take money, taxpayer money, and they turn them into used toilet paper. Okay, that's one. And then bureaucrats like to line their pockets. Without good oversight, that's what will happen. So dumping money into a general fund and willy-nilly putting it wherever sounds crazy to me. All right? No sunset, that's super crazy. All right? My experience with bureaucracies is that they turn taxpayer money into toilet paper used, and they line bureaucrats' pockets. That's about all I got to say. I'm a property owner in Grass Valley. It's good to see my mayor here in town. And, yeah, I'm going to keep showing up for these things. All right? You take care.
Thank you. Careful. Don't.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Carl C. Slakowski, Grass Valley. I just wanted to say on the face of it, it seems like this project is laudatory. But let's look at some of the facts in this case. It's tax and spend, tax and spend. I want to let you know that the average salary in this county is $37,000. We have an inflation rate right now of 9.1%. The supervisors increase their salary by 21% over the next 3 years. The population has remained stagnant for 10 years. And yet, from over the last 10 years, the county budget was $172 million, increased to $300 million, and now it's $330 million. Are you kidding me? When you talk about grants, that means taxes, ladies and gentlemen. It's not free money. The federal government is $33 trillion in debt. So don't talk to me about grants, please. I want you to know that half your budget is from state and federal money. And by the way, during the last 10 years, population remained stagnant, and yet the CPI in 10 years only went up 22%. 56% of your budget is now allocated for public safety measures. What do you want? Do you want another $12 million? Take your $56 million and figure out how to do fire safety. Quit adding on to bureaucracy. This is absurd. I urge you to withdraw your proposal. And I think the taxpayers have had it with bureaucracy. They've had it with taxes. And you want to add another 0.5%? Dan Miller has it right. You guys got to get on board with your supervisor and vote no today. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl.
Come on, buddy.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Lamarca, and I appreciate an opportunity to give my comment to the board. I am a small business owner in Grass Valley. I am also a resident. I was 3 times evacuated or near to evacuated from my home, which is on Lower Banner Mountain. I am no stranger to the economic impact that our town has been facing in the last several years, 3 or 4 or 5 years. It's been very difficult to keep our business, Sierra Theaters, open and operating, and it continues to be so. However, I think it would be a positive step forward to approve this measure as a ballot measure at this time because of the urgency presented by the dangers that we face. I, for one, would vote for it in November if it was on the ballot. And I will give a simple and short reason for that. A friend of ours owns the movie theater in Paradise, California. Very nice theater that he built himself. The campfire came through, and his home burned down. His daughter's home burned down, but his movie theater did not burn. So my friend owns a beautiful movie theater in Paradise, California, and he cannot operate that business. Not because the business was burned down, but because his entire town, his customer base, was burned out of their homes. So yes, half a cent would have an economic impact on us. But if all of my customers' homes were burned out, that would have a much bigger economic impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. You dropped your pin right there.
Wow, it's weird being on this side of it.
Oh, welcome, Paul.
So thank you for having me today. My name is Ben Aguilar. As a citizen of Grass Valley, I'd like to echo the first speaker from Truckee. As the mayor of Grass Valley, I represent the council with very similar concerns with the town of Truckee. The city of Grass Valley believes emergency management, preparedness, and services and response are critical to public safety. In regards to this tax as proposed to you today, the city feels that there should be elements put in place to make it better. And first, it should have a sunset clause. We passed Measure E based off of Measure N, which had a sunset clause. The merits of the measure made it so that the voters passed it. This tax is presented as a general tax. It could be used for any type of fund purchase down the line. We feel that it should be a special tax or a parcel tax. Councils or boards down the line could do whatever they'd want. I'd like to see this be a trial if it does go to a citizen's vote so that we can see the merits on this. Second, the city would like to see an MOU based on what the city has agreed upon. We feel that this should be done rapidly, as Supervisor Bullock mentioned earlier. Third, we feel that this tax lacks a critical element to make it beneficial as possible to this community, and that is fire response. Nowhere in this tax does it address the dire need for supplementing fire response, firefighters, engines, and equipment necessary to fighting fires once they start. Before I leave, I want to ask a big question. Has the county done its due diligence and performed a financial study to look at the almost $300 million budget you have to see if you could do this without putting a tax measure forth? It's the fiscally responsible thing to do, and we feel that, especially during these trying times, we need to do the most we can. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Ben.
Hi, my name is Barbara Larson. I've lived in Nevada County for 45 years. I work as advocacy for elders, family caregivers, people with Alzheimer's disease in a variety of settings. And I have to go back to what the picture that Caleb showed. People say, oh, it's beautiful, it's trees. You know how many people have told me that have moved here within the last 10 years? Yeah, there's trees. I said, yeah, we live in a forest. What? We live in a forest. My goodness. And they don't realize we live in a forest. And just like Michael said earlier, yeah, businesses, of course, I support our businesses. I don't shop on Amazon. I go to Grass Valley all the time. I live in Carmel of the Foothills in Nevada City. And I go to Monterey, Grass Valley for shopping. So I want to ask everybody here, and you can raise your hands, please, if you want to. Or do you personally, or do you have a friend, a neighbor, a family member that has experienced in the last 5 years evacuation? Had a fire around your house? Hey. Had property burn or fire burn in your house or around your house? Okay, what about your fire insurance? Huh? Have you experienced fire insurance? Yeah. How many of your fire insurance has gone up? I know about four or five family friends of mine that have gone up now at $6,000 a year. And just like Michael said, and I think it was brilliant that he brought up, because Dan, he has lost a lot of money, and he supports and has a business of our Sierra cinemas and all around this county. If he doesn't know, nobody else knows. If your house is burned, you're not going to go to the theater. Do you get that? If your house is burned, you're not going to go to the theater. This is prevention. If you have a fire in your head or a fire in your backyard, you don't wait till April to go see the doctor. You do it right now, right? It's prevention. This is what is prevention. And everybody that's come up here before and talked about it have not listened to these brilliant people that have spoken about accountability, how much energy and time that they spend in this, and with Allison and with all her hard work. And Caleb, I think it's a disgrace. Call it bureaucracy. Yeah, right. Until you get on Medicare. Huh? Is that bureaucracy? Okay? Give me a break. This is important. And
Thank
we
you,
better
Barbara.
do it now.
Thank you very much.
I urge you to vote yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tim Giuliani, and I'm the Executive Director of Connecting Point. And we are an organization that does a variety of different things in this community. I'm here to support today the board's adoption of the proposed ordinance and ballot measure to support this disaster readiness in Nevada County. Connecting Point is the home of 211, and 211 helps the community navigate different federal, state, and county services. We help connect people with programs available in the community, and we are available 24/7, 365 days in a year. Over the past several years, 211 Nevada County has served as the community's non-emergency disaster information line, in that we have activated in partnership with the county for 3 major local wildfires, specifically the Jones Fire, the River Fire, and the Rice's Fire. In those fires, we have answered thousands of phone calls and have given out thousands of pieces of information and have helped a lot of people enroll in Code Red. We help road closures, give people, where are the road closures, evacuations, and we help contribute to the Ready Nevada County dashboard with that information. One thing we've seen over time is that disaster preparedness really works. The efforts made by the county and community partners to inform and prepare the public for evacuation reflect in calls that we receive at 211. During the Rice's fire, our callers were more informed than ever, and we've seen that really change over time with the efforts of preparedness in this community. So preparedness works. In addition, we help residents assist in recovering from wildfire impacts. Connecting Point disaster navigators work with families to access critical supports while displaced from their home. We help them apply for resources and assistance to rebuild their homes, and locally we work with FEMA to address long-term case management and navigation services. Finally, Connecting Point is developing a community organization activated in disasters, which is referred to as a COAD in the Tahoe Truckee area, where we're working with the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation and the local governments, Nevada County, Town of Truckee included.
Tim, I hate to cut you off, but I have so many people here, so we're going to have to keep it right
We
at that
support the
3
measure.
minutes.
Thank you so much.
I know, appreciate that so much. Good afternoon.
Thank you, everyone. My name is McFinn Levere, and I am the coordinator for Old Mill Firewise. Our community has 156 families. We have 75 parcels. We spent 3 years ago, 3 months on our road clearing 1.7 miles, both sides, 10 feet. I personally stood on the road for a month and collected $2,800 from all of the people in our neighborhood. The cost of that cleanup was $2,820. I wish that I could have more support that is larger than myself and my little community. It's very dangerous, the work that we did, but we were very successful. Our road is clear now, but only half of it. So we have half of Old Mill Road still, and we have only one fire exit that is feasible, and that is Old Mill Road. We are trying to clear Columbia Road as our separate exit. We are not able to do it on our own. So all I ask is that you realize that we're talking about life and death. And please, let's all just do our best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Hey, Joy.
Good afternoon.
Hold on just a second, Joy, yes?
Yeah, before we continue, I just wanted to give you a heads up. There are people on the phone, and they have been waiting for up to 20 minutes, and they are paying per minute to be on the line. So if we can kind of
Okay, I'm going to go with Joy.
Give a break.
And then we'll go to the phone line. That's fine.
Hi, my name is Joy Porter. I have been a resident of Nevada City since 1999. I'm also a business owner and a BID member in the Grass Valley Downtown District. On a personal note, I had 2 moments last year that were scary when you see your address on the news, and then terrifying when my dog woke me up in the middle of the night because my husband could not breathe because of the smoke, and he had an asthma attack and he couldn't cry out for help. If my dog did not wake me up, I would be sitting here as a widow talking to you. I think there's no one in the room that doesn't disagree that we need to do something. Our fire hazard and response, even though our teams are amazing, you gave some incredible stats today that are even more terrifying. But I'm also here on behalf as a executive director or executive board member of the Grass Valley Downtown Association and the liaison between the association and the Chamber of Commerce. This measure has been very, very quiet. And we heard rumors running through in the last few weeks about this measure. We knew nothing about it. The county staff did not contact either of our associations, and there are others here that will be speaking as well. We talk about collaboration and stakeholders. The Downtown Association represents 233 businesses. There's so many open issues with this particular measure at this time, and they're rushed. I'm grateful that the county came out and gave a presentation in more details, Caleb. We really appreciate that. But when you apologize for not including the stakeholders that this is really going to affect, which is the business owners, that's not okay. We are a big stakeholder. You talk about the Chamber of Commerce for Grass Valley, over 550 members. That's 750 some odd businesses conservatively, and we weren't even considered. And so we're not asking that you don't put this measure in place, but we ask that you table it. We do want the sunset clause. We're asking for that. And then in addition, give us some time to work it out together as a team so we can come together as a community so you do have all the voices heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joy. Thank you. Okay, let's go to the first caller.
Can we bring the caller in, please?
Good
My name
afternoon.
is Pam Young from Grass. Hi, my name is Pam Young from Grass Valley. Yes to frequent and transparent audits. Yes to a robust citizen oversight. Yes to a sunset clause. Absolutely. The sales tax may drive more people down the hill to shop, hurting our retailers. And this debate starts way too late with November looming. Too many loose ends, timing is bad, but I'm torn. We need to do something to mitigate the wildfire threats. And in closing, I'd like to say, why haven't we learned from indigenous peoples on how to manage vegetation? Australia, the Aborigines, and the American Indians, they seem to have it right. So thank you.
Thank you, Pam. Let's go to the next caller, please.
Can we bring the next caller in, please?
Is that me?
That's you. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Mark Fennicle. I'm here to represent Freed, and Freed is 100% in favor of this proposal. And also, one of the reasons for that is that it is designed, amongst other things, to help people with disabilities, also other people who have access and functional needs problems. I have been through an evacuation from the fire about 3 years ago, and I know how difficult it is for somebody who uses a wheelchair and lives by themselves to get out. Part of this would be to help with personal planning for evacuations. Also, part of it has to do with defensible space. And there are a lot of people in this area who are physically unable to provide their own space, and there's also a lot of people in this area who are financially unable to have somebody else come do the work for them, and this program would help. I realize that a number of businesses are concerned about the money that they might lose. People are worried about a half-cent increase in sales tax, and I can understand that. I'm a taxpayer as well. However, saving isn't going to help me if I'm dead. So I encourage the Board of Supervisors to pass this and get it on the ballot so that the voters can decide. And that's about all I have to say. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. We have somebody else still on the line, Julie?
Yes, we had 7, so now we have 5 people.
Let's take one more.
One more. Very good. Thank you. Can we bring one more caller in?
Are you there, caller?
Yes, good afternoon. I am. Can you hear me?
I can. And I recognize that voice. Welcome.
Oh, good. Yes, my name is Wade Laughter. I live in District 1. I'm also a member of the Friends of Banner Mountain Firewise community. And yeah, the ability to evacuate safely is something I'm paying a lot more attention to these days. That being said, I think you can tell there will be a robust discussion about this measure should you choose to put it on the ballot as it is. I think there have been several suggestions made about possible amendments. I don't know if it's possible at this late stage to make such amendments. But yeah, it's clear we need funding to address the issue around vegetation, egress, and access from properties, as well as the principal space. So I'll just say, I'm really grateful to staff and to your Board of Supervisors for sitting through this long presentation and vigorous discussion that has happened this afternoon. I originally intended to vigorously support the idea of putting it on the ballot. I think it's going to be a very interesting election should you put it on the ballot. And on that note, I look forward to being able to personally come to your meetings again. Coming soon. Thank you so much for your service, and it's been fun watching.
Thank you,
That's all I
Wade.
have. Bye.
Bye. Okay, let's go to the podium.
Good afternoon, Chair Hook and supervisors. Like the chamber, we came to the party pretty late, so didn't find out about this till June. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak with all 5 of you and with staff. And we have submitted our comments to you. I appreciate the comments that I've heard already, pro and con. I think we all know that we have a dire need for fire mitigation. Having said that, I think my letter, I'm just going to touch on it. I'm going to try and make it as brief as possible. I concur with the first speaker from Truckee, who really echoed my beliefs. Our concerns are that there's no sunset date on the tax measure, that it's a general tax, and the Contractors Association would have liked to have seen it a property tax. As I listened to the presentation, it became very clear to me that a lot of the recommendations for what was going to be done was going to benefit property owners. So it seems appropriate the property owners, of which I'm one, should be paying a parcel tax. So we would like to see it as a parcel tax. And you're all aware that the greatest impact is going to be on businesses, on the cost of building materials, and of course it's going to increase the cost of housing, which is a concern. We would like you to postpone your decision today and consider a parcel tax, a sunset, being more specific with what the money is going to be spent on. I heard a lot of different things being thrown out about what it was going to be spent on. $12 million sounds like a lot of money, but in the big picture, it doesn't go very far. So I think it really needs to be well-defined what that money is going to be spent on so we can use it the best way possible. If you do choose to go forward with this tax measure and put it on the ballot, we would ask you to put a sunset date on that. That is very important, I think, to the public, and to be more specific and come up with a good wildland protection plan. So,
Thank you, Barbara. I know.
I know it goes by fast.
It does
I'm
go by
sorry.
fast.
We could all say a lot.
Julie, let's take one more online, and then we'll have the next person ready to go as we come up here.
Can we take one more caller in, please?
Good afternoon. You're receiving a call from somebody with a speech disability. He would like to make a public comment, and he has prepared it ahead of time. Good afternoon. My name is Carl Sigmund. I'm on the staff at Freed. Nice to be here with you today. Freed is calling in to voice our strong support for item 32 on your agenda today. the proposal to put the voters a 1/2 cent tax for wildlife prevention and disaster readiness efforts in Nevada County. I know that Freed's board member, Mark Fenikel, is calling in on this topic as well. We know that the measure before you today is simply to decide whether this issue should go before Nevada County voters this November, and that if it is adopted by the voters, the public will have input on how the funds are used. We strongly urge you to vote yes on the resolution before you today, and we hope that the voters of Nevada County will approve this necessary tax in November. What we are seeing here in Nevada County and statewide and nationally is that people with access and functional needs, or AFN, are some of the people who are the most at risk during wildfires and other disasters. We have seen all too often that the AFN population have been left behind during disasters, and we have seen that those with AFN perish at higher rates as compared to the general population. While the county and its partners have taken many steps to address this inequity, more needs to be done. We hope that if this measure passes the board today and the voters in November, significant resources will be devoted to support those with access and functional needs before, during, and after disasters. This includes assisting individuals with developing personal preparedness plans, assisting people with disabilities with clearing defensible space, providing emergency accessible transportation during emergencies for people who need that, providing case management for those with disabilities who have been impacted by disasters, and more. If this passes, we hope that people with disabilities will be an integral part of the group deciding how funding is used. So again, Freed strongly urges you to adopt the measure before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Hook and esteemed board. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to have our voices heard today. My name is Robin Galvin Davies, and I am the CEO of the Greater Grass Valley Chamber of Commerce and the executive manager of the Grass Valley Downtown Association. I have to say that our appreciation has been amplified that you, the Board of Supervisors and staff, have embraced wildfire prevention and vegetation mitigation as a top priority. It's a peril that threatens our community every day. As you said, Chief Estes, your statistics were alarming. Steve Monahan, thank you for everything that you contributed. Caleb, unbelievable program that you have put together for staff. And I will tell you that our organizations are very much in favor of all the components of this measure. We do have concerns about the funding mechanism. The general tax is a concern to us. We are also, as Joy pointed out in her moment up here, we're concerned that our organizations are not brought into the conversation, that there has not been a great deal of public engagement with the business community. I reached out to my colleagues on Eastern County and here in Western County in the middle of July, and only one had been in the loop on this. So we would like to see a more robust conversation. We would definitely like to see a sunset clause inserted into this. It's very, very important for the community to know that the money, whether it's a general fund or a special tax, or a general tax or special tax, that this money is going to be sincerely dedicated to the measure, to the elements of this measure. So we encourage you today to table the discussion and engage in a robust community dialogue and come to a conclusion where all the elements are put into place, that we as a community can be guaranteed that the dollars that we will contribute in our special tax or our general tax will go to wildfire mitigation. I thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to share our perspective.
Thank you, Robin. Next, after this speaker, Julie will go to somebody off the line, on the phone line. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Pedersen. I belong to the Banner Mountain Firewise community, and I appreciate everything that you have done. I go to all the Zoom meetings every Tuesday. And I have to tell you, I am in favor of Measure V, mainly because it's for fire, but also, you know, it's for evacuation. And I'm very afraid of fire. I think, you know, I'm 82 years old. My husband died a couple Christmases ago, so I'm taking care of myself. What do you think evacuation would be like for me, especially on Banner? And I know that even I was thinking, what would it be evacuation for all of us while we were here? I mean, we'd all go out to the parking lot, we all get together. Where do we go? Where do we find a road that doesn't have brush on the side of it that's burning? How do I get out of this area? So actually, I would like to ask you supervisors to vote yes for Measure V. And I also like to talk to the fact that if my house burned down, I'm not rebuilding. So I think the business community will know that a lot of my friends are just not going to rebuild and stay here. And that property has to be cleared, and then someone has to come in and buy it and put something on it. So you're just not going to have people that come and buy something if it burns down. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Patricia. Let's go online, Julie.
Yes, thank you. Can we bring another caller in, please?
Are you there, caller?
Hi, is that me?
I can hear you.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, my name is Vicki Stokes and I live in Chicago Park. And I appreciate all the information that you guys put out today. But we in Chicago Park just had a meeting because our fire chief is retiring and the captain is on disability. And unless we can come up with like $400,000 to replace the personnel, our Chicago Park might have to close, or else go with CAL FIRE, and CAL FIRE will charge them an astronomical amount of money in order to provide the personnel needed for Chicago Park. So we talked about a parcel tax because to me, a general tax is going to be used for anything that any bureaucrat wants to use it for. And if you do it as a parcel tax, then like some of the people said, the homeowners will pay for that, and we are more than willing to do that. We even agreed to that at our Chicago Park meetings because it's the right thing to do, and we appreciate our Chicago Park Fire Department. The second thing is, without putting some kind of a deadline as to when the sunset clause that you guys are talking about, that is ridiculous because all you bureaucrats will do is just continue to tax us, continue to collect the money, and you spend it any way you want to. So unless it is dedicated like a special tax or a parcel tax, I vote no on anything that you guys are going to put in the ballot. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Vicki. Next person to the podium, please. Oh, there we go. Good afternoon.
Hello, Supervisors. My name is Doug Moon. I live in Penn Valley. And I guess, first of all, I got to say, I want to give my heartfelt appreciation for everything that all of these bureaucrats do for us here in Nevada County. Thank you very much. I am the chair of the Save Our Bridge campaign and also a current member of the Penn Valley Municipal Advisory Council. I strongly urge the Board of Supervisors to place this measure on the ballot. There is no more urgent matter facing Nevada County than fire safety and mitigation. Not long ago, I stood on my back deck and watched the first small clouds of smoke rise from the Rice's fire and watched it grow into a huge mass up in the sky. If the wind that day had blown in a different direction, we would have lost Bridgeport and South Yuba River State Park. 2 years ago, we lost the Independence Trail. If we lose our landmarks, if we lose our trails, our forests, we aren't going to have visitors to our community. If you've been to Lassen, if you've been to Big Basin, and the towns that surround those areas that are devastated by fire, those towns are dying. Our towns here will die. We have to do something, and I think we need to put this on the measure, this ballot measure on the ballot immediately. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Julie, we'll go to the phone after this one, okay? So maybe get them ready. Good afternoon, thank you for being here.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandy Houston. I'm a lifelong resident of Grass Valley. I am also the leader of the Casa Loma Firewise community in training. I've been listening to all the speakers, and I think so many have had great comments, pro and con, to this measure. It is completely changing what I want to tell you, because I see the benefit of the general fund sales tax. It is not only our residents that are going to benefit, but it's the tourists who will be able to get out of town safely. How often do we hear about our roads that are blocked right now because of the tourists up at the river? What if we had wider shoulders on those roads? What if there's a fire and they need to evacuate? This is going to help our tourists as well as our residents. My in-laws were a part of the campfire. They lost everything. They did rebuild. Part of why they rebuilt is because they did not want to live in the home that we put them in temporarily. Because while they were here in Nevada City, they got evacuated from the Jones fire. They are now safely back up in Paradise. But guess what? They shop in Chico. They don't shop on Amazon. They drive to Chico because there are no businesses to support them. More importantly, these people in their 80s who are now away from their family are driving to Chico for their surgeries, for their doctor's appointments, for their dentist appointments. If our town is devastated by a fire, we aren't shopping here either. We've heard that before. So sales tax helps tourists, helps us. And now I've completely lost, the sunset clause. I want you to imagine if this had gone into effect 10 years ago and Snowmageddon happened again this year. Because this was a general tax, we could have been using this money not just for fire, but to help clear from Snowmageddon. And maybe Snowmageddon would not have been so hard on our residents because we would have done something about it. But if it sunsetted and we couldn't continue to do that tree work, to do that clearing, so a general tax, not a parcel tax, everybody benefits. And finally, thank you to Caleb for keeping me informed for months and months about this. I have known about it, I've heard about it, and all the staff and all the officials throughout the county that have been so involved in keeping us safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Let's go to our online or our phone caller. Then we'll go back to the podium.
Great. Can we bring a caller in, please?
Are you there, caller? Hello.
Okay, here, all righty. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Debbie Gibbs, and I live on 10 acres outside of Nevada City. I co-chair our Firewise community group, which I organized after the James fire licked right at my property line. Currently, pervasive fire threat and skyrocketing home insurance rates remind me that I live in a danger zone that could take my home, my life, those of my livestock, or render my home unsaleable. I strongly support the county proposal. The county and FireSafe are constantly chasing grants to get us the needed resources for our protection. A consistent source of funds is desperately needed. I like this proposal for 3 reasons. First, it focuses on prevention. We are very fortunate to have excellent firefighting resources, but our preparation for disaster needs major expansion. Secondly, it recognizes the need to increase fuel reduction, home hardening, and community support services. In turn, this will result in more good-paying jobs for the required skilled workforce. Our aging community needs these services, but we offer little incentive to the young people who would want to stay and help but can't afford to live in our community. And thirdly, the 2 committees that are proposed We'll provide citizen oversight of spending and provide technical advice. Effective communication between the county and the community is crucial. These groups may open the door to greater engagement on actions and how funds are spent. Right now, we have an imminent threat to our safety and our economic security, and we need to act quickly and proactively. This proposal, with citizen oversight, could be a uniting force for us all to pitch in and to build a better community. Please put it on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll go back to the podium. How many do we have left on the phone lines?
I believe there's 2 more now.
Okay, great. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Virginia Whitehead, and I am the president of the Washington Hill Neighborhood Fire Coalition, a FireWise certified community. And we have 120 homes. We also, within our limits, is the South Yuba Club and the Hilltop Commons Retirement Home. We've done a lot of work clearing large parcels of properties, and we would like to continue to do this. I am in support of putting Measure V on the ballot. I believe the large fuel break projects will go a long way to slowing the movement of wildfire into our communities. Citizens may actually feel a little bit more peace of mind once these fire breaks are put in. I know it'll take years, but it would give us some peace of mind. Our communities need year-round green waste disposal. 1 week in May, we collected over 3 tons, and that was after the city had picked up tons of storm debris, so we know we can keep removing fuel if we have help. These types of efforts have also helped some of our residents keep their insurance. Every item offered on this measure is needed in Nevada County, and I urge you to place this measure on the ballot. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good
Chair Hook,
afternoon.
and it's a pleasure saying Chair Hook, and Vice Chair Schofield, Supervisors Hall, Miller, and Bullock. I'm Richard Anderson. I'm the previous District 5 Supervisor from Eastern Nevada County and also a prior mayor of Truckee. And I have concerns similar to those that have been voiced by the cities of Grass Valley and by the town of Truckee. But I just really want to focus on one primary issue. And by the way, before I do that, I want to say to staff, thank you, by the way, for bringing this forward. I mean, it's critical that we ramp up expenditures for wildfire safety, especially in this time of need. I'm not as sanguine as some as with regard to the ability of the general tax to do everything that we're asking for. Well, actually, it can do everything we're asking of it. The problem is it can do too much. The general tax, in essence, has almost no spending limitations on it, unlike a specific tax. But if you're pursuing a general tax, I highly recommend that you also implement a sunset clause. The sunset clause is the surest way to provide a backstop with regard to accountability. Yes, we'll have a COC. Yes, we'll have a TAC. And by we, I mean the public, of which I am now part of. But there's no guarantee that either committee will, frankly, be as robust in getting information to the public as we would like. And because a general tax is open to misuse, by having a sunset clause, and Truckee recommended, I believe, 6 to 8 years, which I think is reasonable. By having a sunset clause, it will require the county to come back to the public and frankly justify themselves. That's not a bad thing. That's a positive thing. And I would think that staff would be excited about that. You know, here's what we're doing. This is fantastic. And frankly, if it stays as a general tax, that's pretty easy to pass. It's 50% plus 1. And I think that's the reason why you've chosen a general tax to go with. You know, my understanding is that the polling didn't really work out very well for a specific tax, but a general tax can pass pretty easily. So again, I highly recommend a sunset clause, 6 to 8 years preferably, in whatever you bring forward to the electorate. And again, thank you for your hard work in promoting fire safety, emergency services, and disaster preparedness within Nevada County. And with that.
Thank you, Richard. So Julie, after this, we'll go back to the phone line. Good evening. Well, we're almost evening. Good afternoon.
Almost. Good afternoon. My name is Sam Gitchell. I'm a resident of Nevada City. I chair Greater Champion Firewise Community. I'm a member of Nevada City Fire Safety Advisory Committee, and I'm part of the group working to bring the shaded fuel break to Deer Creek Canyon. My comments today represent my own view and Greater Champion Firewise, but not the other groups I mentioned. We all know wildfire is an existential threat to our community. Fire scientists analyzing the Camp Fire have specifically named Nevada City as a place with characteristics like those of paradise. We live in a perilous position created by the confluence of geography, drought, hazardous vegetation, older, closely spaced homes, and decades of insufficient action. Like other Firewise groups, Greater Champion works year-round for fire safety. We educate members, organize volunteers, collaborate with public agencies and with other Firewise groups. But it's not enough. So much of what we need is beyond the scope of any neighborhood Firewise group. If every one of us had perfect defensible space, we still have a need for community-wide programs. We need large-scale projects, and we need more of them. This measure would provide the funding to undertake them. As residents, we're alarmed by the danger we face. We're living on a powder keg. I urge you to face this challenge and let the voters decide on this in November, not to kick the can down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie, can you bring in the caller?
Yes, and I believe this is the last caller.
Okay.
Can we bring the caller in?
Are you there? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Honorable. Hi there. Good afternoon, Honorable Supervisors. This is Diana Gamzon, Executive Director of the Nevada County Cannabis Alliance. The Nevada County Cannabis Alliance is a nonprofit trade association representing over 200 cannabis farmers, businesses, and supporters, whose mission is to provide education advocacy to support a thriving local cannabis industry. Our values are steeped in economic development, environmental stewardship, and craft cannabis farming. The legal cannabis industry is strongly committed to fire safety and prevention. All cannabis farms are required through local and state regulations to have adequate water storage and fire hookups and hydrants, automatic fire alarms, fire road clearances, and defensible space. Many of our cannabis farmers actively participate and organize road associations. They chair Firewise communities, and some even offer land clearing services on the side. In the past 2 years, our farmers have had to evacuate their homes and businesses in the Jones, River, and Rice's fire. We are intimately understand our vulnerability to fire and the importance and need for ongoing and increased efforts at fire protection and community preparedness. Our organization has questions about the measure, and we agree that clarity and transparency around how the funds will be spent is imperative to garnering community-wide support. Building materials are one of the top 2 sales tax generators in Nevada County. We understand the concern around exacerbating the affordable housing crisis, and building material increases also impact our local agricultural industries and small business entrepreneurs, whom we want our county to be welcoming in our economic ecosystem. And we absolutely support robust opportunities for open community-wide input and discourse through town halls and other available avenues. We hope that important questions are discussed during discourse. One of the questions we have is about the breakdown and history of sales tax and how we got to 8.5% of sales tax in various jurisdictions, when the amounts have been raised, have those benchmarks been met. If we want to prepare for the 2023 fire season, now is the time to be asking these important questions. We support this measure going to the vote of the people, and in the meantime, until November, we would like to see immediate action on opportunities for a community-wide, transparent discourse to educate the public so all voters can be informed. The questions that have been posed by the chambers, the Grass Valley, and Truckee jurisdictions need to be openly discussed in a town hall setting where all voters can be educated and make an informed decision. that now is the time to prepare, though, for the next fire season, so we support this moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll come back to the podium. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. My name is Paul Tebble. I'm the acting chair of the Greenhorn Firewise community and one of the founders. I'm also a defensible space advisor, having done well over 100 visits, primarily from the Chicago Park through the Greenhorn area. And I'm also a volunteer both for the Green Waste program and for the Senior Firewood program. So I have a little bit of knowledge from which I speak. And I'd just like to say that if you've spent any time up Greenhorn, which I'm sure many of our good fire people are, we are hopelessly overgrown with trees. And we are steep hills, tight roads, many parcels. We have 780 parcels in our Firewise community. Really only one good evacuation route, 3 tentative ones, and we need help. We need assistance getting through all this. We get wonderful assistance from our fire departments, from Consolidated, from CAL FIRE, from everyone else, but we really need the financial funding assistance to help us get through some of this. So I'm not speaking for our Firewise community because we did not have time to fully discuss this item, but I personally am in favor of you putting this on the ballot. 3 other items I'd like to bring up quickly. We'd like to make sure that there's resource sharing with private road residents. We'd like to see some of this money go to our local fire departments. We think that's really important. And we'd like to some assurance that this will not all, or not very much of it, will go into the general fund. And I'd just like to say that it's my goal to volunteer half as much as Scott Beasley does. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Jeff Peach. I got dressed up for the occasion. I was out this morning cutting some ladder fuels off our road. I'm also I live up on Banner Mountain. My wife and I have lived there since 1985. I'm also the Firewise representative for Banner Mountain. And last year, Banner Mountain spent $750,000 or so, and that was the reported money. As a Firewise rep, I have to report the money spent on home hardening, contractors. They're doing a lot of work, spending a lot of money, and still, as my wife and I drive down Idaho, Maryland, Banner, Lavacap, and Red Dog, it's a mess. You know, we cannot keep up, like Paul said, with the growth. So I urge you guys to put this measure on the ballot. Let the people decide. 3 things takes for a fire: heat, oxygen, and fuel. The one thing we can deal with is fuel. This measure will help with that. Don't, as Sam said, don't kick this thing down the road. And as far as sunsetting, I'm sure Caleb could text Mother Nature and tell her, hey, after 6 years or whatever, stop growing, because it doesn't work that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to Caleb and his team that have put all of this information together. It's very professional, it's very well thought out, and it's a very good measure, number 1. Okay, my name is Virginia Gompertz, and I live in Lake Wildwood. I've been an officer of the Nevada County Coalition of Firewise Communities since its founding in 2017. Now, I'm going to tell you a story about Lake Wildwood, but you could say Lake of the Pines, you could say Alta Sierra, you could say Banner Mountain, or Cedar, or the Cedars areas. It applies to most of Nevada County. On October 9th of 2017, I woke up at 4:10 a.m. to the sound of explosions and a bright orange sky. The Lobo fire was rapidly spreading. Penn Valley Fire Protection District said that if the high winds had not changed, the fire would have been in Lake Wildwood within the hour. It took me 2 hours to knock on 21 neighbors' doors to wake them up and let them know what was happening so they could decide what they needed to do. At that time, there was little communication system set up to warn neighbors. Now, obviously, that's a lot better, but we all know that we can do better from where we are today. Okay, many residents were stuck in traffic over 1.5 hours and were still not out of the community. in fear of burning alive in their cars, some residents turned around and returned home. The 2021 Foresters Report for Lake Wildwood says that the current population in our community, with 2,845 lot community, it would take 5 hours to evacuate Lake Wildwood going 35 miles an hour, except for we can't go 35 miles an hour because there's too many households evacuating on too few roads. We're living in a death trap. Lake Wildwood and the surrounding area has a history of fires that have devastated the area. The 49er fire in 1988 rapidly spread around both sides of the lake. It would have burned a large amount of homes if they had actually been built back in 1988. They're built now. They're there, okay? Any one of the fires could have been in Lake Wildwood if the winds pushed the fire into our direction. In history, repeating itself is the Troner Fire in 1994, which is what in Rough and Ready, the Yuba Fire in 2009 heading to Bridgeport, Lobo Fire in 2017 in Rough and Ready, Jones Fire in 2020 on Jones Bar Road, and the Rices Fire in 2022 in Bridgeport. Chief Wagner of Penn Valley Fire Protection District says that wildfire is very likely to occur in and around Lake Wildwood or Alta Sierra or the Cedars in the future. It's not a matter of if, but it's a matter of when.
Go off here.
Okay, sorry.
I know, I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
That was great. Thank you.
Hello, Supervisors, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Susan Rogers, coordinator of my neighborhood's Firewise community in the city of Grass Valley behind Save Mart Shopping Center. And also in 2017, I helped start the Nevada County Coalition of Firewise Communities by volunteering to be the founding vice chair, and now I'm still on its steering committee. Please vote yes to put this on the November ballot. After helping lead nearly 60 monthly meetings of the Coalition of Firewise Communities for the past 5 years, I can tell you this measure speaks directly to the concerns and issues that have been voiced by Firewise community representatives and members of the public at every single meeting for the last 5 years. Our monthly coalition meetings have served as a direct information pipeline to county employees who have attended our meetings every month, starting with John Galsarian, who was your sole OES staffer in 2017. Firewise community representatives have been complaining about dangerously overgrown parcels, dangerous evacuation routes with heavy brush right next to the road, and asking how to get accurate information faster in an emergency since the beginning of the coalition. Your staff has listened. You have great staff people. For the past few years, they've been tracking the concerns of county residents and keeping you informed exactly why emergency preparedness has been a top priority for you for the past few years. I was invited to observe your annual workshop at the Foothills Event Center a few years ago, and the excellent presentation your staff gave about what's needed, how much it would cost, why it's completely unreliable and unrealistic to think that grants are going to do the job. And Mother Nature keeps coming back. We've had at least 6 serious named wildfires, plus many hundreds of smaller fires in Nevada County in just the past 5 years. Your staff has prepared this measure as their best recommendation for how to fund just some of what's needed to keep us all from burning down, to keep us from becoming another paradise. It will fund much of what Firewise community leaders have been asking for their communities at coalition meetings for the last 5 years. Please, just put it on the ballot. Let the people decide. As you know, voting yes doesn't mean you support the measure itself. It means only that you're going to give Nevada County voters the ability to say through our votes whether we want this measure for ourselves. Please vote yes so that people can decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Long. I'm a 25-year resident of Nevada County, and I'm the former chair of the Coalition of Firewise Communities. I'm currently on their steering committee, and I'm also the chair of the Sherwood Forest Firewise community and have been authorized to speak on behalf of the 65 residents in Sherwood Forest. I'm here to ask you to put this measure on the ballot in November. I had prepared remarks, but a couple of things that were said today have made me change what I want to say. Number one, all due respect to the merchants and the Chamber of Commerce that spoke today, but a half a cent is not going to make any difference in how I buy something. Whether it's lumber for a 750-foot addition to my house or a battery for the car, I'm going to buy locally for two reasons. One, I want that service here when I need it. But number two, and it's pretty simple, I'm just plain lazy. When I had the opportunity to buy a TV set a while back, I could have gotten a significant discount if I went to Roseville, but I bought locally because when I did that, they delivered the TV set to my house. They unboxed it, they set it up. More importantly, they turned it on. I don't have a teenager at home to make the 12 disappear on the VCR. And then they took the cardboard away. That doesn't happen when you buy in Roseville. Number two is oversight. I'm not worried about oversight. We've heard from county staff, and I have great respect for county staff, that this money is going to go into a discrete fund, a fund that we're all going to be able to see, and there's going to be 7 people, local residents, who are going to watch over that fund and monitor it on an annual basis. I'm here to tell you that there's going to be 50,000 additional people watching that from the Firewise communities that the coalition represents. And they will watch it and they will speak through the coalition if the money that the half-cent sales tax raises does not get put to the use that those Firewise communities need. So I'm not at all worried about oversight. So in the end, I'm not here to ask you to support the measure. I'm asking that you put the measure on the ballot so like the slide says, the people can decide. Thank you.
Thank you. So I know I have a few more of you all in a line, but I have a request. I have staff that's managing all kinds of equipment in the back, and they need about a 5-minute break. They need a bio break, people. So just give them a real quick run to the little girl's room. I'll hold your place and you can go at the same time. Just give them. Get back up here and we'll get started again. Thank you for your letting us take that moment. Heidi, I need you back.
I want to sit up there.
Okay, here we go. This was good. Everyone got a little stretch, now we're ready to roll again.
Hi, Brian.
Okay, Patty.
Okay.
Your turn. We're ready to
My
go.
turn.
It's okay, just
I've
leave it
lost all the momentum, but.
I know, sorry.
That's all right. That's all right.
I know you can roll some momentum out here.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. I want to thank you for the time. I want to thank staff for sticking through all this and Caleb for taking the time to run through the program with me. No one can argue that we have a fire issue, and we've had it for quite some time. Wildfire prevention and safety is uppermost important to our communities. But I will tell you that, like anything, perception is more important than the actual truth. The perception of this tax is the money is not going to be used in the way that it's intended. And people have concerns about that. They want to have confidence that the money that they're going to spend in downtown Grass Valley, the town of Truckee, anywhere else that the sales tax is going to encompass, South County, Truckee, like I said, they want to have the comfort level that that money is going to go to fire prevention, is going to go to mitigating fire risks. And because this is a general tax and not a special tax, and I think it should be a parcel tax and not to penalize the people that are purchasing goods in our community or our businesses that will lose business and maybe have to cut back on their employees. I think you need to take a step back and look at engaging the entire community. I also would like to point out before I leave, because you've heard all of this, you've got more people that would like to speak. If we have another disaster, I think the state of California and FEMA will probably declare a disaster and funds would come to our community to help mitigate the loss. So just having this sales tax is not going to eliminate that opportunity for our county to seek funding from the state or the federal government to help mitigate the issue that took place, whether it's a fire, whether it's the snowfall. You know, we could go on, and I've got 43 seconds left, so I'd just like you to take the time to plan for our safety, because what I see is not a plan for our safety, and engage all of your constituents and meet with the business people of our county, because they're the ones that drive the engine of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
My name's Michael Taylor. I'm glad I came this afternoon. The presentation for the conditions that we're dealing with in our community really surprised me. The costs to take care of these issues in our community, I think, are staggering to see the costs. I mean, we're looking at, hundreds of millions of dollars a year in the projects that they're presenting as far as wanting to take care of. I think that it was a little bit misleading by county staff to present this as some sort of a tax for preventing fires or to help mitigate fire issues. And it also appears to me that there's a lot of support for this initiative from homeowners. And I'm not, when I'm hearing the presentations and how the money will come down, it's going to be the highest priorities that they're dealing with. $12 million is hardly anything. They just have created a new department for OES? OES. And, $300,000 right out of the top is going to be for the person managing it. It's the money, the amount of money necessary to prevent fire issues in our county, $12 million is not enough. I'm also concerned that, like I said, that it was misleading that it was going to be specifically for fires, when in reality, it's just simply going into the general fund, and then we got to trust that they're going to spend the money in that way. However, they're already spending $12 million a year doing road mitigation and other things, so it's going to be easy to say, well, we're using the money here, and we're using the money over here. It is fire prevention, and it is for roads, but it's already, that's already a responsibility that's under budgeted. Got 1 minute. The Fire Safe Council just kind of had from the grand jury, just was pointed out that there's issues with it. I think the Fire Safe Council should somehow clean their house before we think about them getting some of these funds or for fire issues. There's no legal obligation that this money this $12 million is going to be used for fire mitigation, rookie tax. Oh, another concern, I didn't get one of these ballots in the mail, or one of these questionnaire things in the mail. There's apparently 1,000 came into the community. There's approximately 100,000 people in the community. They got 1,000 of them back. 25,000 households are part of these Firewise communities. It seems like that's a low percentage of response for understanding the actual community's needs, the whole community's needs. Bye.
I know, there you go. Thanks, Michael. Okay, and then just, I'm going to say real quick, so we're still in public comment, but they're also in public comment comes written comment. But today I'm not going to have all those read because of the time, but I do have a list up there that came, so that's what that screen is up there. And so there was that support letters, and some of those the other ones were for opposing. I know that we all individually got letters as well, and we've all had the opportunity to read these, so I'm not going to have them read out loud today, but I do want to continue on with our public comment here in person.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you to the board and all the professionals and volunteers. My name's Dan King. I grew up here locally, and yeah, I'm a local business owner and father of two. I live in Mr. Miller's district. You know, fire risk represents the #1 reason why I would leave the area and our biggest concern about being here. Fire insurance represents the #1 reason why I would sell my home if I left the area. I think there's some common sense things that are being missed here. And we're talking about a half a cent sales tax. I don't think many tourists are looking at sales tax when they decide whether or not to come to Nevada County. The top two industry segments of Nevada County GDP come from government spending and tourism. And so, you know, I think looking at the impact of active fire on tourism in those months of the year, that's a huge impact on our business owners and a negative impact on our homeowners. And those are, you know, extraneous impacts that are not direct. So we can see, okay, 0.5%, you know, increase, but we're talking about $50 per $10,000 of spending. So, you know, and another thing I'd like to add is just, you know, we thank our firefighters a lot. I have family that are firefighters and public safety, and those are sort of empty words if we don't do what we can as a community to mitigate fire risk and provide safe corridor and reduce fuel load. And I think there's a lot of people here working really hard and putting their lives on the line to address those risks. So I think we should support them there. I think those are my comments. You know, I did want to say, you know, it's too bad that an economic study couldn't be done here. I think that it would have proved out actually that you know, it's been said here that a burned down town is not going to be, you know, have much of a sustainable economic future. But yeah, active fire and smoke really limits tourism, and that's 2-3 months out of the year. So being more resilient there is going to help our economy. So yeah, and then finally, as it's been said, I mean, we talk about freedom, we talk about democracy. I think I've heard a lot of speakers here with good points, but they are good points to make when we're actually voting on it. What we're talking about here is putting it on the ballot so it can be voted on. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, Supervisors. I just want to start by saying thank you very much for all that you do and for your careful consideration on this matter and other matters. I know what you do is a thankless job, but you deserve thanks, and I don't consider you or any of the executives or staff at the county as bureaucrats. I look at them as public servants who do a wonderful job for us. My name is Kerry Nugent, and my wife Lynn and I, we've lived in the county for over 3 decades. We've got another 3 decades to spend here. I am a small business owner, a property owner in Penn Valley. I've got children and grandchildren in the county. And, you know, you're looking at something not just for today. You know, are times tough right now? Absolutely. Is my fire insurance gone up 4-fold in the last 5 years? Absolutely. But when is a good time for fire prevention? And you really got to look at the long run. The sunset clause doesn't make sense because we're going to have the same problem for many years. As a scientist, climate change is very real. I know it, I've seen it, and if we don't do something for our children and for our grandchildren, there's not going to be a county of Nevada for them to live in. So we really need to look at this and put it on the ballot so that people can decide. Some people have said that, you know, property tax is the way to go. Well, in Penn Valley, I've watched 3 property tax initiatives for fire get shot down, and our Penn Valley Fire Department is suffering. They can't hire enough people. You know, the response time is down. That scares the heck out of me. I mean, I just paid $10,000 for mitigation around my property so that I had lots of defensible space. But a lot of neighbors can't do that. My wife used to work for Adult Protective Services. She now does volunteer work and does a lot of work with Meals on Wheels and other things. And she can tell you that, you know, there's lots and lots of elderly people around the county, even poor people, disabled people who can't afford, you know, $5,000, let alone $10,000 to do the mitigation around their property. So giving them the opportunity to have this available will help me. If my neighbors have their property mitigated, I'll feel a lot safer because I could only go to my property line on 3 sides. I ask respectfully that you use careful consideration and look at this not as a done deal, but as something that you'll put on the ballot and let the citizens of the county decide what's best for them and their progeny for the next 100 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Penny Short, and I'm the owner of Test Kitchen Store and Test Kitchen and Culinary. I came into Nevada County wanting it to be my retirement. I was raised in the Truckee area and spent my entire schooling in that area. And I can say putting this tax currently on the back of retailers is an extremely fragile situation. We have been faced, 90% of my vendors currently have sent me price increases. I've increased prices on over 5,000 products in 6 months. And this is just to stay in business. On top of that, which you may not know, container fees, surcharges have been put on top of shipping charges on product coming into our areas. Our businesses right now are fractured. We're in a situation on Mill Street where we've got a street closure going on also, which is under construction, which still not 100% on board with this, and that's why I had to open a second business because it was affecting mine. I pivot every single week because of a vendor or a price that's come across. And while some people think that 50 cents or 5%, half a cent is not a great amount, you really have to look at how women shop and what all can be done by moving just down the road, taking that trip to Roseville, et cetera, and how businesses are currently sitting financially. we're not in the best shape. And putting this directly on our backs is very, very concerning. I just heard about this, and thank you, Dan, for coming down and talking to us yesterday. I just recently heard about this because majority of my time is spent between the two stores. I want to be here for this community. I kept the name Tess because it's been in this community for over 70 years, and I respect that. But I do want everybody to understand, I would love to see this as a parcel tax or as a special tax, rather than seeing it applied to retail. Taking us to the same tax rate as San Francisco, please look at the retail in San Francisco right now. It doesn't exist. It simply doesn't exist. So please take a step back here and take a look at the situation and talk to some of the retailers. I encourage every one of you to drop in and talk to some of the retailers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Board of Supervisors. I also wanted to thank you for your time and service and commitment, and also that of the staff. I've been here for 3 years in Nevada County, and I feel a lot better with the quality of the leadership that we have in this county, so I just wanted to thank you all for that. I was Public Works Director for 30 years for different communities in California and Washington, and in my last, I would say 6 years of my service, we had a sales tax measure similar to what you're discussing today, and that was for public safety and public infrastructure. And I would say right now in the communities that I was in, it wasn't even related to the fire kind of work you're talking about, but I would say there are people who are alive today and people who are healthier and people who are safer because of the money that we spent on that. The sales tax measure that we had generated $14 million a year, and I know there's concerns about accountability, but I could say as a Public Works Director who had to discuss these matters before our Citizen Oversight Committee, and I would say a Citizen Oversight Committee, when they get appointed, they take that seriously, to the point where for me, it was like going to another city council meeting. So the amount of detailed information that we had to provide to them about what we spent, I would argue that the $14 million that we got from our sales tax measure was probably the most discussed, debated, talked about, and well-known $14 million in the history of local government. At least that's how it felt to me. So in terms of the accountability issue, I just feel like in terms of there are measures that can be set up, and you've already set those up in terms of the advisory committees and the oversight to make that happen. The one last thing I did want to address is a sunset clause, since it's come up many times. We had, for our measure, we did have a sunset in the first year. As a staff member, to be honest, it made it a little more difficult to do the project planning, but it did help get the measure passed. And I believe the next time we went forward, the people took the sunset off because actually the projects and the benefits spoke for themselves. So I say all that to say I'm in favor of the measure and putting it before the voters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Kate Grant, and I live in Grass Valley. I've lived here for 15 years now, and I love living here, and I would like to live here for the rest of my life. I'm currently the chairman of our Firewise Committee for the Rattlesnake Ridge Homeowners Association. I'm going to talk from a slightly different perspective than all the other people here. Last summer, I was in the vicinity of 3 fires: the River Fire, the Caldor Fire, and the Bennett Fire. We evacuated for the River Fire, which was a very traumatic experience for me. I hope I don't have to go through it again. Next, we were on the porch of our cabin up at Tahoe and got to watch ashes fall on the porch as the Caldor Fire had just started. So I took a trip up to the cabin, but just before they mandated evacuation, to remove all the items that were irreplaceable. And 2 days after I got home, the Bennett Fire erupted, and that was 2 miles from our house. I was in a constant state of terror for a few months. So I decided then that I had to do something about this problem. So I quit my volunteer job and decided to spend my time and efforts on fire mitigation. I joined our FireWise committee and have been working on fire mitigation projects ever since. I'm here today because I see this proposal as another opportunity to do something. And by putting this proposal on the ballot, you will be giving every voting citizen of our county an opportunity to do something. A half a cent on a dollar is, I understand it affects the retail business, but that would be, in my mind, a contribution to mitigating this problem. So I am asking the board, asking you all to vote in favor of putting this on the ballot to give people an opportunity to do something. Thank you.
Thank you. I know I've
Good
been.
afternoon.
Good
My
afternoon.
name is Ed Sylvester. Since I gave up my day job, I missed these long hearings. I am the president of the Friends of Banner Mountain FireWise District, and I'm also a small business owner in Grass Valley and have been in business in Nevada County for virtually 50 years. And you have a letter of support from our organization's board. And we've been working diligently for a half a dozen years to try to do what we can to improve the environment. We've had chipping programs. We've worked on putting neighborhoods together. But at the end of the day, if we can't get out and clear the evacuation routes, all of that's for naught. And as you know, you've seen the horror stories from Paradise and others, and much of it was all involved in trying to get evacuations straight. I think the other virtue of this particular proposal is the opportunity for matching funds. I think we got prime examples of cooperation, for instance, for the the town of Truckee and the county to get the Truckee bypass built. We've seen the city of Grass Valley cooperate with the county to finally get Dorsey Drive, and it took forever, but neither one of those would have happened if it hadn't been for being, in essence, a self-help county that can provide some resources and show what we're doing. Now, I know I've heard the arguments about the tax and that, and none of us are anxious to have to pay any more taxes. But I think the alternative, where we could lose part of our county, it would have a much greater impact than whatever we see with the imposition of a tax. So we're in support. I applaud your staff. I think they've done a great job of trying to look at all alternatives and come up with something that I think we can make work. Again, the transparency and where the money's going is going to be key to our getting a match if we go downstream. So, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Sylvester.
Good afternoon. Don Bessie, Alta Sierra Property Owners Board of Directors, celebrating our 50th year. 10 years ago, we stood up the Greater Alta Sierra FireWise community, which was reconfigured last year into Alta Sierra West and East, which represents about 5,000 parcels. So it was a misstatement to say that all of the FireWise communities are in line with this proposal, because we came out in late June in writing over the issue of it being a general tax. And as former Supervisor Anderson wrote in his letter, that while these committees and boards sound good, the truth of the matter is there is no legal limiting to the future boards. This board will look different in January. It's going to look significantly different in '24. And who knows who's going to hire Allison to a more prosperous community, or Caleb. And so in a very short time, none of the people here may be involved in this conversation, but the people there will have absolute latitude to do whatever they want. And if it's a special, and I say this as someone who is the chair of oversight for a special, that has legal standing. This structure does not. Everything is supplicant to the board, and the board can do whatever they want in the future. And it can be written as a special to give you latitude if the time is taken. And one thing we noticed is when we went public in late June, early July, how many people reached out and said, "What are you talking about?" So what you've heard from other organizations is this appeared to be a very cloistered conversation and was not wide and was not getting deep comment. And so the other thing that we look at is there are things moving forward. One of the issues that was brought up was how are we going to have feeder into fire work, forestry. So there's already a situation set up by the Fire Safe Council where the high school is going to be feeding people to Sierra College to get forestry certificates. Alta Sierra property owners, in conjunction with NID and the Fire Safe Council, have already made an application to clean up the river burn scar. We're going to seek an incinerator for the county to be put on NID property so we don't have to pay all that money chipping and hauling. We can incinerate it here. While we applaud the goals, this isn't ready for prime time. This is the wrong way. It has to be done in such a way that it puts bumpers on future boards where they can't go off on some tangent for whatever, because a general tax has no legal limit on the board itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
Chair Hook, wanted to let you know we have 2 more callers now online when you're ready for them.
Okay, we'll go here and then we'll go to a caller. Actually, we got a few more. Let's play that. Let's get this done here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board, and staff. My name is Brad Fowler. I'm out of South County. Previously in District 2, got gerrymandered into District 4, and I'm happy to be there. Just a couple comments, and unfortunately, I didn't bring this written down. Last time I derailed, it turned into a train wreck. But this fire thing, this is important to everybody in this community. This is important to my parents. This is important to my kids. Everybody's talked about it. You know, the spotter, we all pull out our phones and look at Ubinet, or we look at Watch Duty, or the flight radar. Everybody here is terrified. I hear it in everybody that's spoken here is scared. This is a super important thing. And it's so important that we need to safeguard it, that this needs to be a special so that when these people here retire, and you guys have all been voted out, we have absolute faith that these people, this staff, and this board right here is going to do the right thing with this money. But the next group of rascals that we get up in here, and it might be 15 years down the road, and we're going to get rascals, and they're going to take that money, and they're going to know that it's supposed to be for this fire program, but they're going to use it on their other pet, because we forgot about fire. Maybe we turned into a rainforest. I don't know what happens. But we need something that keeps everybody accountable, and this is important enough that we need to, for the long term, for my kids, if we're serious about doing something about fire, let's be serious enough to safeguard it so that the next group of rascals that's up here doesn't run off with the money and do something else with it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And you didn't go off rail. You're great, Brad.
On occasion.
Hard to follow that up. My name's Jonathan Palmer. I've had the pleasure of sitting in meetings with quite a few of you guys. I've corresponded over email. That may or may not help my case here, but I do appreciate the opportunity, supervisors, to address you. I think it's easy to view this as a pro-tax, anti-tax issue, and so I want to do my best to just start out by saying that is not what I'm trying to bring to this table. This room is filled with people who care about homes, workplaces, and our community, or they wouldn't be here. A year ago, I evacuated my family under the smoke plume of the river fire. No one wants to live under this threat. Someone already mentioned earlier that already my community of Chicago Park is hearing rumblings of we need parcel taxes just to support the much valued fire department that we have there and that we value there. Some of you guys know that I have at times contributed ideas to the conversation around fire, specifically around prevention, and all of those are ideas that require funding, and I know that, and so I support funding. But there's a right way and a wrong way to accomplish this, and I believe this has the potential to be a missed opportunity when it comes to the support that a greater community has for it. As well-meaning as everyone involved may be, the nature of the county government and staff is change. Citizens are being asked to trust as yet unelected, unhired staff for forever, and we don't know when that ends. And I don't trust anyone but my wife for that much. The reasons for the general tax are clear. I understand the flexibility. A simple majority passes it, but as a result, there are no specific and measurable outcomes that we can count on as citizens. A general tax goes into the general fund. Citizens have no real control over how this is spent, and what little accountability there is will fade over the years. I'm an owner of a growing manufacturing business, so I both own a home and I own quite a bit of commercial property in this area that I had a very challenging time getting insurance for. It brings millions of dollars of revenue into our community, all of it from outside of this community. Very little of our sales would be subject to this tax, so I do not speak as a business owner who feels that I would be affected by it. But I do work to keep our purchasing dollars local. 0.5% is a very real expense when you look at the expense line items I have with local businesses, because again, we're buying a lot. And it's one easily avoided by heading online to Home Depot or something like that. It's not just a financial decision though, and I want to reiterate my understanding of the need to fund prevention efforts. Like I said, I'm worried that this is a missed opportunity. I would like to see that we develop a plan that convinces everyone in our community that 0.5 cent is worth it, and that gives each of us the confidence that the government will respect those dollars for the long term. So I urge a different approach. We've already heard that in Truckee, 80% support for this. We shouldn't be afraid of 2/3 support for a well-crafted measure. Develop a specific plan, craft a specific tax for a specific time to fund that plan, sell that plan to our community. 100% of us don't want this town to burn down.
Thank you, John. Good evening.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thanks for being here.
I'm Erin Minette. I am a former councilwoman, former mayor, and former chair of the Fire Safety Advisory Group in Nevada City, which I started 4 years ago. I've been working for the last 4 years to decrease the fuel in Nevada City, and we have a lot of it. This last year, we finally came up with $9,000 to clear one small area. Nevada City's small. We've written a lot of grants and gotten turned down because we are a small area. I don't disagree with people. Everybody has great ideas. I do want to see oversight on this, but I also think that we need to take care of our community and work together, all of us. You know, we aren't separate entities. Nevada City burns, it will hurt everybody. So I'm also asking you to send this to the ballot to see what the people want. Caleb came to Nevada City, he worked with our chambers. You know, a lot of people didn't show up, so I don't know how much information is out there on sales tax. But we definitely put it out there for businesses to hear, and sometimes we don't get there. You know, these meetings happen during the day, they don't happen at night. We hear that all the time. But we got to do something. You know, every year we get to this time of year and I'm like this. Okay, we didn't burn down this year. You know, is this the year we're going to burn? Because we didn't take care of it. And we have a lot of fuel out there. So please let the people decide what they want to do with this. And I thank you all for all your hard work. I love you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Erin.
Good evening, supervisors and everybody who suffered through this. My name is Kurt Lorenz. Some years back, I spent 4 years on the Planning Commission, and I sat in the same seats you guys are sitting in. And I know those are hot seats. I understand the pressures to approve or choose or vote for something in some cases where you don't like it very much. And it's ironic because serving on the Planning Commission, you get these big stacks of paper forwarded to you from the Planning Department. And we need to make decisions, and we had to make choices. And if the applicant didn't like our choice, they could appeal it to the Board of Supervisors. There was a buck stops here. But we never, I got to laugh, we never had the luxury to give it to the voters. Boy, would I have ever gone for that. I think that this issue is so overpoweringly critical in Nevada County that we have to act and do something. We've taken way too long to get to this place. And I'm strongly in favor of you sending this proposal to the voters. I know it will be hotly debated, but that's how democracy works, and I like that. I don't have a problem with giving it to the voters and then we argue about it and a decision comes down. I'm not happy if 2 or 3 of you decide to chop it off at the knees. I don't think that's cool. I think this needs to go to the voters, who are the people who actually would be paying the tax and be directly affected by it. And I urge you to do what I think is the best and most democratic thing to do, which is to exercise your power to send this to the voters so that the county can make a choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi.
Oh,
Robert
good
Ingram,
evening.
Grass Valley. I'm Dan's planner on the Planning Commission. I think I'm not speaking for or against this measure. If you choose to push it to a vote of the public, I think that's fine, but I think it should be a special tax, not a general tax. It's going to get robbed, stolen, stripped. It'll be abused. Special tax, specific needs, and specific goals, and it probably needs a sunset clause on it so the public could vote on it again if it's not working. I think that should be their right. Also, my sister spoke earlier about a parcel tax. I think that's much more fairer since we all own land here and it's the land that's at risk. Now, back when I was a firefighter, it was the California Division of Forestry. And we had a fire at Wildwood. It was pretty easy to put out because it was oak woodlands. There wasn't a house on it. Then when I was at Higgins Corner, we had a fire there at Alta Sierra. It was 120 acres. That wasn't too tough because there was no houses on it. The world has changed dramatically. I think we used to pigeon hunt up at Banner Mountain. There was like 7 houses on the whole place. And so that's one of the biggest changes that's gone on with fighting fire is evacuating people and saving structures pulls a lot of first responders off their job, which is putting out fire. So I think if you do this tax or this measure and it does pass, I think it should be focused specifically on fuel reduction. It took us over 100 years to get here. It's going to take us a long time to get rid of it. And if you've taken a fire science or fire physics course or Sierra fire ecology course, you know that ground fuel dictates fire behavior. You eliminate the ground fuel, fire trail, dozer line, backfire, you stop the fire. So what we can't do with this measure is more chipping and mastication and putting more fuel on the ground of an overloaded, fuel-loaded system. It's way out of balance, and almost everything in California sprouts after it gets a haircut. So you chip and you masticate, and your fuel ladder comes back, and you've actually added more fuel on the ground before, so you've made it worse. So what you got to do is remove the fuel. And if you're going to get $12 million, it ought to be focused on removing the fuel. And probably the priority, because it's so gargantuan right now, would be public evacuation routes. Get those things cleared, get the fuel load down. If you've ever fought a fire in a wind-driven event, you keep putting fuel on the sides of the roads, and you just got a little tunnel with tremendous heat on both sides. It just doesn't work, and if one car gets stopped and everybody's stuck there, they're going to die.
Thank you, Robert.
So that's my 2 cents. I'm going to Kauai in October. Get your
My time,
I'd like to thank the board for your patience. You're really sitting through a marathon here. My name is Don Conan. I'm in the area of Lake of the Pines. I'm a conservationist and not an environmentalist. And I'd just like to say something about why we're here. And the reason we're here is because environmentalists have spent the last 50 years shutting down the lumber industry. And so what you have is, instead of having a healthy forest with 120 to 160 trees per acre, you've got forests that have 3 and over 400 trees per acre. It's not healthy. It creates dead trees within that. And of course, a lot of fuel, a lot of standing fuel. But I'd just like to say that back before the days of the environmental movement to shut down lumber, and I used to pay this tax, we had a timber harvest yield tax. And we still have that. And I used to pay that tax, 2.9%. When you talk about 0.5%, that's peanuts, really. In the 80s, the timber tax was a big source of revenue for the counties, and the timber tax was way up. I've got 30 years of data that show the fire expense was way down. And as the years went by and the lumber companies were put out of business, the revenue from that tax, of course, because the timber volume went down, that steadily came down until the fire expense steadily got worse until those two lines crossed each other. So now we get less in timber tax than we do, and the cost of fire has gone way over the top. Global warming does have some effect on this, but the biggest problem we have is we had lumber companies taking lumber out of the forest instead of forest fires removing it, turning it into lumber and holding down the cost of housing without taxing the public. So I really can't affect whether you put it on the ballot or not, but I'm just saying over the last 50 years, we're now living with the results of that. Overgrown forest, hardly any timber coming out of here. A lot of it comes out of Canada, and we're paying the price for what we've done over the last 50 years. That's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dawn.
Chair Hook?
Yes.
We have Tina upstairs. We have 2 callers online, and she does need to go pick up her children. So if we could get them in.
Okay, I know, everyone's been so great at taking their
sorry.
turn here, and this has been great. So let's go on to our caller real quick.
Can we take the callers in, please, now?
Hey, guys, I know it's late. I won't take 3 minutes. Matthew Coulter. I just want to say that Grass Valley kind of slipped in a $20 per parcel tax just a couple of weeks ago in the city council meeting. I don't know how they did that, but they did it. Am I online? Do you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, Mike. Thank you, Matthew.
Okay, just checking. Okay. Next door at Memorial Park, there's a guy camping over there making a campfire up against the old wood building. The other day behind CVS, I reported a guy with the campfire. The police came and arrested because he was cooking his drugs on it. These fires are starting with one spark from one place, from one person usually. The person driving through town all the way up 20, NCSO caught him dragging a chain, towing a boat, starting fires along the freeway. So as far as like these huge projects and stuff, I don't have a lot of faith in it because we're going to burn, and it's the matter of fact. It's the terrain, it's the fuel. It doesn't matter how much we remove, how many mountains we knock down. We have these river drainages, we're going to burn. So I hope that more oversight. I would love to see everything you do talked about, but I would like it to be done with the money you have versus a tax increase. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Matthew. Next caller.
Can we bring the last caller in, please?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Maggie Phillips-Born. I am going to completely change after listening to hours of these comments what I was initially going to say, but I am the head of the Jones Bar Firewise community. We obviously had the Jones fire in 2019 come and provide significant damage in our neighborhood. And I also am 37 years old, and I'm not a super strong person, but the reason that I am the head of my Firewise community is because I physically go out on a monthly basis with just a couple other people and do roadside clearing. And it is most of the people I know in my neighborhood, and I would say this for the vast amount of people that I know and the demographic of Nevada County as a whole, when you ask them if they will participate in doing physical fire prevention work, they will say that they are not physically able, they're too old, or they're too broke. And they can't do anything on themselves, and why doesn't the county do more? And it's an incredible thing to listen to all of these comments, which mostly seem to have distrust of just government and elected officials. And so I would think that those same people would want the people then to vote on this as opposed to the elected officials that they don't trust. But it's really difficult on the ground with being a part of Firewise communities here in Nevada County, understanding what, like, as one of the gentlemen just said, we are dealing with what has been left for us and for the generation coming before me and so forth. And there's a lot of us who are on the ground trying to deal with this and to contribute and to make our neighborhoods safer. Fires are really intense. They're really expensive. They're very real, and they're not going away. If you put this on the ballot, and I encourage you to put it on the ballot. And if people don't want this tax, honestly, they better get up, show up, cough up the money on their own into their local Firewise communities and start helping the rest of us, because fire's going to happen. They're going to be complaining that nothing was done to save their house, to save their properties, to minimize the impact on them. And I don't know what the alternative solution is. I really respect all of the work and I know a whole lot about all of the different avenues that county staff, different nonprofit organizations, and various entities are doing throughout Nevada County to
Maggie,
work on this issue. But
Maggie, thank you so much for your comments, but you're out of time. I really appreciate you coming online. Okay. Mr. Robinson.
Good evening, Board. One thing that I was curious about, I'm not a property owner per se, but what can we do about lowering the cost of fire insurance? I mean, the people that I talk to say, you know what, fire insurance is through the roof. So my suggestion is, do you have suggestions to lower the cost that every property owner in this county is paying for fire insurance? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi. I wanted to say good afternoon, but likewise, good evening. I'm Kristen Cook. I am on the steering committee for the Coalition of Firewise Communities. I also am a defensible space advisor, and I lead my community's Firewise efforts. That community is UBET, and UBET has 2 districts, 1 and 5, representing us. We're 12,000 acres. We have over 700 parcels, and we're divided up into about 17 neighborhoods. We currently have 50 neighborhood leaders after our community meeting of recruiting on July 9th. There is not a day that goes by I don't hear chainsaws and mastication and work being done in our community. We blow the stats out of the water that's required by NFPA for Firewise communities. I'm here today to ask you to support the measure. I don't have an opinion because I'm not knowledgeable about a lot of the things talked about here today, sunset clauses and those sorts of things, but I think that we have so much work to do and we are so behind the gun in getting it done. I watch every day the real estate in my neighborhood and 25 residents that have moved out over the last year. I've talked to every one of them. Every single one has left UBET and left the county because of wildfires. And I'll tell you what, nobody here has mentioned that, but that is a topic I think that we're all considering for good reasons. It's unsafe to live here, and we absolutely know that if not now, when? And go to debate. You've got 3 months between now and the ballot. Let it go to debate. Let it be a fierce debate. Put a sunset clause and say, great, let's get started and do it for a year and then fix it. Progress, not perfection. I have one vision for my Firewise community. What's the name of my community? You bet. My vision is when I ask the question, are you ready for wildfire? I want the answer to be, you bet. The answer right now is, hell no. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kristen.
Hi, my name is Joey Jordan, and I live in Rough and Ready, and I really, really, really want to be able to support this tax. I really want to be. And for several years, this conversation has been floating around, and I have felt very unheard on my concerns for this. I think that putting it to the voters guarantees that the best campaign will win, not the best ideas. We're seeing tonight, lists of supporters, written public comment received, and it was an excellent campaign that got that there. I congratulate the campaign that made that happen and that made the yes on the ballot measure signs and got people lined up to speak on behalf of this. I think it was an excellent job, and I have run campaigns in this community for 20 years. I know a good campaign when I see it, and well done. What I would like to say is that if you choose to put this to the voters, please acknowledge the reality that whomever has the time and the money to expend on the campaign will indeed sway voters, despite whether they choose to be factual and honest or not. And so I would implore that if you put this message out to the voters, that you are honest with the message. And that message needs to emphatically state that this does not support fire departments. It does not support fire districts. It will not put one firefighter's boots on the ground. It will not reopen the closed fire stations. I have had, since the campaign began to get people come up and speak about this, I have had my phone ringing off the hook with people saying, Joey, I'm gonna go talk, what should I say? And I said, I think you should call someone else for that, because I don't think my message is the message that they are hoping to get in front of the supervisors. Because my message is do no harm. Please do not harm your fire districts and your fire agencies. Please be honest loudly as to what this will and will not support, because every one of the people that I've talked to are just jumping up and down, clapping their hands, giddy with the fact that this is going to help fire districts. It is not going to fund fire districts, not one dime. Please be honest about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy.
Thank you. My name is Charles Brock. I'm a real estate broker in Nevada County since 1980. I live just outside Nevada City. I'm grateful for the time the supervisors spent today, and I'm particularly grateful for the work that your staff has done to prepare this measure. I've been a voter all my life. I treasure that right. Treasure the right for all of us to take responsibility for ourselves, become informed, and I'm very grateful for all of the comments that have taken place today. I've learned today. Listened carefully. It's my feeling that what we need to do is take the information and the great body of knowledge that's been presented here today and get it to the people now, but let the people speak. Let us take the action that we've waited too long to take. Number one, let us vote. Number two, let us be well informed. That process is happening now. It's happening well. But let the people vote.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're at the end of our public comment. So again, I want to reiterate, these were the written public comments that came, and there will be similar language that came. They were all, I actually didn't have any form letters that did come, so they were all individual letters. And so let that be, they're all on the record. And with that, we'll close public comment. And Caleb, do you need a few minutes to put any of the questions together that they had? Did you guys got them in order, or would you like to take a little?
Yeah, we would welcome a short break to put the questions that we've collected from the public testimony and bring it to you and let you and your colleagues decide which ones you want to ask of staff.
Okay, I think that would be great because that's part of the idea is we're going to answer the questions that came before us today. Again, I want to thank everybody that's here or listening online. I think this has been some incredible conversation today. It's always great when you have a community that comes and is engaged, has great questions or comments as to what's happening in the community. And I got to say, this is one of the nicest meetings I've been to in a while. And I certainly appreciate everyone's ability to sit and go through a line and take bio breaks and all the things that we've had to get through with the PG&E going out today. So thank you all. So we'll just take 10 minutes. Is that enough? And then we'll be back again. So we'll recess now and we'll be right back. 10 minutes. Lots of great comments. We didn't have as many questions as I thought we would have. So, but there were a few that stuck out. There's a couple that will take a little bit of work to find out the answers to those. But quickly, there's a couple that I really wanted to probably clarify. So, let's see. So Caleb's ready. So one of the big questions and just is, what are examples and clarity of transparency around how the measure will be implemented? So Caleb, can you just give a little overview of that again?
Yes, Chair Hook, I'd be happy to. Let me just. What the staff is proposing at this point, and we welcome ideas from the board that would increase and assure greater accountability and transparency and satisfy or at least show even more creativity perhaps around the issue of accountability and transparency. But to reiterate, the first point is the plan to put the funds in a distinct fund, distinct from other revenues. So that's a very important piece. The other is conducting independent annual audits, having a citizens oversight committee that would track what was spent, what money comes in, what money was spent, and publishing the findings of those audits, reporting to you and publishing it, having, just like we have with all the ARPA money, come to you every single time there's a major expenditure and recap where we started, where we've been, and what we're asking for and why it's still aligned with the purposes of ARPA and federal guidelines and the direction that we've received from your board. And then continuing to post publicly on a public website with maximum transparency, every opportunity to contract for these funds, every contract that is awarded, every report, everything that is relevant to this, so making it extremely easy. And again, having a accounting system, which our CFO team could speak to in more detail if you'd like, that allows any one of you to ask for a report and for it to be made for you quickly and responsively so that we can tell our constituents at any time where we stand.
Okay, thank you for that. One of the other questions was, what can we do about lowering cost of fire insurance, which really doesn't have a whole lot to do with the measure, except for well, I'll let you just answer the question.
Well, this has been an area where there's already been great leadership from the board, and this is certainly a topic of great concern and interest of us in terms of our advocacy. Certainly efforts to make the community safer, to reduce the fuel load, reduce the risk, both in sort of the shared spaces, but also supporting our homeowners with the work they're doing is only going to improve fire safety, and hopefully that will be recognized, but we know we have our work cut out there. I don't know if, Steve, if you want to add anything to the fire insurance question.
Thank you, Caleb. It really is a challenging environment. It's changing in the insurance agency. We know our California Insurance Commissioner is working to try to do reforms in this area. We've heard some insurance companies will give discounts if you're a member of a certified Firewise community. So the more we can support those communities and the more homes that we can have reside in those communities can help. But I think there's no short fix to it.
Yeah, and Scott has some thoughts and experience in this area as well.
Yeah, unofficially related to my day job more than anything, but Commissioner Ricardo Lara currently has a proposal out there that would require more individual underwriting for policies. So if you have a very, very nice or very, very large home right now, you can be with a higher end carrier, an AIG private client group, a fireman's fund, Chubb, things like that. Those companies might send someone to your house to walk around. It's not like your middle market carriers, which I won't name here, but you know who they are, where you are a zip code and a square foot. So again, not law yet, but he is pushing, because he does have control over the admitted insurers in the state of California, to have the individual underwriting, and based on things like what we're talking today. They don't call them Firewise communities directly, but they do have a name for, organized group, in in the process of, fuels reduction and fire mitigation. So that's out there. Companies already, the technology is getting better for underwriting. So no longer is it just a state and a rate. They're getting very fine-tuned, and the GIS specialists are able to determine what are the fuel loads in different areas through various mapping technologies. And there's a whole industry within an industry within industry that is doing this now and selling that data to the companies. So directly, I think the answer, I'll yield to the experts, is no, this doesn't do anything directly. But in the long run, if we're truly playing the long game, the fuels reduction and making this place safer will absolutely come around to the homeowners.
Okay, thank you. One of the other questions was they wanted a breakdown of the history of sales tax, and that's something we'd have to go and look up, actually. I mean, we give a little bit of an overview. What do you think?
We certainly can provide the board with, exactly where they are. Obviously, for Nevada County, we have the library tax. Nevada City has streets, a number of, streets tax. Truckee just passed a trails tax and has street and sidewalks tax. So there's any number of things, and we're happy to prepare that for you in more detail.
Okay.
And of course, Grass Valley has recently passed their Measure E, which was a general sales tax, and
that was for roads, recreation, and fire, I think, right?
Number of items, and it's very well received. They have this, citizens oversight. They're doing what they said they would do, and they're doing a great job. And I think we really look to that model.
Okay, great. And I think one of the other questions was, about our county doing the financial study. I know I asked that when we did our library tax. We didn't do that, correct?
That's correct. We did not conduct one for this.
Economic study? No, they asked for a financial study.
Yeah.
But Chair Hook, we'd be happy to talk to our local jurisdictions since they have been successful with their tax measures and see what financial studies that they conducted.
Okay, so then we can catch up with that. That would be great. Okay, that kind of follows the rest of what was the questions. There weren't a lot of questions. There were a lot of comments during public comment. A lot of well thought out and really appreciated comments. So with that, I'm going to bring it back to the board for input and questions, and then to look where we go as far as whether we move to put this on the ballot. So who would like to start? Ed? I would love for you to start, Ed.
Actually, this was an excellent public hearing, and I picked up a lot through this process. I do have a question, Caleb. When we talk about parcel taxes, special taxes, I don't believe we want to get into the parcel tax. Because to me, that's the domain of our fire departments. And they're going to need more parcel taxes. So I think that's not a good way to go. So if I understand this correctly, a special tax could still be a sales tax, but it would be more restrictive. And I think that's one of the issues we have right now with the funds that we have coming in, is they're very restrictive, primarily for the use of public property only. And I think we need that flexibility that allows us to go into, in some cases, maybe a private property person. I can think of many ways that we might be able to use this. So I don't think we want to be restricted. So that's one of the things that I thought came out of this in my thinking. And my thinking also was, Robert Ingram said it excellent, I think. Our primary purpose here would be vegetation removal and defensive space primarily through the vegetation. And that's going to take some money, the green waste programs that we have to have. I think that's the essential part of it. As we know from a letter that we got from a fire person who we respect very much, it's like there is nothing worse for a fire person, since the chief down here, that can't get in to save a life because our evacuation routes are clogged and they can't get through. That's got to be the worst nightmare you have. And that's the type of thing that we need to focus this money on. I think that we do have concerns about the small fire departments. We are not funding fire departments. It won't get more boots on the ground for the fire department. But it will create defensive space. It will create and it will allow us to do work that they cannot do. With this type of a measure, we could go out with boots on the ground of our own, who aren't firefighters, but they're out there to maintain and manage the vegetation. I think that's the primary purpose of this. You know, I think about the Jones fire in particular, well, Jones and the River fire. I can remember being out there with the chief. And at that time, we were on Highway 49, and the bombers were coming across and dropping borite on the other side of 49. Because if that fire jumped 49, it was headed for Nevada City. At the same time, I'm not sure of the road, it may have been Newtown, but that was the area that you wanted to stop that fire. And if it had jumped, and it did jump a little bit, it was headed for Grass Valley, Morgan Ranch. So cities they really do have an interest in this, a very big interest in this. The river fire, Don, I can't imagine that our Firewise community is hung up on whether it's a special tax or a general tax. My neighbors are just as afraid as anybody else out there. Are you bet? Yes. I want our community to say, are we Firewise ready? You bet. Are we right now? No, I don't want to say hell no, but we're not. You bet. Evacuation. In our community, Alto Sierra, evacuation. You know it, Don. Evacuation is a huge, huge issue. And you know it also that it's individual parcels that we're going to have to deal with to really make this as safe as we can possibly be. I hate to take too long here. I had a person talk to me and say, hey, we need to rely on federal and state monies to take care of these issues. Well, we've done very well with grants. Thank you very much, CAL FIRE. You've been wonderful for us. But I don't believe they're sustainable. You know, when the economy does this, those grants are going to disappear. And at the same time, those grants mean a lot to us. And the fact that we can multiply these monies towards those grants is another very, very important part of this project. It's not going to be just 12 million. It's going to be much more. And I might point out, too, when we talk about where this money goes, we've already eluded it to some degree because we'll have an MOU with Truckee. We'll have an MOU with Grass Valley. So we're going to have $12 million to start with. It's going to be considerably less than that. And I do like the way the budget is laid out to where the bulk of this is vegetation control, and that's where we seriously need it. The insurance issue, it just gives us more ammunition. And Mr. Thornsby knows Mr. Commissioner Laura down there quite well. I think we can talk to him. And there just has to be a much better way of doing this. People are really being hurt with the fire insurance up here, and it's really good to hear that news, Scott. I think I've said enough. I'm sure I'm missing some really, really great points here. But I think, you know, we look at where the money's going. That's where kind of the problem is. Who's going to get what dollars? But if you look to the people, the citizens of Nevada County, I think they're saying, oh my gosh, you got to do it. Yes, the time is terrible. It's a terrible time to be doing this, but when's the right time? In my mind, the right time was about 5 years ago or 10 years ago. Don't kick the can down the road, as another person just said. And as we finished up here, let the people decide. All we're doing is putting it on the ballot. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Heidi.
Thank you, Ed. Oh, I don't know who talks more. Oh, you're pointing at Heidi and she's pointing at you.
I'm
I'm just
willing
teasing you
to-
both.
yeah, I'm
We're-
willing to go
We're a little
ahead if
rummy.
you
This
let
is-
me.
Again, no, I'm just teasing. I think this is all such important conversation. I mean, I don't want to make light of it because this is huge. Again, I mean, there was a lot of passion, a lot of great comments that came, and I think we were all trying to absorb those and really look at what's best. Because really the bottom line is not really whether we actually agree with this. Particularly, it's a matter of whether we're putting it on the ballot, right? So the people do decide. So, but talking about what we heard today and what the peoples were talking about, that's kind of where we're at. So Heidi?
Sure, yes. I would like to, I've got a bunch of points, not too many, but
No, go,
a
we're
couple
good.
of points that I just want to address that came up. But I first want to also say just a huge thank you to this community for coming out and waiting and sitting here and calling in and writing letters. This is such a pleasure to actually hear so directly from so many of you, to know that we're making decisions that have a lot of input. That is our job. And it's been really great to hear everyone. And I've heard some new points too, so it was very helpful to me to hear all of this. There are a lot of things that were said that I think we could debate, and I don't want to get into that. What the point here is whether or not to put it on the ballot so that we can have that debate. We still have several months to debate a lot of these issues that were raised. But there are a couple things I do want to say. I'll start by saying, I empathize with the businesses that feel like this is going to hit them. And in particular with businesses where the bulk purchases are going to make it an issue, such as the construction industry. And I had a good conversation with the Contractors Association and do feel like that's something we can look at. How do we provide some relief to some of the hardest hit industries if that is real and we need to do that? I'm open to that, and I hope we can have that discussion. That being said, it's a little hard to hear that a 1/2 cent tax is gonna, close business doors and bankrupt our towns when we know that there have been multiple sales tax measures passed in the last couple of years by several of our cities. It's not about our tax versus your tax. It's about what money we need for the highest priority issues. And we should be collaborating on that, not competing over who gets to raise the tax. So that was a little hard to hear. And I would be happy to have that debate in the next 2 months too. Let's look at how many sales taxes have been put on the books. Let's look at the impacts and let's talk about what is the highest priority and how do we fund that. And with regards to funding, yeah, the state and federal money, thanks Ed, is not entirely reliable. And we hear honestly, we sit here every couple of weeks. There are people coming in here berating us for taking state and federal money. So at some point, we need to step up ourselves and agree to put ourselves in that game. With regard to inflation, yes, it's real. If you're that concerned about the economy and you're watching that closely, then you heard that the jobs report last Friday was far better than anybody expected, that gas prices have been going down steadily for 2 months, and that the unemployment rate is down. So while that won't help you today, it does look better for the future, exactly when this money would be coming in and hitting us and our businesses. I also want to say, okay, so some people are talking about if the timing is right, it's too soon, there hasn't been enough time for involvement or outreach. I don't know what happened. We did a lot of outreach. There were people included on the committees for conversations that are now saying they didn't know anything about it. I don't know what happened. The point is, we have 2 more months to continue to do the outreach, and it's not too soon to say we should put this on the ballot. That gives us lots of time. Let me see, I just want to make sure I'm catching everything. So the folks who agreed, so I don't think there was anyone here who disagreed to the urgency. And again, I think I said this already. If you believe this is urgent, then we need to take steps. And then we need to look at what are the best options. And I agree at this point that the general tax is the best option, given the flexibility we need. And given the need to get this money in and to get it passed. I am I guess I am going to go back and talk about the cities a little bit. I just feel the need to say this, and, I wish I didn't, but I do feel the need to say this. I'm not happy that our staff had to spend hours and hours and hours, dozens of hours, working to meet the demands, the requirements, and the expectations of a couple of cities in our county. I want to give a shout out to Nevada City, who's been very helpful and supportive. I know that both Doug and Daniela were going to be here to support the measure and couldn't make it or had to leave, it looked like. Shelley Covert also. They've been working with us well, and, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. But I've, sat through at least one city council meeting and been hearing and talking to people about what's going on. And, the cities need something back from this, but we've spent hours trying to work out something that will work for them and make them happy. You know who's not beating down the doors? You know who's not asking me or my staff to spend hours and hours with them? 77 Firewise communities. They're not coming in here saying, I need 2% more for my road. I want more cash and I want it in writing for my neighborhood. I'm feeling pretty passionate about this. 77 Firewise communities who've been spending their own money, hundreds of dollars, sometimes thousands, their own time, dozens of hours, hundreds of hours, years of work voluntarily after work on the weekends, clearing their houses, their neighborhoods' houses, their roads, helping with county roads. They need this help. And they haven't been coming banging at my door saying, but I want more of the piece of the pie. So we're in this together. We are one community. The cities are just as vulnerable to fire as all of the rest of us out in the counties. And by the way, Grass Valley has 13,000 people, Truckee has 17,000 people. You're wonderful. I spend all my money there. But you don't have the majority of the houses or people in the cities. 2/3 of us live in the rural area. And we don't have city sales taxes raised again and again to help us do this. This is our one chance to do this. So I just really want to shout out to the rural folks who have not had people to advocate for them, sort of with staff as we've been out there doing outreach. I hope the cities will come and work with us because we do have to do this together if this gets passed. And we want the cities to be happy, but they can't drive the train. There are 66% of the people in the rural area, and they need this. They need an opportunity to vote on this. On the last thing, so I'll stop there, except for the issue of the sunset. I hear loud and clearly. I know that the constituents who've talked to me, Nevada City folks, and my own experience with this issue, with the continuous maintenance that's needed, with climate change and the goals that are coming up in 2030 and 2035, that I would love to see a measure that does not have a sunset so we could just keep working and working and working on this. I acknowledge that a lot of folks want to see that. I think that's reasonable. In my mind, something like 13 to 15 years, which coincides with climate change goals, which allows us to take the years to ramp up to get something done, to keep the O&M going and to ramp up the next project. That would be ideal, but I'm happy to discuss that with my colleagues. And I'll end my comments there. I went longer than I thought. Thank you, Sue.
Oh, that was perfect, so we're good. Hardy?
Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody who showed up and took the time to comment today. It's a long day, and I just so appreciate the dialogue that we all have, and that's what makes Nevada County great. I just wanted to recount a couple of the themes I heard just to confirm with our people that care about this topic that what I heard. And I heard widespread support, some fear, some insecurity related to the general tax, a little bit of lack of communication. I heard that loud and clear from my constituents in District 5. We missed some mark there. We, meaning our team, our county team, leadership of the county, the supervisors. I hold myself accountable for portions of that. A little bit rushed and hasty and maybe a little bit vague. While acknowledging that, I do think that it's a critical time to act. And I think that the risk and the liability we face from inaction or pushing it down the road further is something to take into serious consideration. I also heard the theme that this is an urgent issue, and deferral and postponement for the perfect solution is probably not the right way to go, because I don't think we're going to get to a perfect solution. In my opinion, the general tax and a special tax is going to end in a tax. So one way or the other, we're going to end up taxing our communities and taking that to apply it to a good solution that I think we have in front of us. It's not perfect, but I think it's pretty good. One piece that we didn't talk a lot about, at least in my neighborhood, is that we have, on any given weekend, our population goes from about 18,500 to 50 to 55,000 on a President's Weekend. That revenue that comes in is not being taxed by the people that live here. We're capturing that based on visitors who are spending in our community. That's a lot of money. And that we in Measure T, we just did $173 parcel tax. And that's a tax on the people that own property and live in Truckee. This is an opportunity to capture the revenue that comes through the doors from the visitor population. We don't want to make it harder on our small businesses or our companies. And when we talk about this really small amount of money, this half cent, on $1 million lumber package, that's $5,000. That's a lot of money. That's a competitive loss in the marketplace if you're in Truckee and you can go to Reno and get that same package. So I don't want to discount the conversations we've had about the amount of money on a $2,500 pair of skis. That's skis and boots, that's $225 that somebody can save by shopping online somewhere. So that's meaningful to the vendors and the businesses that are in our county. And so I want to acknowledge that and honor that, because I'm not trying to get over that. I'm just saying that during peak periods, there's this whole uncaptured revenue stream in visitation that I think that we can get there if we can find a way to make this work. In a stakeholders conversation, we were listening to Kristen York from Sierra Business Council talk, and I have a lot of respect for her because she handles communities at the county level all over the state. And she talked about the fact that, and I think I'm going to kind of quote her here, but she said basically it doesn't matter if East County or West County burns, we're all affected, we all suffer, and fire is a regional issue. And I can't highlight that enough. I mean, I think any significant loss in our county is going to result in the loss of our business community and our way of life as a tourist destination, certainly as a destination centered on recreation and the splendor of the outdoors, South Yuba and all the areas in Truckee, and that's something we spend a lot of time talking about. So I just really respect her perspective on that, and I think I heard the same thing from most of our commenters here today, whether they agreed with the form and function of a special versus a general. What they agreed with is the fact that we need to do something. There's a sense of urgency, and it doesn't matter if it's east or west or a city or a county. We're all in this together. I'm going to mention just a little bit about the concern that the city has brought up, and specifically the town of Truckee. We have the town of Truckee, the Truckee Fire Protection District, and the county have a long track record of working together in recent history. And I see that because of my short tenure here, and I can recognize that. So things like the CARES Act, our ARPA spending, our COVID response, our recreation, our library, and our building department are all little miniature success stories of how we can work together if we walk forward with trust, with integrity, and respect. And, when we went into those stakeholder meetings, and I do agree with you a little bit, Supervisor Hall, on feeling a little strong-armed by the cities and the towns, but I have to say that at least from the town of Truckee, they asked for some specific things. They wanted a direct allocation. They wanted 30% return, essentially 100% return to source for all the money to come back to Truckee. They wanted an MOU, and they want a sunset clause. And I think with what we've prescribed in the staff report, maybe it's not 30%, but it's 25. It's pretty darn close. I think we're going to get pretty close. And I think we've gotten to the same conclusion with Grass Valley. So I think we are all pretty close to winning if you step back at the 1,000-foot viewpoint and look at it. I'd like to think that we all did a lot of work to get there, and I do honor and respect the job of the city council and what they have to do to protect their constituents and get the best possible outcome. So I just want to mention that. The other piece is that I think one of the staff reports talked about $1 million turning into $3 million, that leverage effect. And that is such a tremendous ROI. I don't know of anybody in the stock market or financial advisement community that can tell me that you're going to do better. And that's just something, I know that that's not going to happen every day, but I know I've seen it since I've been here. I've seen $1 million grants come through with a $225,000 match that we got and we performed on and we did the work. And that means something to me because it's a factual basis that I can make a decision on when I sit up here today. Yeah, and as far as waiting till April, I mean, I would throw out that if it's serious for us, we take money out of the general fund and we start doing work tomorrow. If we're serious about using the taxpayer dollars, then we should be serious about getting into our general fund and giving ourselves a draw and getting to work immediately. That's my feeling. And I have some other things when we're ready to talk about a motion that I'll throw out there, but I do believe that we need to talk about the sunset.
Thanks, Hardy. Dan?
Good points there, Hardy. Good points there, Hardy. You know, a lot of discussion went on, and you know, I certainly am not going to take shots at the city or the town because I think they both have special needs that have to be addressed. I'm not happy simply because there should have been an economic study. Had plenty of time. If they've been working on this for 3 years, there should have been plenty of time for an economic study to relieve the fears of the cities and the town as far as what the impacts were going to be. Where were they going to be hurt financially, or was it going to be really not a noticeable change? Because that economic study wasn't done, I think the county was negligent in not doing that. I can understand the special tax. We're talking to Kit. We haven't got time to do a special tax. We can't change it right now. However, we could amend and put a sunset in. And I think people would feel more confident if we do a 6 to 8 year sunset. That gives us an opportunity to evaluate work that's been done or work that hasn't been done, and gives the citizens an opportunity to do a reset. And I really do believe this has to go to the voters. In its current form, it goes ballot, then discuss with the stakeholders. Well, that's backwards to me. All of this should have been vetted and discussed and talked about with the chambers, with the Contractors Association, with the cities, with the town. And so it comes down now to a level of trust. Do we really trust that the county's going to do good by us, even though they didn't discuss it with us to the level that we expected? And so it's a real slippery slope right there. I got to go back. Funder of grant funding. Yeah, Chief Estes made that statement. He told me that in my office. He's a funder of grant funding, and we have a great partner with CAL FIRE as far as that opportunity to leverage money. And I think that's a huge component, is the fact that we will be able to use the money collected as a means of leveraging for more money. I'm just not happy with the fact that we want to put it on the ballot. We can't change now. It's too late to sit down and discuss and figure out the things that separate us. I think this should have been brought to us about 6 months ago. And, you know, everyone blamed when we were in COVID. We were, well, 6 months ago, we could have still been having discussions. Even if you did Zoom meetings, we still could have had discussions. But now the fact that you want us to put it on the ballot with no time to negotiate and the meaningful negotiations, it's backwards. And so we didn't do the economic study. We're looking at a general tax instead of a sunset. And, you know, I still don't feel comfortable with the way this whole thing was handled. I think, you know, the community as a whole and everyone involved should have been in deep discussions with what the county was wanting to do. And we talk about transparency, there was no transparency, general transparency in the process. We didn't have the chambers on board, we didn't have county association, we don't have the fire districts on board, and we got 2 of 3 major jurisdictions that are pushing back hard. And so it's a bad thing. Really, the trust for the county has been harmed, and I don't know how the county is going to remedy that problem. So those are my comments. Those are my feelings. Great conversation. It was a great meeting. It really was. It was pleasant to sit here and listen to people on both sides talk, but no one was yelling, no one was screaming, and so, you know, this is the way to run a public hearing. So I was really pleased with that, and pleased that so many of you have stuck it out, and that Ed Sylvester made it all the way from there, all the way around here to the podium, because I didn't think Ed was going to make it, because it was just taking so long to get it done. But thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate and respect everything everyone said.
Okay, well, good. This is, I mean, I'm back to this. I have a little hard time. I feel like the county does a really good job at being transparent where our finances go. I feel like we work hard at that. We just heard our audit report, how close we keep the dime. I mean, so that part, I guess I'm a little hard. I hear what you're saying, but as far as that kind of trust, maybe that's where that comes down to this general tax, special tax thing, right? And I'm kind of we all have a little bit of a hard thing when it comes to a general tax, but I really believe this county can do that job. And again, it's really not what I think or what I want. This really comes down to a vote of the people. We've listened. I think that's our job, to listen to the ideas, but I think the bottom line is that the people need to make the decision. I think there was a good point made about our fire folks. Joey, I think she did it. And, you know, I do think we have to be really clear when we campaign this. I mean, there's folks out here that have run campaigns. They know that works. That's why you do what we do, right? Unless you run for my office and then you just try and be clear and honest, right? And I think that's what we need to do with this for the county. We just need to be as open and transparent and continue as we move through with these conversations. I think it needs to be clear that this money isn't going to fire services. This money is prevention. It's all about prevention. It's not about fire feet on the ground. And we don't want people to believe that or have misgivings, because there's, again, that transparency and that trust. So I do think as we move forward, that has to be a really key point in here. But again, I'm going to put this back to the board. I'd like to see a motion come forward to see how you would like this to happen. And again, this is really about the people, and that's where I would want to be on this side of it, is I want to be the one that can either vote for it or against it. So I'm going to look for a motion, and then we'll start from there and then see where it gets.
Without too much dialogue, I'll throw a motion out there, see where we land.
Okay, and so someone can help me do some of this so we keep it in track in case there's an
So
amendment.
Chair Hook, before we hear motions from the board, I'd like County Council to talk about the 2 motions that will be coming forward,
Okay.
just so there's clarity on on them both. Thank you, Council.
Okay.
Thank you. So you have, so this has been one big discussion, but you have 2 separate motions. The first one is related to passing an ordinance that would be, require a 4/5 vote. There is specific language in there that would need to be changed if you were to request a sunset clause. The second motion would be related to the resolution, and what the resolution does, it says an action by the board taking the ordinance that is only to be passed upon the vote of the people and putting that on the ballots. So those are 2 separate, and both of them would need to be amended if there were any changes.
Okay, so if we're talking about,
So we're going to do 32A first. Okay, and that's gonna be the urgency ordinance adding Article 9 to Chapter 5 of the Nevada County General Code, imposing a 1/2 cent Nevada County Wildfire Prevention, Emergency Tax Services, and Disaster Readiness Transactions and Use Tax for critical emergency services and other general government use. The resolution calling for election to submit to the voters of the county the ordinance and consolidating the election with the November 8th, 2022 general election.
That 0944 on the agenda?
That is,
Sorry, Chair Hook, I think you ran the two together.
I think I did.
Yes.
Wait a minute.
So the first is just an ordinance.
So the first, well, it is that is what's on here. It's the emergency ordinance is first. And then SR 220-4944, that's the resolution calling for the ordering of the election. So, but that's the way it's
So if we're
written on
discussing the
here.
intricacies of this ordinance, we would be under 0914, which is the tax ordinance ballot measure. If I understand you correctly.
Correct?
So the.
I want to make sure we do this right, it's
The
confusing.
first is the ordinance, and basically that is what's commanding the CDFTA to take on this tax, so it's the ordinance itself. The second piece is the resolution, which puts the ordinance on the ballot.
Okay, so if there's,
And I see the language is a little muddled in this, so I understand.
It is kind of,
If I could just
I
be
agree.
super clear, if we want to have a conversation about the sunset, that would be under the first ordinance. Is
it'd
that
be in
correct?
both of them.
It would be under both.
Okay.
So whatever direction, all I'm saying is if you do an amendment to the first, you would need to do the same amendment to the second, and that would
That's
be.
helpful, thank you.
okay. So I'm going to make a motion on, as stated in the agenda, 22-0914, which is the half-cent sales tax ordinance for the ballot measure. And I recognize that there's language shared in both pieces that will need to be adjusted. So I will move that we place it on the ballot for voters' consideration in November with the 6-year sunset. I'm happy to talk more about that. An MOU returned back to the Board of Supervisors for a decision at the August 23rd meeting. Generally in the same format with the same terms that we see in the staff report in general. I'd like to further move to take $1 million out of our general fund and move that into some sort of unrestricted category that can be spent immediately. So the taxpayers understand that we're serious about doing the work and getting started. We don't lose another 6 months waiting for the money to hit our books. And I'd also include in that motion that at the August 23rd meeting, I would like a detailed and concrete and non-biased community outreach plan to understand how this is going to be promoted with the voters. And it would be illustrating both sides of the argument and everything that we've heard here today so that we understand that when that comes forward, we understand the story and the narrative that the county is promoting. Because as one supervisor, if I had to get behind something that is not outlined in this meeting, and it changes between now and the time that the information hits the street, that would be disappointing to me.
Struggling with that motion, so that's.
Sorry,
I know,
strike the last part.
I know, so that's the discussion end of the motion. So actually, I'm going to have you just kind of repeat that again.
6-year sunset, an MOU returned by August 23rd to the Board of Supervisors for decision. $1 million moved from our general fund into some unrestricted category that we could spend for the same issues that we're facing with this, that we plan on spending. Essentially, it's a draw until, if we get there, we get there, and it passes with the voters. And then on August 23rd, I'd like a detailed and concrete, non-biased community outreach plan describing this outreach.
So is there a second to that motion?
And if somebody can second it with an adjustment to the sunset period, then I'm happy to talk about that, if we can get there, because I recognize.
Well, sir, first we'll need to have a first or a second.
You have a 6-year? Motion with.
Near 6-year.
So I'd like to have a conversation about that too, but it sounds like there needs to be a second first.
Correct.
I
There
don't
needs
want
to
to
be a
make that
second first.
second. I want to have the conversation.
Well, there's more on that motion, too. I don't think we need all that.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more time for a second. Okay, that motion is going to fail for a lack of a second, so we're back to the drawing board. I'm looking for a motion on item SR 220914.
I think
So-
we're all willing to talk about a sunset, so let's
Yeah,
talk
so
about a
let me-
sunset.
Yeah, or I could make an alternate motion at this point and see if that gets anywhere. I would make a motion that we put this on the ballot with, and I'm just gonna, I asked for, I know my constituents want nothing, no sunset. I've talked about 13 to 15 years. I'm hearing 6 from you and Dan. So I'm gonna just,
I think Dan said 8.
or 8. I can, I'm gonna make a motion that we have a 10-year sunset. That is something I can live with. I don't think I can go below that. I would agree to the MOUs that are being discussed. And I think I would leave it at that, 10-year sunset, and bring it back with the MOUs that are currently under discussion.
Did you want a date for the comeback?
I think it should come back on the 23rd. I don't think we want to be muddying our.
Okay, I just wanted the date in
Yeah,
there.
and the outreach, but I think that's a separate issue.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
I think I can second that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, and I'm gonna ask the secretary to actually read that motion back before we take a vote. How do you like that, Julie? Sorry.
And just to give
Or our
her
staff.
a little guidance, so,
No, that's what that's what I mean, let's,
Right.
I just wanna have it repeated so that
So-
we're all on the same page.
right, and as to this, so there's 2 pieces that describe this. I would look to the second piece of 0914, which says introduce, waive further reading, and adopt the ordinance with those amendments.
Okay, so that would be, the motion would be to interdict, waive further reading, adopt an urgency ordinance adding Article 9 to the Chapter 5 of the Nevada County General Code imposing a 1/2 cent Nevada County Wildfire Prevention Emergency Service and Disaster Readiness Transaction and Use Tax for critical emergency services and other general government use with a 8-year sunset with the MOUs to come back at 10? Oh, sorry. With a 10-year sunset to come back, and the MOUs to come back to the board on August 23rd. Does that sound correct, Heidi?
That's close enough for me for now.
What was the August 23rd one?
The MOUs would come back for approval. So how does, did you have all that? I want to just make sure we have it all in the right language. There was a second? Is there a second to that?
Ed seconded it.
Okay, so now we have discussion. So now we're open back for discussion. So anybody want to comment on that?
Yeah, I do.
Hardy, go ahead.
How do you feel about the $1 million of general fund money going in and getting this work started? Is a gesture of faith.
I think if we can do that, that would be a great thing. My concerns are the following: where would it come from? Where would it go? You know, I think what we need is a plan. We agreed to have a plan that we put together, and if this passes, then we're gonna start prioritizing. So I feel like it might be difficult to make that commitment. I'd wanna know more from staff, if that's something we could reasonably do. We don't know if it's gonna pass, so if it doesn't pass, that would be out of our general fund, and have we budgeted that? So maybe staff can speak to how we could make that happen, if possible.
Actually, if I could jump in, I don't think, based on what we have on the agenda, that that's an action that can take. At this point, what I would suggest is that's direction that can be given to staff to bring that back at the 23rd.
And we could bring that back on the 23rd if that's the direction to staff. Also clarification on the MOU, that will be bringing the agreements with the town of Truckee, as well as Grass Valley. We haven't started those conversations with Nevada City. It does take us 3 weeks just to go through the agenda review process. And I do not want to rush that out of respect for Nevada City.
So are you suggesting we move that to the,
My recommendation is to we'll make a commitment of bringing the Truckee MOU on the 23rd and continue to work with our city and town partner. I do hear the urgency, and we'll be following up with the Grass Valley MOU and then Nevada City. And I believe, I'm looking at staff, I'm thinking within the next month. So
I
within the
feel like
first
our
week of
conversation-
September.
My conversations with Nevada City, the manager, the council members have been very productive and I believe there's
We could
good trust
work
there,
in good
so-
faith to
Yeah.
bring it back on the 23rd, but that's part of the motion. I would hate the motion to fail if we weren't able to deliver that and to manage
Right.
expectations.
So, yeah, I'm fine with waiting a little bit. I don't feel like I need to have Nevada City in that.
But we're further along with Grass Valley and Truckee, so we'll definitely look at making the 23rd happen. I just want to put that out to the board.
Okay, so then I need to know that the motion needs to be amended. Is that just for Truckee? Or is it going to be for Truckee and Grass Valley?
We will do our best to bring the terms for Truckee on the 23rd, and that's when the Board of Supervisors is meeting in Truckee.
Okay, so I would, who made the motion? Heidi, would you accept that amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll go with that. That amendment would be accepted. Are you agree with that, Hardy? Or
I'm
who
okay with
seconded it?
that, and I think
You-
Supervisor Schofield wants to say
You-
something.
Did you
I have one
second
more.
that? Who seconded that? Okay, so Ed, actually, do you accept the second? Okay, so that, we'll have the wording would be modified to that the MOU for Truckee come back to the August 23rd meeting, okay? Or is there any further discussion now on it, the amendment at all? Of the 23rd, that's the amendment we're working on right now, is just the amendment?
No.
Okay, so that's discussion. All those in favor of accepting that amendment?
I'm unclear.
Yeah.
Is there still discussion on the motion?
So right now, yeah, all we're doing right now is accepting the amendment on the, changing it from the MOU to Truckee instead of all the
I
MOUs.
understand that, okay, thank you.
So that's what we're voting on first. So everyone's in favor of that amendment, say aye.
Um,
Or actually call a roll.
Yeah, we need to do a roll.
Yeah, call a roll, please. So this is just on the amendment, changing the words from all the MOUs to the Truckee MOU come back on August 23rd.
And when Grass Valley's coming back?
We will do our best to bring both Grass Valley and Truckee on the 23rd. We're just further along with Truckee, and that's when we're going to be meeting with Truckee in the town of Truckee for the next Board of Supervisors meeting.
Okay.
Chair Hook, I know it's.
Now we're going to have an amendment to the amendment.
No, I know we're late in the day, but just to be clear, there's a motion on the floor. There's a second to that motion. There's an amendment to that
Correct.
motion. And I believe Supervisor Schofield has agreed to that amendment. So so you have a motion pending. You can have discussion on it, but then you need a vote on that motion. Or Supervisor Hall could change
To
her.
change the amendment.
Again, and as long as it has a second.
Okay, I think I'm getting tired tonight.
I think I said what I said, which is what you're saying, which is put it on the ballot, 10-year sunset, bring the MOU with Truckee on the 23rd.
At what point do we talk about direction of staff?
After.
Okay, so wait.
And I seconded that.
So there's 10-year MOUs and no million for Hardy.
Not at this point.
Not at this time. I guess I'm just hung up on the fact that we didn't do an economic study to, alleviate the fears that.
That's not part of the motion.
I know the town of Truckee and Grass Valley have, and so go for it.
Okay. So we're moved and seconded, and we're gonna go around, but we're gonna add with the 10-year sunset, and the MOU for Truckee will come back on August 23rd. Okay, that's it. So
Are
with
you
that,
ready for the roll call?
is there any other discussion?
So this is the vote on the motion, on the ordinance?
We're ready to vote on the ordinance
This is
at this
it.
point.
This is
There are
it.
no
Okay, we're through
different
with
amendments.
amendments. Okay.
Correct. This
All right.
includes the amended, this is the
Clarifying
language.
question, Chair Hook. What permanence does the direction to staff have after this motion is made?
Yeah.
What's the, just describe a little bit the permanence of the direction to staff after this motion is either passes or fails? What, is it direction given to staff and we're going to do our best to get that accomplished? It's not included in the motion, so if that direction to staff fails, the motion moves forward and everything that we've described obviously does, without the other components such as the community outreach plan, things like that.
Correct, that can go, we can direct staff to have
So,
that.
Chair Hook and Supervisor Bullock, you could open a board order and direct staff under an order, and that could include the expectation as well as time frame.
Okay, thank you. You answered my question.
Okay. All right, Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Chair. District 3,
No.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, so now we're going to move on to SR 220944. And this is a resolution calling for and ordering an election to submit to the voters of the county a proposed urgency ordinance adding Article 9 to Chapter 5 of the Nevada County General Code, imposing a half-cent Nevada County Wildfire Prevention Emergency Service and Disaster Readiness Transactions and Use Tax for critical emergency services and other general government use, and ordering consolidation of the election with November 8th, 22 statewide general election. Is there any discussion, or do I have a motion actually at first?
I guess I'll make the motion parallel to the one I just made. Do I need to repeat that, Kit?
No, I think everyone understands that that sunset clause would have to be applicable to this resolution as well. And just for clarification, I've mapped out what that looks like. It's just some changes in both of those, so we can make those and submit those. I don't think you need the exact language at this point.
Okay.
I will second it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? No other discussion. Julie, would you call the roll?
Yes, District 3,
No.
District 1,
Yes.
District 5,
Yes.
District 2,
Yes.
and District 4.
District 4, yes. So with that finished, we've done the resolution, we have done this. So the other idea would be to actually direct the board to come back with party-like information on the general fund, $1 million. And, what was the other thing?
And
Oh, and the language and for the presentation for the community.
The outreach plan.
The outreach plan.
yeah, detailed and concrete, the 23rd meeting of the Board of Supervisors.
Just
We
a
hear the
comment on
direction.
that.
Okay, there's, Ed?
I'm not really opposed to, say, taking $1 million setting aside, but I really think we should look at, we're already taking this seriously. We've probably spent $1 million, so there may not be a reason to create this money right now. But I have no problem looking at it, Artie.
Well, so those
I
are good
appreciate it.
points. I'm just gonna bring up, we did a green waste, before we had funding at
Yeah.
Outsier that cost us $1.5 million.
Yeah.
Right, so, and then we had to wait. So, it's not like, that's a point. The county does put our money out there to get things done.
No, and I agree 100%. I think what I'm thinking through is the concept that the money's going to hit our bank account in April. We are not going to have program funding to staff, to do education, to do outreach. We've all learned today is a critical component of the way our community views the effective use of taxpayer revenue. And if we can start now and we spin the engine up and the money hits our bank account in April, then we're putting fuel behind an engine that's running and we're getting ahead of it. And that's my concept. It's not just to go program spend, do more green waste and do more roadside brushing between now and April. It's to get the engine going so that we make a commitment just like we've asked the taxpayers to make if indeed they do if they do vote yes on the tax measure. And if they don't, then it's an investment in the right direction considering what we've heard today as well.
So what you're saying is though, then if the measure passes in November, that we front $1 million to start the process?
Yes,
In November
exactly.
after the election?
No, we start tomorrow.
Okay.
We use that. If it passes, we pay ourselves back. If it doesn't pass, it's sunk cost. Moving in the direction that we all have agreed today is the most important thing we're doing here.
What I'm hearing from the board is I will work with staff and I will come back with different options, hearing the request from Supervisor Bullock as well as Supervisor Schofield's concerns, and then we could have more discussion on those different options.
Yeah, and I'm happy to consider that as well. I want us to get going as well. I just want to understand where that would work with the budget, how we'd cover that, because we would do it before the measure passed, actually.
I understand. Yeah, and I think it's a great discussion to have with some detail and some analysis behind it, and I'm sure staff has enough acumen to bring all of those pieces forward for us and talk about it.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Well, with that, we're about to adjourn this meeting. So, and again, thank everybody for being here, staff.
Thank you, everyone.
Community,
Staff.
everybody for being here. So, well, let's keep this dialogue open and have those open conversations that are going to come with making this a successful initiative.
Thank you, Chair.